You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is I'm a Forest Ranger. The trails shift their paths when the sun goes down. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The trailhead sign wasn't where it was supposed to be. That's not a sentence I expected to say out loud. But there I was, standing in the dimming light, with my boots half sunk into the soft dirt, staring at a wooden post that should have been about 20 yards back toward the parking lot. Same chipped green paint, same crooked arrow pointing east, same carved letters, Pine Ridge Loop 3.2 miles. Just not here. I checked my GPS. No signal. That wasn't unusual this far into the Lassen National Forest, especially in the lower pockets where the terrain dipped and folded in on itself. But the map I'd downloaded earlier still showed the trailhead behind me. I turned slowly, scanning the trees. Tall ponderosa pines, widely spaced, their trunks catching the last of the orange light. The ground was a patchwork of needles and exposed roots. Nothing looked wrong at first glance. That was the problem. It all looked exactly right. "Okay," I said, mostly to hear a human voice. "You're tired, that's all." Something clicked behind me, not loud, just the kind of dry, wooden shift you'd expect when a signpost settles deeper into loose soil. I turned again. The arrow on the sign was pointing west now. "My name's Daniel Mercer, 36, male. I've been a forest ranger with the U.S. Forest Service for 11 years, stationed out of Northern California for the last 4. I've done wildfire support, search and rescue coordination, trail maintenance, and more paperwork than anyone should have to do for a job that mostly involves walking in the woods. I'm not the kind of person who jumps to conclusions. You spend enough time out here, you learn that most weird things have a boring explanation. Light shifts, sound travels oddly, people get turned around, and signs don't move. I stood there longer than I should have, staring at that arrow like it might twitch again. It didn't. A breeze picked up, brushing through the pines with a soft, rushing sound, like distant traffic. I could smell dust and sap, and something faintly metallic, probably my own sweat. "Mercer." The voice came from behind me, closer to where the trailhead should have been. I turned, and there was Lee stepping out from between 2 trees, adjusting the strap of her pack. Lee Brooks, 29, female. Seasonal ranger, 2nd year. Good instincts, quick with a joke when things got tense, which I appreciated more than I let on. She had a habit of pushing herself too hard, though taking extra shifts, volunteering for patrols that should have been split between 2 people. "You wander off now," she said, smiling, but there was a crease in her brow. "I thought you were checking the sign." "I was," I said. She followed my gaze to the post. "Okay," she said slowly. "That's not where it was." "Yeah." She stepped closer, circling it once, like maybe she'd find a hinge or a track in the dirt that explained it. "You sure we didn't just miss it on the way in?" "I'm sure. You're always sure. That's why they pay me the medium bucks." She snorted, but her eyes stayed on the ground. No drag marks, no fresh digging. If someone moved it, they carried it. Why would someone carry a trailhead sign 20 yards into the woods? "Same reason people stack rocks in the middle of a stream," she said. "Because they're bored and they think it's funny." "Yeah, hilarious." The light was fading faster now. The orange had deepened into something redder, more muted, and the shadows between the trees were starting to pool together. We'd planned to do a quick check of the Pine Ridge Loop after a report from a hiker about confusing markers. That was the exact phrase she'd used over the radio earlier that afternoon. At the time, I'd assumed it meant someone had vandalized a few signs or maybe taken one down entirely. I hadn't pictured this. Lee tapped the post with her knuckles. Solid. We should radio this in, she said. At least log it. No signal, I said, holding up the GPS unit. Same with the handheld. She pulled her own radio off her belt, pressed the transmit button. Base, this is Ranger Brooks. Do you copy? Static. A thin, dry hiss. She tried again. Same result. Great, she muttered, clipping it back. Love that for us. We stood there a moment, both listening. The forest had that late evening quiet, not silence exactly, but a dampening of sound. The birds had mostly stopped. Insects were starting up, a faint high-pitched whine that came and went in waves. Okay, Lee said, more to herself than to me. Options. We head back to the truck, report it from there. Or we keep going, see if anything else is off. I looked past her, back toward where the trailhead should have been. The path was still there, a narrow line through the trees, slightly darker where the soil was packed down. It hadn't moved. Not that I could prove it hadn't. We were supposed to check the loop, I said. Yeah, during daylight. We've got maybe 40 minutes before it's fully dark, which is exactly when people start making bad decisions, she said, giving me a look. You're the one who told me that. I also told you that if something's off, you don't ignore it. She hesitated, chewing on the inside of her cheek. Define off. Because this is weird, sure. But it's not like there's someone out here waiting to, a sharp crack echoed from deeper in the woods. We both turned toward the sound. It could have been a branch snapping under weight. Animal, most likely. Deer, maybe. Or a person. Lee's hand went instinctively to the small canister of bear spray clipped to her pack strap. Mine hovered near my flashlight. Hello, she called out. Forest Service. No answer. Just the insects again and the slow, steady whisper of wind through the trees. Probably a deer, I said, though I did lower my hand. Probably, she agreed, but she didn't relax either. We waited another few seconds, then Lee let out a breath. Okay, so, back to options. Right. She glanced at the sign again, then back at the trail. You ever hear of people getting turned around out here? Like, really turned around? Not just oops, I missed a turn. But like the trail doesn't match the map anymore, I frowned. You mean disorientation? Yeah, happens, especially if they panic. No, I mean before they panic, she said, like the map's wrong. The map's not wrong, I said, maybe a little sharper than I intended. USGS doesn't just, I know, she said quickly, holding up a hand. I know, I'm just saying that hiker earlier, the one who called in. Yeah, she didn't sound panicked. She sounded confused. Kept saying the trail folded back on itself. That she ended up at the same clearing 3 times even though she was following the loop. That happens if you're not paying attention. Or if the markers are off, Lee said, which is why we're here. I looked at the sign again. The arrow still pointed west. Markers are definitely off, I said. Lee exhaled slowly, then squared her shoulders. Okay, here's what I think. We go in. Not the full loop, just far enough to check the next marker. If that's normal, we chalk this up to some idiot moving a sign and we head back. And if it's not normal, she met my eyes. Then we turn around immediately. No arguing. I considered that. It was reasonable, measured. The kind of decision I'd make on any other day. but there was a tightness in my chest that I couldn't quite shake, like I'd missed something obvious and important, a detail that didn't fit. "What's your gut say?" she asked. I don't like that question. My gut-'s been wrong before, and when it is, it tends to be spectacularly wrong. That's a private flaw I don't advertise. I double-check things, triple-check. I don't trust first impressions. Right now, my gut said go back. My job said investigate. "We go in," I said finally. 10 minutes. We keep eyes on the trail the whole time. If anything else looks off, we're out. Lee nodded once, like she'd already decided the same thing. 10 minutes. She clicked on her headlamp. A narrow beam cut through the dimness, catching dust motes in the air. I did the same with my flashlight, sweeping it once across the ground, the trees, the sign. For a second, just a second, I thought the arrow had shifted again. I blinked. It was still pointing west. "Ready?" Lee asked. I looked back down the trail, where the shadows were thickening into something harder to read. "Yeah," I said. We stepped past the sign together, leaving it behind us in the trees, and started down a path that, as far as I could tell, hadn't moved at all. But I made a quiet note, the kind you don't say out loud. If we turned around and that sign wasn't there, I didn't finish the thought. The trail didn't look wrong at first. That was the problem. It was exactly what you'd expect: narrow, packed earth, a soft dip where runoff had carved a shallow groove, pine needles scattered over the surface like a thin, rust-colored blanket. Our lights cut a steady path ahead, beams bouncing slightly with each step. 10 minutes, ID said. We made it maybe 5 before something else shifted. "Hold up," Lee said. I stopped. "What?" She pointed her headlamp slightly left of the trail. "That rock." It was a low, flat slab, maybe 3 feet across, half buried in the soil. Nothing special, there are hundreds like it out here. But this one had a strip of faded orange flagging tied around a branch just above it. Trail maintenance marker. "I remember that," she said. "We tagged it last month when the drainage was getting bad." I nodded slowly. "Yeah, we were supposed to come back with tools. So why is it on the left side of the trail now?" I frowned. It was on the right. Definitely on the right. I turned, sweeping my flashlight across the path behind us. Same narrow track. Same trees. No fork. No obvious bend. "You sure?" I asked. She gave me a look. "You think I'm mixing up sides of a trail we walked twice last month?" I didn't answer. Instead, I stepped closer to the rock, crouching to examine the soil around it. No fresh digging. No scuff marks like it had been dragged. The dirt was undisturbed, settled the way it gets after a few days without rain. "Okay," I said quietly. "Either we're misremembering, or the trail isn't where it was." I straightened, brushing dirt off my hands. "Trails don't move." "Yeah," she said, "you keep saying that." There was a small edge in her voice now. Not fear yet, but the beginning of it. The part where your brain starts trying to reconcile two things that don't line up. I checked my watch. 7:12 p.m. We've got about 30 minutes of usable light, I said. After that, it's all artificial. Lee shifted her weight, glancing ahead. We said 10 minutes. We're at 5, which means we should be turning back in 5. Or we push a little farther, I said. Find the next marker. She exhaled through her nose. You always do this. Do what? Stretch the plan, she said. Just a little, every time. That's because plans don't survive contact with reality. And sometimes reality is telling you to stop, she shot back. We stood there, the two of us, lights cutting through the dim trees, neither of us moving. Then, faint but unmistakable, We heard it. A voice. Hello. It came from ahead of us, somewhere deeper along the trail. Thin, strained, human. Lee's head snapped up. Did you hear that? Yeah. Hello, she called, louder this time. Forest Service. Where are you? A pause. Then again, closer now. Help. That decided it. Lee was already moving before I could say anything, pushing forward down the trail at a quick, controlled jog. I followed, my earlier hesitation shoved aside by something more immediate. Missing person. Injured hiker. That was our lane. Stay on the trail, I called after her. I am, the voice came again, sharper now, edged with panic. Please, keep talking, Lee shouted. We're coming to you. We rounded a bend, or what felt like a bend, and the trees opened slightly into a small clearing. Not big, maybe 20 feet across, but enough to break the monotony of trunks and shadows. A man stood near the center, turning in a slow circle like he couldn't decide which direction to face. He looked up when our lights hit him, flinching slightly. Oh, thank God, he said, voice cracking. I thought I was just hearing things. Lee slowed as she approached, hands visible, posture calm. Hey, you're okay. We're rangers. What's your name? Evan, he said. Evan Carter. Evan Carter, mid-20s male. He wore a light hiking jacket, jeans that were smeared with dirt at the knees, and a small daypack hanging half open over one shoulder. His hair was damp with sweat, sticking to his forehead. I've been walking in circles, he said. I swear to God, I've been following the trail, but it just keeps bringing me back here. Lee glanced at me briefly. That phrase again. Okay, she said, keeping her voice even. Let's slow it down. When did you start hiking? Like 3:30, he said. I just wanted to do the loop before dark. And when did you realize something was wrong? I don't know, he said, rubbing his face. An hour ago, maybe more. The signs didn't make sense. I kept seeing the same marker, but from different directions. What kind of marker? I asked. He frowned. A post with an arrow. But the arrow kept changing. Lee and I didn't look at each other this time. Okay, I said, you're not alone now. We're going to get you back to the trailhead. Please, he said, my phone's dead. I tried calling someone, but no signal out here, Lee said. That's normal. Yeah, well, this isn't, he muttered. I stepped past him, scanning the clearing. Something about it felt off, but I couldn't immediately place why. The ground was uneven, slightly sloped. A few rocks, some low brush. Then I saw it. The same flat slab of rock, the one with the orange flagging. Except now it was at the far edge of the clearing, partially hidden behind a cluster of bushes. I walked toward it slowly, my stomach tightening. Daniel, Lee said, just hold on. I crouched by the rock again, touching the soil. Same texture, same undisturbed surface. This isn't possible, I said under my breath. What? Evan asked, voice rising slightly. Lee joined me, her light sweeping over the flagging. That's the same one, she said quietly. Yeah, but I know. Evan took a step back. What do you mean, the same one? What's going on? Lee stood, turning back to him. Nothing. It just means we know where we are. That doesn't sound like nothing, he said. It means, I cut in, forcing my voice steady, that we're close to the main trail, which is good. That was technically true. It just didn't explain how we'd gotten here. I checked my watch again. 7:24 p.m., we'd been moving for maybe 10 minutes. We should have been past this point. We're heading back, I said, all of us. Stay together. No one steps off the trail. Evan nodded quickly. Yeah, okay. Lee hesitated. Which way is back? I pointed behind us. That way. You sure? She asked. There it was again. That question, my gut said no. My training said yes. We came from there, I said. We stick to the path. we'll hit the trailhead. And the sign, she asked quietly. What if it's not there? Then we keep going until we hit the road, I said. Worst case, we follow the terrain downhill. There's a service road about a mile west. And you're sure which way is west? She pressed. I opened my mouth, then closed it. The GPS was still blank. No orientation. No compass reading. I trusted in this terrain without calibration. I can figure it out, I said. That's not the same as being sure. Evan shifted between us, eyes darting. Guys, I don't care how we get out. Can we just go? He had a point. We go, I said, more firmly this time. Same path we came in on. We don't overthink it. Lee held my gaze for a second longer, then nodded. Fine, but we mark it. She pulled a small roll of flagging tape from her pack, tearing off a strip and tying it around a low branch at the edge of the clearing. If we loop back here, she said, we'll know. Good idea, I said. We formed a loose line, me in front, Lee behind Evan, and started back down the trail. At first, it felt right. Familiar in that vague way forest paths do. The ground sloped slightly upward. The trees spaced out the same way I remembered. We passed a fallen log that I was almost sure we'd stepped over on the way in. Okay, I said quietly. This is good. We're on track. Lee didn't respond. A minute later, we hit a fork. I stopped so abruptly, Evan nearly walked into me. There wasn't a fork, I said. Are you sure? Lee asked, stepping up beside me. Yes. The trail split into two narrow paths, both equally worn, both disappearing into the trees at slightly different angles. Evan let out a shaky laugh. You've got to be kidding me. Lee stepped closer, examining the ground. No fresh tracks either way. No signposts. That's not possible, I said again, but the words felt thinner now. Pick one, Evan said a little too quickly. Just pick one and let's go. Lee looked at me. Daniel, this was the moment. Decision under uncertainty. My least favorite kind. My private flaw pressing in from the edges, second-guessing, reevaluating, looking for a certainty that wasn't there. We didn't have time for that. Left, I said finally. We go left. Why? Lee asked. It feels right. She stared at me for a beat. You hate that answer. I know, I said. Let's move. We took the left path. 10 steps in, the air felt different. Cooler, maybe. Or that could have been my imagination. The trees were closer together here, branches overlapping in a way that blocked more of the fading light. Evan was breathing harder now. This doesn't look familiar. It will, I said. Just keep moving. We walked for another few minutes. No markers, no rocks, no signs, just the trail. Then, ahead of us, a faint strip of orange caught in the beam of Lee's headlamp. She slowed. Please tell me that's not, it was. The same piece of flagging tape she'd tied in the clearing, except it was tied to a branch directly in front of us. Evan made a small, choked sound. No, that's not, we just left that. Lee stepped forward, touching the tape like she expected it to vanish under her fingers. It's the same knot, she said quietly. I felt something shift in my chest. Not panic, not yet, but the edge of it. We didn't turn around, I said. We stayed on the path. Then how did we? I don't know. That was the truth. And I hated it. Evan backed up a step. We're stuck, he said. We're actually stuck. No, I said sharply. We're not stuck. This is just what a loop, a misread path, human error. Lee looked past the tape, back into the trees we'd just come through. Daniel, she said slowly. What if it's not the trail moving? I met her eyes. What if it's us? Before I could answer, a new sound cut through the forest. Low, mechanical, distant. An engine. We all froze. Do you hear that? Evan whispered. Yeah, I said. Lee turned her head, trying to pinpoint it. That's not on the main road. It's too close. The engine revved, then idled like someone was maneuvering slowly over uneven ground, a vehicle where no vehicle should be. I felt that tightness in my chest snap into something more solid. Okay, I said, voice low. New plan. We moved toward that sound. Lee blinked. What? Why? Because it's human, I said. And right now, that's our best shot at getting out of here. Or it's someone who shouldn't be out here either, she shot back. Either way, they have a vehicle. That means a road. Evan nodded quickly. Yeah, we should go, please. Lee hesitated, then gave a tight nod. Fine, but we stay together. We stay together, I agreed. I took one last look at the flagging tape in front of us, bright orange against the darkening trees. Then I turned toward the sound of the engine and stepped off the trail. The ground changed the second we stepped off the trail. Not dramatically. No sudden drop or thick underbrush. Just a subtle shift underfoot, looser soil, more exposed roots, the kind that snag your boot if you're not watching. My flashlight beam bounced harder now, catching on uneven patches of dirt and low branches. Stay close, I said. No more than arm's length. Lee moved up beside me instead of staying behind Evan. I didn't argue. Evan stayed in the middle, breathing louder than before, his steps uneven. The engine noise came and went, like it was dipping behind terrain. Not loud enough to pinpoint, but consistent enough to follow. Sounds like a pickup, Lee said quietly. Older, you hear that rattle? Yeah, I said. Loose belt or bad suspension. Evan let out a shaky laugh. You guys can tell that just from hearing it. It's part of the job, Lee said, listening. I didn't say anything. I was listening, all right, but not just to the engine. The forest had changed again. The insect noise had dropped off, leaving long stretches where the only sounds were our footsteps and that distant motor. We moved downhill at a slight angle. I kept track of it automatically, slope direction, tree density, the way the ground felt under my boots. If we needed to orient ourselves later, those details mattered. Okay, I said after a minute. We're heading roughly west-southwest. You feel that too? Lee asked, a hint of dry humor in her voice. I ignored that. There should be a service road about a mile out that way. If that vehicle's real, it's probably on or near it. Probably, she echoed. Evan stumbled on a root, catching himself with a grunt. Jesus, you good? Lee asked. Yeah, I'm fine. He was. His voice had that thin, stretched quality. Adrenaline wearing off, replaced by fatigue and fear. Slow down, I said. No point getting hurt now. We kept moving. After a few minutes, the engine noise grew louder, then cut out abruptly. We all stopped. Why'd it stop? Evan whispered. Could have shut it off, Lee said, or stalled. Or they heard us, he said. I didn't like that thought. Hello, I called out, projecting my voice but keeping it controlled. Forest Service. Anyone out there? No answer. Just the faint creak of trees and the soft crunch of something small moving through brush somewhere off to our right. Okay, Lee said under her breath. That's not great. Could be nothing, I said. Let's keep moving, carefully. We angled slightly toward where the sound had been strongest. The terrain flattened out after a short descent, opening into a wider stretch between trees. Not a clearing exactly, but less dense. That's when we saw the tire tracks. 2 parallel lines pressed into the dirt, cutting across our path at a diagonal. Fresh. The edges were still crisp, not yet softened by wind or debris. Lee crouched immediately, running her fingers along one of the impressions. Recent, she said. Within a few hours tops. Which means someone drove out here today, Evan said. Or is still out here, I said. The tracks ran left to right in front of us. I stood, following them with my light. Which way? Lee asked. I looked left. The tracks dipped slightly downhill, disappearing into thicker trees. Right, they climbed a gentle slope, the ground more compact, easier to drive on. Right, I said. Vehicles prefer higher ground when they can get it. Unless they're avoiding something, she said. Or heading somewhere, I countered. Evan shifted nervously. Can we just pick one? Lee stood, brushing dirt off her hands. Right it is. We turned and began following the tracks uphill. The ground got firmer, easier to walk on. For a moment, just a moment, it felt like we were back in control. Like we'd found something solid to follow. Then the smell hit. Do you smell that? Evan asked. I did. Faint at first, then stronger as we climbed. Something sharp and chemical, layered over the usual forest scents. Gasoline, Lee said. Yeah, we picked up the pace. At the top of the rise, the trees thinned enough to reveal a narrow dirt road, more of a service track, really. Barely wide enough for a single vehicle, with grass pushing up between the tire ruts. And parked at an angle across it was a pickup truck. Old, maybe late 90s. Dark color, blue or black, hard to tell in the fading light. One of the doors was hanging open. Evan let out a breath that sounded almost like a sob. Oh, thank God. Hold up, I said, raising a hand. Lee stopped beside me. You think it's abandoned? I think we don't assume anything. We approached slowly. Hello, I called out again. Forest Service. No response. The truck looked rough up close. Dents along the side panels, a cracked taillight. The engine was off, but the hood was still slightly warm when I placed the back of my hand near it. Recently shut down, I said. Lee peered into the cab from the open door. Keys are still in the ignition. Evan moved closer, peeking over her shoulder. Is there anyone? No, she said. Empty. I circled around the back. The bed was filled with random gear, coils of rope, a couple of fuel cans, a toolbox. Nothing neatly arranged. It had the look of someone working out of it, not camping. License plates partially covered in mud, I said. Can't read it from here. Lee climbed halfway into the cab, rummaging briefly. There's a radio, she said. CB, not Park Service. Try it, I said. She fiddled with the dials, pressing the transmit button. Hello? Anyone on this channel? Static. She tried again. Nothing. Evan rubbed his arms, glancing around. So, where's the driver? That was the question. I scanned the road in both directions. It curved slightly out of sight both ways, the trees pressing in close. Maybe they went on foot, Lee said. Got stuck, went to look for help. Leaving the keys, I said. She shrugged. People do weird things when they panic. Evan took a step back from the truck. I don't like this. Neither do I said. A sudden rustling burst from the brush behind us, loud, close. Evan yelped, spinning around. Something large crashed through the undergrowth, snapping branches, moving fast. Lee whipped the bear spray into her hand. I raised my flashlight, beam locking onto the movement, just as a shape lunged into view. It bolted across the road, eyes wide, body tense, then disappeared into the trees on the other side. We all froze for a second, the adrenaline spike sharp and immediate. Evan let out a shaky laugh. Jesus Christ, I thought. Yeah, Lee said, lowering the spray slowly. Me too, I exhaled, forcing my shoulders to relax. Just a deer. But it had been running hard, not just moving, fleeing. Something spooked it, Lee said quietly. Could have been us, I said. She didn't look convinced. I turned back to the truck. Okay, this is good. We've got a road, we've got a vehicle. Worst case, we can wait here until someone comes back. And if no one comes back, Evan asked. Then we use the truck, I said. Drive out ourselves. Lee hesitated. That's technically not allowed. Neither is getting lost in the dark, I said. We log it later. She nodded slowly. Fair. I reached into the cab, grabbing the keys. They jingled softly in my hand. Let's see if it starts. I slid into the driver's seat. The interior smelled faintly of fuel and something sour, old food maybe. Seatbelt, Lee said automatically. I almost laughed, but didn't. I turned the key. The engine coughed once, twice, then nothing. I tried again. Same result. Come on, I muttered, giving it a little gas. The engine sputtered, caught for a second, then died. Lee leaned in through the open door. Sounds like it's flooded. Or there's something wrong with the fuel line, I said. Evan's face fell. Hitting. I tried one more time. Nothing. I sat back, staring at the dashboard. Okay, I said slowly. Partial win. Meaning, Lee asked. Meaning we found the road, I said. But the truck's not getting us out of here. Evan ran a hand through his hair. So what now? I stepped out of the cab, closing the door with a dull thud. We follow the road, I said. It has to lead somewhere. Which way? Lee asked. I looked down the road again, both directions equally uninviting in the growing dark. Then I noticed something. Look, I said, pointing. Lee followed my light. On the ground, just off the edge of the road, was a boot print, deep, clear, not ours. Recent, she said, crouching again. Driver S, I said, heading that way. The print angled off the road into the trees. Evan stared at it. They left the road. Looks like it, Lee said. Why would they do that? He asked. No one answered. I looked back at the truck, then at the print leading into the woods. Two options. Stay on the road, follow it blind in one direction, hope it leads somewhere before we're too exhausted to keep going. Or follow the person who left the only working vehicle in the area and walked into the forest. Daniel, Lee said quietly, we should stick to the road. That's the safe call, I said. Then why don't you sound convinced? Because the road felt wrong. Flat, straight, too simple. And everything about this place had stopped being simple the second we passed that first sign. Evan shifted his weight. I don't want to go back into the trees. I know, I said. I stared at the boot print again. My flaw, my hesitation, my need to be sure pressed in hard. We didn't have time for certainty. We follow the tracks, I said. Lee closed her eyes briefly, then nodded. Okay, but if we lose them, we don't wander, I finished. We come back here. Exactly. Evan swallowed. Okay. We stepped off the road together, following the boot prints into the forest. The trees closed in almost immediately, denser than before. The ground dipped again, sloping into a shallow ravine. The prints were easy to follow at first, clear impressions in soft soil, spaced evenly. Then they started to change. Daniel, Lee said, I saw it. The stride shortened. The depth of the prints increased, like whoever made them was putting more weight down. Struggling. Injured, I said, or carrying something. Evan's voice was tight. Or running. We moved faster. The ravine narrowed, the walls rising slightly on either side. Not steep, but enough to limit visibility. The prints veered left, then right, like the person had been weaving. Then they stopped. Just stopped. I swung my light around. No continuation. No scuff marks. Nothing. That's not possible, Lee said softly. Evan's breathing picked up again. They didn't just vanish. A faint glow flickered ahead. All three of us turned toward it. Not bright. Just a soft, intermittent light filtering through the trees, like a flashlight being moved around. Someone's there, Lee said. Relief surged brief, sharp. "Hey," I called. "We're over here, Forest Service." The light jerked once, then steadied. "See," Evan said, "they're there." We started toward it, pushing through low branches, stepping over rocks. The glow grew brighter, closer. And then it snapped off. We stopped. "Hello," Lee called. "Nothing." I took another step forward, and my foot hit empty air. The ground dropped out in front of me. I jerked back just in time, my heel sliding on loose dirt. "Whoa," Lee grabbed my arm, pulling me back. We both stared down. A steep drop, maybe 15 feet, into a dry creek bed below. The edge was crumbly, unstable. My heart hammered in my chest. That light, Evan whispered, I swallowed, was on the other side. Lee's grip tightened slightly before she let go. If we'd kept going, yeah, I said. We stood there, the three of us, at the edge of the drop. Behind us, the path we'd taken in was already hard to see. In front of us, a gap we couldn't safely cross in the dark. To either side, the ravine walls rose, steep enough to make climbing difficult without daylight. The road, the truck felt suddenly very far away. Lee turned slowly, scanning the darkness behind us. "Daniel," she said, voice low, "I think we just lost our way back." I didn't argue, because for the first time since stepping off that trail, I knew she was right. Lee was right. We had lost the way back. Not in the dramatic storybook sense where you spin around and every tree suddenly looks identical. It was worse than that, more ordinary. The slope behind us was just steep enough, the brush just dense enough, the dark just complete enough that the route we'd taken down into the ravine had flattened into guesswork. My flashlight found broken fern stems, loose dirt, branches we might have pushed aside. Nothing I'd swear to. Dry creek bed below us ran north-south, maybe 10 feet across where I could see it through the dark. A pale ribbon of stone and compacted sand. The opposite bank climbed sharply and disappeared into black timber. If that moving light had been real, it had been on the far side. Evan was breathing too fast again. "So what do? We can't stay here." "No," I said, "we can't." Lee crouched near the edge, careful now, sweeping her headlamp down the embankment. "We can get into the creek bed," she said. "It's steep, but it's doable. Safer than trying to backtrack blind." "And then what?" Evan asked. "Drainage leads somewhere," I said. "Creek beds connect to roads, culverts, service crossings. If we follow it, we either hit a crossing or lower ground near the main access road." Lee glanced up at me. "If it stays dry." "Yeah, if it stayed dry. If we weren't walking into a choke point. If the person with the truck wasn't down there." A lot of ifs. But standing on a crumbling bank wasn't a plan. I looked at the slope to our right. The ravine narrowed in that direction, turning slightly west. Behind us, the way back was already swallowed. Ahead and below was at least a defined route. "We go down," I said. Evan gave a short, unbelieving laugh. "Of course we do." Lee ignored him and started stripping off the orange flagging tape from her pack. "Tie yourselves together," I considered it, then shook my head. Too risky on the descent. One slip and we all go. Okay. Then we move one at a time. I took point, got down on my haunches, tested the dirt with my boot. It sheared away in a soft slide of gravel and dry soil. "Great," Evan muttered. "Shut up for 1 minute," Lee snapped, more harshly than she'd spoken to him before. He did. I angled left where the roots were thicker and lowered myself by stages. Flashlight clenched in my teeth for a moment while I grabbed a trunk, then a branch, then another. Dirt slid under my boots. Pebbles rattled into the creek bed. I dropped the last 3 feet and landed hard, knees jarring. "Okay," I called up. "Come on." Lee came next, steady and compact, using the roots the way she'd probably use a ladder. She slipped once, swore under her breath, then half jumped and landed beside me. Evan took longer. He froze halfway, clinging to a root. "I can't," he said. "You can," I told him. "Don't look down." "That's easy for you to say." "Evan," Lee said, voice flat now, all the softness gone. "You either move or you fall when that root gives out." He made a sound like he wanted to cry, then let go at the wrong angle. He hit the slope, slid, bounced off a rock, and came down in a tangle at our feet. He screamed. "Ankle," I said, crouching. He grabbed his left leg, teeth clenched. I don't know. I ran my hands carefully along the joint. No deformity, already swelling. He yanked when I touched the outer side. "Sprain," I said, "maybe bad. Not broken unless I'm missing something." "That's supposed to make me feel better," he gasped. "It should." The creek bed smelled like dust and old mineral deposits. Colder down here too. The walls blocked most of the wind. Our light struck pale stones, driftwood, a rusted piece of wire fencing half buried in the sand. Evidence that water came through hard in season, even if it was dry now. Lee scanned upstream, then down. "Which way?" I pointed right. "Downstream. Wider channel. Better chance of a crossing." She nodded. I got Evan upright with one of his arms over my shoulders. He could put some weight on the leg, but not much. Lee tore 2 longer lengths of flagging tape and tied them low on scrub branches behind us at the base of the descent, bright orange against the dirt. "In case we need to find this spot again," she said. I didn't say what we were both thinking. If we needed to find this spot again, something had gone very wrong. We started moving downstream. The creek bed curved in broad, shallow bends. To the left, the bank was steeper, nearly vertical in places where erosion had cut it clean. To the right, the slope rose in broken shelves of dirt and rock, climbable if you had time and daylight, and a better reason than panic. The walls kept us contained. That helped. A defined route, fewer choices, fewer chances to walk ourselves in a circle. For 10 minutes, maybe 15, the plan almost felt sound. Evan limped and hissed through his teeth, but he moved. Lee ranged a little ahead, checking the ground, sweeping the beam over the banks, calling back the occasional obstacle. "Log, step over. Drop here. Careful, loose rock." Then she stopped. "What?" I asked. She didn't answer right away, just kept her light fixed on something in the sand. When we caught up, I saw it. Boot prints. Deep, uneven, angling along the creek bed in the same direction we were going. The same size and tread pattern as the ones by the truck. "Driver," Evan whispered. "Looks like it," I said. Lee crouched. "And not long ago." The prints were fresher here because the creek sand held detail better. One heel dug in deeper than the other. The right foot dragged slightly at the toe. "Injured," she said. "Or carrying weight on one side," I said. She looked up at me. "You still think we should catch up to this person?" "No." But catching up wasn't the point anymore. The tracks meant we were on a real line of movement. Someone had come this way, and they hadn't vanished. "We follow," I said. We kept moving. 100 yards later, the creek bed narrowed sharply, funneling between 2 rock outcrops where runoff had scoured it deeper. The walls came in close enough that if water ever rushed through here, it would hit like a battering ram. On the right bank, half hidden by brush, I saw corrugated metal. "Culvert," I said. Lee swung her light. She was right. A drainage pipe, maybe 4 feet in diameter, emerged from the bank at an angle, old and ringed with rust, big enough to crawl through. Not part of the natural channel, part of a road crossing or washout control system. Road nearby, Evan said, hope breaking through his voice. Maybe above us, Lee said, maybe. The boot prints went straight past the culvert for another 10 feet, then turned toward it. All three of us stopped. No, Lee said immediately. I stepped closer. The tracks were clear. Whoever had come through here had crouched, maybe stumbled, then gone into the pipe. Why would anyone go in there? Evan asked. Because they were hiding. Because they knew something we didn't. Because they thought the road above was worse than the drainage pipe below. I crouched and swept my light into the culvert. The beam caught damp rust, packed silt, a few branches lodged against the lower edge. Then darkness. How long? Lee asked. No idea. She looked up the bank, trying to find the road. It was too steep here, crumbly and rootless. Maybe climbable 30 yards back, maybe farther ahead, but not with Evan's ankle. Not quickly, not safely. We could keep following the creek, she said. We could, I said, and if it boxes us in again, then we lose time. Evan's voice had gone small. I really don't want to crawl into that. Neither did I. The air around the opening smelled stale and metallic, and under that something organic. Not rot exactly. Mud, maybe. Animal use. Tight spaces have never sat well with me. Not enough room to turn around. Not enough sightline. That's the private fear I've spent most of my adult life keeping in a locked box and labeling professional competence. You work outdoors long enough, you wind up in tunnels, culverts, mine remnants, spaces you enter because the job says go. I can do it. I just hate what it does to my breathing. Lee saw something in my face. Daniel, I know. We don't have to do this. We don't have a better route. It narrowed farther ahead into black. The bank steepened. If the pipe connected to a crossing, it might put us right under or beside the road. If we skipped it, we might spend another hour trapped in the drainage. We didn't have an hour. I took a breath that didn't fill my lungs properly. I go first. Lee's jaw tightened. No, I do. You've got the better eyes, I said. If there's a way up on the far side, I need you spotting it. I'll go first, then Evan, then you. His ankle, I can pull him. Evan stared at both of us. Can I vote for neither? No, Lee and I said together. For a second, absurdly, that almost made me smile. Almost. I knelt at the mouth of the culvert, set my flashlight to its brightest beam, and crawled in. The metal scraped my pack. The pipe sloped upward just enough to make movement awkward. My hands sank into cold silt and damp sand. The air was close, metallic, and stale. Every sound echoed back at me, my breathing loudest of all. 10 feet in, I had to stop and force myself not to back out. Talk to me, Lee called from behind. I'm fine, I said, which was partly a lie and partly a command to myself. The beam caught scratches on the inside of the corrugation. Fresh, boot scuffs. Someone had definitely come through. I kept moving. 15 feet. 20. The pipe curved slightly. My shoulder brushed rust flakes loose. They pattered beside me like dry rain. Then my light found a shape at the far end. A person. I slammed to a stop so hard my elbow banged the metal wall. Daniel, Lee called, sharper now. There's someone in here. No answer from ahead. The figure was wedged partly on one side, face turned down, one arm bent under the body awkwardly. Hey, I shouted. Forest Service, still nothing. I crawled the last few feet fast and reached out. Male, middle-aged, cold skin, breathing shallow, but there. Blood dark on the side of his jacket, not fresh and pumping, more soaked and sticky. His right leg was twisted under him in a way that made my stomach clench. Alive, I shouted back. Barely. The far end of the culvert opened into another section of creek channel, broader than ours and lit faintly by moonlight leaking through the trees above. Road embankment overhead. We found the crossing, but the man was jammed in the pipe, and there was no way around him. "I need Lee," I called. Now. What followed was ugly, cramped work. Evan to the mouth of the pipe and left him there with the extra flashlight. Lee came in after me, swearing softly the whole way because there was barely room for both of us to maneuver. Up close, the man smelled like sweat, fuel, and blood. "Truck driver?" she asked. "Has to be." She touched the wound at his left side. "This isn't an animal." No, it looked like a stab wound. Maybe from a knife. Maybe from something narrow and sharp, deep enough to matter. Not immediately fatal if treated fast. Hours ago. Hard to say in that light. His eyes fluttered open for a second. "Don't," he whispered. His lips were cracked. "Don't go up." "Who did this?" I asked. His gaze moved without focusing. "Marked wrong trail." I told him. "Jesus." Then his eyes rolled again. Lee and I looked at each other in that claustrophobic half-dark, and for one clean, awful moment, the whole shape of it became visible. The moved signs, the looping markers, the truck hidden off the service road. Somebody redirecting people after dark. Human, deliberate, not the forest shifting. Someone using the forest's confusion to do something out here they didn't want seen. "What do you mean him?" Lee said under her breath. As if in answer, a light swept across the far end of the culvert. Not a flashlight beam from inside. Headlights, bright, sudden, white across rusted metal. We both froze. A vehicle had stopped above the crossing. Doors slammed. "Back," I hissed. "Move him." There was no room to drag the man fast. No room to turn around. And then footsteps sounded overhead on the embankment, dirt skittering down. Someone coming down toward the far mouth of the pipe. Evan shouted from the other side. "What's happening?" "Quiet," Lee snapped. The footsteps stopped just outside the culvert opening. A silhouette blocked part of the light. Broad shoulders, one arm hanging low. Then a voice, male, calm, too calm. "You all right in there, Rick?" The unconscious man twitched. My mouth went dry. Lee had the bear spray in one hand. Useless at any real distance, maybe useful in a confined space if he came in. My flashlight felt absurdly small. The man outside waited. Then he said, "I heard voices." Nobody answered. "Forest Service?" he asked, almost amused. "That did it. Pretense gone." I shoved the injured man farther behind me as best I could. "Lee, when he comes in, spray. When he comes in, he'll have to." The silhouette shifted. A scrape of boots on metal. He was entering. The pipe amplified every sound. His knee against the corrugation, his breathing, the faint clink of something in his hand. Knife, tool. I couldn't tell. The space closed. 20 feet, 15. "Daniel," Lee whispered. I knew. There was nowhere else to go. When the man got close enough for the beam to hit his face, I saw a shaved head, a dark beard, and eyes narrowed against the light. He had a fixed blade hunting knife in one hand. Not huge, big enough. Everything after that happened fast and stupid and close. Lee sprayed first. A hard orange burst that filled the pipe. The man recoiled instantly, yelling, arm coming up. I lunged, driving my shoulder into his chest before he could recover. In open ground, that wouldn't have been much. In a 4-foot culvert, it was enough to jam him sideways. He slashed blindly. The knife caught my left forearm, hot and immediate. I didn't feel pain at first, just impact and wetness. We slammed into the corrugated wall. The sound rang through the pipe like a struck bell. Lee crawled over us, actually over us, one knee in my back, grabbing for his wrist. He thrashed, half choking on spray, trying to wrench free. I hit his knife hand against the metal once, twice. The blade slipped, clattered, then got trapped under someone's leg. He drove his head into my face. White sparks burst in my vision. My nose went instantly wet. Then Evan, God help him. Evan came crawling in from behind, limping and panicked and brave in the worst possible way, and shoved his whole body into the pile. The added weight tipped it. All four of us slid toward the far mouth of the culvert in a tangle, scraping through mud and rust and pain. We spilled out the other end hard onto the sand and stones of the creek crossing. The man got halfway up. Lee sprayed him again, directly in the face. He screamed, staggered backward, and missed the edge of the embankment. He went down the slope sideways, hit once, twice, then dropped into the shallow water-cut ditch below with a sound I won't forget. He was still moving, groaning, but not getting up. For a second, nobody moved. Then I said, "Knife." Evan found it first, somehow, hands shaking so badly he nearly dropped it. He kicked it away into the creek stones. Headlights still washed the crossing from above. Another truck, different from the abandoned one, newer, engine idling. "Phone," Lee said, coughing from the spray. "No signal," I started, then stopped. We were under a road crossing now. Different elevation, different line. I grabbed my radio with bloody fingers and thumbed the transmit. Static. Then, "Copy, say again." I almost laughed. "This is Ranger Mercer," my voice cracked. I tried again. "Officer needs immediate response at drainage crossing west of Pine Ridge Service Track. 3 civilians, 1 ranger injured, 1 suspect down, 1 male critical with stab wound. Repeat, immediate response." The voice came back clearer this time. "Mercer, confirm location." "I can't confirm coordinates," I said. "Service road crossing over drainage south of Pine Ridge Loop, near unauthorized vehicle access. Units en route. Stay on channel." That was the most beautiful sentence I'd ever heard. And still, it wasn't over. Rick, the driver, apparently was semi-conscious, bleeding and trapped halfway out of the pipe. The suspect was down the embankment, moaning and cursing, but not climbing. Lee was coughing so hard she could barely speak. Evan was white as paper, ankle blown up, both hands scraped raw. My arm was bleeding through my sleeve, and my nose wouldn't stop running blood into my mouth. No sudden rescue. No clean ending. Just work. We hauled Rick fully out of the culvert and onto flat ground beside the creek crossing. Lee used the rope from the newer truck, found in the bed, when she scrambled up the embankment, to secure the suspect's wrists, after confirming he was too disoriented to fight. She found the truck driver's phone too, smashed but not dead, and a pouch with extra trail markers, bolts, a wrench, and 2 official-looking Forest Service signs in the back. That was the payoff nobody wanted. He'd been moving signs, redirecting hikers, creating confusion around the service roads and old drainage routes, maybe to protect an illegal grow operation, maybe theft, maybe something else deeper in the forest. I didn't know yet. I just knew the threat had a face now, and tools, and a method. By the time we heard the first real siren in the distance, faint, then stronger, I was sitting in the dirt with my back against the culvert, pressing one hand over the cut in my forearm and trying not to shake. Lee sat beside me, shoulder touching mine. Evan was a few feet away, hugging himself, and staring at nothing. Across from us, Rick breathed in short, ugly pulls while we waited for people with better equipment and steadier hands. Nobody said much. There wasn't much to say. We were out, technically. We had survived the worst of it. The conflict, such as it was, had broken open and shown itself, but the forest around us still looked the same. Pines, dark slopes, the smell of dust and sap and gasoline. Somewhere up on the road, the abandoned hidden routes and altered signs were still out there in the dark, waiting to be mapped, documented, explained. And even knowing it was human did not make the night feel small again. It just made it feel mean. By the time the paramedics got to us, the worst part was over, which is not the same thing as saying it had passed. That's the thing people get wrong about nights like that. They think the danger ends cleanly. One moment you're in it, the next you're safe, wrapped in foil blankets and fluorescent light, already becoming a story you tell later. But the body doesn't work like that. Neither does the mind. You come out shaking. Your teeth chatter even when you're not cold. Your hands keep trying to do tasks that don't exist anymore. Check a radio, count heads, tighten a strap. The first deputy down the embankment nearly ate dirt getting to us. He slid the last few feet in a spray of gravel, one hand out to catch himself, breath coming hard under the weight of his vest. He looked younger than he probably was. 30, maybe. Pale beam from his shoulder light cutting across the culvert. "Sheriff's office," he said, too loud at first, then corrected himself. "Everybody stay where you are." Nobody was going anywhere. Lee was sitting on the packed dirt near Rick's feet, one knee up, forearm over it. Her head turned away from the suspect, like even looking at him cost effort. Evan had both hands wrapped around his bad ankle. The one paramedic was already telling him, not unkindly, to stop touching it. I was on my back because somebody had finally convinced me that if I kept sitting up, blood would keep running down my sleeve. The deputy's light landed on the suspect first. Bound wrists, face red and raw from the spray, half conscious, breathing wetly through his mouth. Then Rick, then me. His whole posture changed when he saw the blood. "Jesus," he said. Okay, who's the ranger?" "I am," I said. He crouched near me. "Name, Daniel Mercer, U.S. Forest Service." He nodded too fast and repeated it toward the radio clipped to his vest, then looked at Lee. "Lee Brooks," she said before he asked. "Seasonal." The paramedics took over after that. Efficient, brisk, almost bored in the way people get when they're good at their jobs and can't afford drama. They cut my sleeve open. The knife had laid my forearm open from just below the elbow to the wrist, more of a long, deep slice than a stab. And because adrenaline had finally thinned out, it had started to hurt properly. Not sharp anymore, heavy, hot. Every heartbeat seemed to press the pain wider. "You're lucky," the medic said. "People always say that," I told him. He gave me a look while irrigating the wound. "You want the less optimistic version." "I'm fine." "You're not fine," Lee said without looking over. That shut me up. Rick went first. That wasn't surprising. His blood pressure was bad, and the stab wound in his side had soaked through the temporary dressing we put on him in the dark. He'd come around just enough to curse when they rolled him, then faded again. One of the medics asked him who did this. Rick's eyes moved once toward the suspect, who was face down now, cuffed and watched by 2 deputies. But Rick didn't say anything clear. Evan got loaded next. Grade 2 sprain, maybe worse, plus scrapes along both palms, one knee blown open through his jeans, dehydration on top of panic. He apologized 3 times while they strapped his ankle. For what? Lee asked him. For being useless, he said. You tackled a man with a knife in a drainage pipe, she said flatly. That's not useless. That's just bad judgment. It would have almost sounded teasing if her voice hadn't been so frayed. He laughed anyway, one broken bark of it, then winced, because laughing hurt something else too. They wanted Lee in the second ambulance because of the spray exposure and bruising along her ribs and shoulder. She argued for about 20 seconds, then lost interest halfway through the argument and let them guide her to the gurney. She looked older suddenly, not by years, by exhaustion. Dirt streaked across her cheek, hair loose from her braid, eyes that couldn't quite settle on any one thing. When they wheeled her past me, she stopped and touched the edge of the gurney with 2 fingers. You were right about the culvert, she said. I looked at her. Don't start. You were. I was also wrong about a lot before that. She held my eyes for a second. Yeah, she said. Me too. Then they took her up the embankment. I rode out last with a county EMT who asked gentle questions in a voice designed to keep people from slipping sideways. Did I lose consciousness? No. Any numbness in the fingers? No. Do I know what day it is? Saturday. What happened? I gave him the shortest version I could. Signs moved. Lost hiker. Hidden service road. Injured man. Suspect attacked us at the culvert. He waited, maybe thinking I'd fill in the rest on my own. I didn't. At the top of the crossing, under rotating red and blue lights, and the white glare of work lamps, the whole scene looked smaller than it had from below. That happens too. You survive something in darkness and confinement, then somebody lights it properly, and all the spaces shrink back down to human size. The service road was just a rutted strip through the trees. The suspect's truck was ordinary up close, mud spattered and ugly. Deputies had already opened the bed and laid out its contents on a tarp. Tools, fuel cans, spare plates, 2 official trail signs from Pine Ridge Loop, 3 marker posts, orange flagging, a post hole digger, bolt cutters, nothing magical, nothing mysterious, just equipment. A lieutenant from the sheriff's office met me near the ambulance doors, broad man, mid-50s, hair gone silver at the temples, calm face. Lieutenant Harris, he said, can you talk for 2 minutes before they take you? I can talk. He asked the clean questions first. Timeline. Number of people involved. Whether I believed there were additional suspects in the area. Whether the suspect had identified himself. I answered as best I could, leaning against the ambulance, because the world tilted a little when I stood straight. Then he asked, when did you first realize the trail signs had been moved? That gave me pause. Not because I didn't know, because hearing it phrased that plainly made the whole thing sound flimsy and stupid. The first sign was out of place before sunset, I said. Then orientation changed. We found other marker inconsistencies farther in. He watched my face while I said it, not skeptical, just careful. You're saying someone deliberately redirected foot traffic? Yes. To what end? I don't know yet. He nodded once. But you think it's connected to the service roads? Yes. And the victim, Rick, said anything useful? Not much, he said. Marked wrong trail. And that he told him. Chris made a note. All right. He didn't push the point. I appreciated that. There are times for detail, and there are times to keep people from falling apart on your watch. At the hospital in Susanville, They stitched my arm under bright lights that made everything look overexposed and cheap. The doctor was younger than me. He had that efficient bedside manner that isn't rude exactly, just very aware of the next 10 patients waiting behind you. 12 stitches external, he said. A few internal. You were lucky. There it is again. He glanced up. What? Nothing. He told me tendon function looked intact. No obvious nerve damage. Watch for infection. Limited use for a while. Follow up in 10 days. I nodded at all the right places and forgot half of it instantly. Forest Service law enforcement arrived before midnight. Then county detectives. Then somebody from administration who wasn't important enough to ask the useful questions and too important to ignore. There's a special kind of fatigue that comes from repeating the same story to people in clean clothes while your arm throbs and dried blood is still stuck under your fingernails. By 2 a.m, I had given 3 separate statements. In the second one, they told me the suspect's name was Aaron Voss, 42, male, local. Prior record for theft, illegal dumping, trespassing on federal land. No murder warrants. No ghost story. Just a man who knew the forest roads and understood how quickly ordinary people lose their bearings in failing light. In the third statement, they told me Rick Bennett, 51, male, was in surgery and expected to live if nothing else went wrong before dawn. That was the first time all night I let myself close my eyes for more than a second. Lee was 2 curtains down in the ER overflow area. She had bruised ribs, a wrenched shoulder, and chemical irritation in both eyes from getting some blowback off the spray. When I finally saw her again, she looked annoyed, which was the first reassuring thing I'd seen in hours. They gave me crackers, she said. Congratulations. They're stale. You survived a knife fight in a drainage pipe, and stale crackers are where you draw the line. She shifted carefully on the bed. I need standards. There was a pause. Hospital sounds all around us. Wheels on linoleum, a monitor chiming from somewhere, the wet cough of someone behind a curtain. Then she said, quieter, "You should have turned us around earlier." It wasn't accusatory. That would have been easier. I know, I said. I should have pushed harder. You did push, not hard enough. I sat down in the plastic chair beside her bed and looked at the floor. I kept wanting it to make sense before I acted on it. That's your thing, she said. Yeah. She leaned her head back against the wall. Mine is pretending I'm calmer than I am until I do something reckless to prove it. I looked over. She shrugged one shoulder, then winced because it hurt. You knew that already. We didn't say much after that. We didn't need to. The ugly part had happened. Now it was just naming the damage honestly enough that maybe it wouldn't sit in the dark and grow teeth. Evan's parents drove up from Reno the next morning. I saw them only briefly, a blur of relief and anger and gratitude at the nurse's station. His mother hugged me before I could stop her. His father shook my hand very carefully, like I might break. You stayed with him, his father said. Of course. I didn't tell him there had been moments when staying with anyone had felt like a choice made by someone better than me. The official aftermath stretched for weeks. The Forest Service closed Pine Ridge Loop pending investigation and maintenance review. Search teams and law enforcement mapped the unauthorized service roads branching off the old fire access lines west of the trail. They found moved signs, replaced blazes, and 2 hidden turnoffs masked with brush. No illegal grow site, not exactly. What they found instead was a crude fuel siphoning setup near an old maintenance shed, along with stolen equipment and a stripped utility vehicle under a camouflage tarp. Voss had been using redirected hikers and confusion around the trail network to keep people away from that pocket of forest after dark. Not elegant, just effective. Rick Bennett turned out to be a former contractor who'd been doing occasional off-book hauling in the area. He de-argued with Voss over access to the hidden road network, and according to the detectives, probably threatened to talk. Voss stabbed him, panicked, moved him into the culvert, and came back later expecting to finish the problem or move him. Instead, he found us. That tied off most of it in the tidy, disappointing way real investigations often do. Motive reduced to money, access, and a man who thought remote terrain made him smarter than everyone else. People liked that version. It fit on paper. The part that didn't fit on paper was how the forest had felt before we knew. How quickly familiar ground had become unreliable. How a moved sign, one small thing, had been enough to make every turn afterward suspect. I was put on administrative leave for 12 days. Standard procedure after an incident involving serious injury and use of force. I slept badly the whole time. Not nightmares, exactly. More like abrupt wakings at 3 a.m., heart already going, brain convinced I'd missed a sound. In the kitchen, in the yard, somewhere just outside the place where language starts. When I went back, it was on modified duty. No solo patrols, no backcountry response. Desk work, public contact, training logs, incident summaries. I hated it and also needed it more than I admitted. Lee came back a week after me with her arm taped and one eye still slightly red around the edges. She made coffee that tasted burnt and filed maintenance requests with a level of aggression I found comforting. Evan sent a thank you card with a badly drawn pine tree on the front and a note inside that read, "I'm staying on sidewalks for a while." Lee pinned it above the break room microwave. Nobody took it down. By late October, Pine Ridge Loop reopened. New signage, new reflective markers, fresh maps at the kiosk, a temporary camera at the trailhead, public statement about vandalism and criminal interference. The wording was careful, reassuring, designed not to spook casual visitors. On the first morning it reopened, I drove out there alone before sunrise. Technically, I wasn't supposed to. Technically, a lot of things happen before the paperwork catches up. The parking lot was empty, except for my service truck. The air had that cold, dry bite you only get in the mountains just before first light. Pine sap, dust, the faint smell of old ash from some long-contained burn pile farther off. The trailhead sign stood exactly where it should. Pine Ridge Loop 3.2 miles. Arrow pointing east. New post, anchored deep. Concrete at the base still pale where it had cured. I got out and stood there with my coffee cooling in my hand. No radio chatter. No hikers yet. Just a Stellar's J raising hell somewhere uphill and the soft tick of my engine as it cooled. I walked 20 yards in, then another 20. The trail was ordinary again. Packed dirt, needles, roots. A fallen branch across the edge someone would have to cut later. At the spot where I thought the first sign had been moved, there was nothing special at all. Just trees. A rock half buried in the soil. No flagging. I stood there longer than necessary. Then I turned back. On the way out, I noticed something tied low on a branch just off the trailhead, about ankle height, where nobody but someone leaving would likely see it. A strip of faded orange tape, not bright like new issue, sun-bleached, dirty, frayed at one end. I crouched and touched it. Could have been old maintenance flagging. Could have been missed during the sweep. Could have been there for months. That's the ordinary explanation. I untied it anyway and slipped it into my pocket. Then I went back to the truck, finished my coffee while it was still more warm than hot, and waited for the first hikers of the day to arrive, smiling at them like nothing in those woods had ever learned how to lie. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I work at an antique store. The grandfather clock chimes at the wrong times is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end, if you dare. The first wrong chime came at 4:17 in the afternoon, while I was kneeling on the warped oak floor with a toothbrush in my hand, and 30 years of grime loosening under my thumbnail. Not 4:30, not 5, 4:17 exactly. 3 slow bronze notes from the grandfather clock in the back aisle, spaced so evenly they seemed deliberate. The sound rolled through the shop and settled into everything: the glass front cabinets, the brass bed frame leaning against the wall, the china shepherdess with a cracked throat on the register counter. I remember looking up and waiting for the rest of the hour to announce itself, some belated mechanical correction. Nothing came, just the refrigerator hum from the mini fridge in the office, traffic sighing past on Geary Boulevard, and the little dry click of my own toothbrush slipping from my fingers onto the floorboards. The clock stood at the far end of the store near the lamp section, tall and dark, and old enough to make people lower their voices around it. My name is Mara Ellison. I'm 32, and for the last 11 months, I've worked at a narrow antique store in San Francisco called Bell and Pine. We sat on the western stretch of Geary, past the denser tourist clutter, and closer to the neighborhoods where fog got hung up in the late afternoons and delivery drivers double parked without apology. Bell and Pine wasn't the romantic sort of antique place people imagine when they think of treasure hunting. It smelled like old varnish, cold dust, furniture polish, and the faint mineral damp that lived inside objects stored too long in garages near the coast. Some days, if the heater had been running, there was a warm electrical smell too, like toast that never quite burned. I worked there because rent was rent, and because, after the kind of office job that had chewed through 2 years of my life and left me waking at 3 a.m. to check emails that didn't exist anymore, Bell and Pine seemed calm, measurable. You dusted a thing, tagged a thing, sold a thing, wrapped a thing. A chipped Limoges plate did not text you at midnight asking for a revised deck. A walnut sideboard did not schedule a meeting called Quick Sync and then keep you there for an hour while a man in loafers explained your own work back to you. The store paid badly, but it paid on time. Mostly I liked the silence between customers. Mostly, I liked that old objects carried their damage openly. I did not like being alone with noises I could not explain. That's the private thing, I guess. I can tell it now, because at the time I never would have said it aloud. I have a stupid, childish aversion to sounds that seem patterned but wrong. Not loud noises, not city noises. I can sleep through sirens, buses, drunken arguments on the sidewalk, but something mechanical that slips its rhythm, a smoke detector chirping from the wrong apartment, a fan wobbling into an offbeat knock, footsteps where you expect them, and then don't, gets under my skin in a way I can't rationalize away. When I was 9, my mother's old dryer developed a metal tick that only happened at the end of its cycle. And for 2 weeks, I sat in the hallway, timing my breathing to avoid hearing it. Ever since then, once a sound stops fitting where it should, my whole body starts listening for it again. So when the grandfather clock chimed at 4:17, my scalp prickled in that humiliating, instant way. I stood and wiped my hands on my jeans, telling myself what any sensible person would say. Old clock, bad mechanism, no mystery. The store had dozens of objects with moods and symptoms. Drawer slides swelled when the fog was heavy. One of the banker's lamps only turned on if you twisted the cord a certain way. The brass cash bell by the register rang if someone set a stack of books down too hard on the counter. The place was a museum of failing systems. Still, I went to look. The clock was a late 19th century piece from somewhere in Pennsylvania, according to the handwritten tag wired to the case. 8-foot bonnet top, fluted columns, moon phase dial painted with stars gone dim under the glaze. It had arrived 3 weeks earlier from an estate cleanout in Sacramento with a matching curio cabinet and 4 boxes of silver-plated serving pieces nobody wanted. Leonard, the owner, was convinced it would sell to a tech couple in No Valley who'd put it in an all-white dining room and call it a statement piece. Leonard Bell was 68 male, and one of those men who could appear both fussy and vague at the same time. He had a soft Oregon accent, nicotine yellow fingertips despite insisting he had quit 15 years ago, and a habit of polishing his glasses whenever a question required actual effort. Bought inventory based on instinct, sentimentality, and what he referred to as good bones, which meant Bell and Pine contained many beautiful things and several terrible business decisions. He'd hired me because I knew how to photograph merchandise for online listings, and because, as he told me on my second day, I seemed unlikely to steal anything large. He was in the front room when I reached the clock, arguing gently with a customer over the price of a set of Danish teak nesting tables. "Those are already below market, I'm afraid," he was saying in that papery, apologetic voice. "If I go lower, my employee will stage a revolt." "I'll start with arson," I called, because that was our usual script. The customer laughed. Leonard raised a hand without turning around. "There, you see." I put my ear near the clock case and listened. The pendulum was moving. Slow, steady, tick, tick, tick. The sound was softer than I expected, more felt than heard. I opened the long door carefully. Warm wood smell. Dust disturbed recently. Brass weights hanging clean and straight. Nothing obviously wrong, at least nothing obvious to me, who knew more about polishing Bakelite than clockworks. The hands showed 4:31. That bothered me more than the chime. If it had been broken, frozen, wildly inaccurate, fine. If it had chimed because the hour count mechanism slipped while the hands were off, also fine. But 4:31 meant it had chimed 13 minutes early and then kept time. Or else, it had already been 13 minutes wrong before I noticed, and somehow I had not noticed, which seemed unlikely because I checked the time constantly near closing. I shut the door and looked toward the front. Leonard had completed the sale and was wrapping the table's brass-capped feet in old newspaper. "Did our giant friend say something rude?" he asked. It chimed. "Yes," he said, at 4:17. That got him to look up. Did it? Yes. He considered this with a surprising lack of concern, probably settling. "It's a clock," he shrugged. "Everything settles." That was Leonard. Not careless, exactly. More like selectively practical. If a thing threatened a sale, it mattered. If it merely behaved strangely, it became part of the atmosphere. I went back to scrubbing the carved trim on a Victorian mirror frame, but the rest of the afternoon arranged itself around listening. Every little store noise seemed to outline the possibility of the next wrong chime. The fluorescent tubes in the rear buzzed faintly overhead. Somewhere near the bookshelves, old paper shifted when the front door opened, and cool air moved through. A passing bus made the window glass tremble in its lead paint channels. A record we sometimes played for customers, Billie Holiday. A little warped, ended with a soft, repetitive thump before I crossed the store and lifted the needle. At 5:02, the clock chimed once. Just once. A single note, rich and low. I looked at Leonard. He looked at me. "Okay," he said after a beat. That one was odd. The customer browsing costume jewelry, a woman in a camel coat with an expensive haircut, smiled thinly. "Charming," she said, though her hand came away from the glass case. I should say here that another person worked at Bell and Pine, though she only came in 3 days a week and usually later in the day. Tessa Vukovic was 26, female, Croatian-American, sharp-featured, and quick in both movement and opinion. She handled upholstery repairs, smaller restorations, and most of our social media, because she understood how to make an Edwardian hat stand look desirable to people who had never worn a hat in their lives. Tessa distrusted sentiment, distrusted men over 50 in scarves, distrusted stores that sold things labeled apothecary, and distrusted me, I think, for the first month because I seemed like the kind of person who apologized to furniture after bumping into it. Which, to be fair, I was. She came in at 5:20 smelling like cold air and espresso, carrying a brown paper bag with the corner darkened by oil from a pastry inside. "What's wrong?" she asked immediately. I don't know what gave it away. Maybe the way Leonard was standing too near the back aisle without pretending to dust. Maybe my face. Maybe the fact that stores like ours always felt different when something in them stopped obeying its role. "The clock's being dramatic," Leonard said. Tessa set her bag on the counter. "So normal for this place." "It chimed at 4:17, I said, then once at 5:02. She looked at the clock, then at me. "Is this a prank?" "By whom?" "By the ghost of regional craftsmanship." Leonard gave her a wounded look. Tessa walked down the aisle, long black coat swinging behind her knees, and crouched in front of the case. She was the sort of person who made crouching look purposeful instead of accidental. She listened, opened the cabinet, touched nothing at first. Then she peered up at the dial. "Has anybody serviced this since it came in?" she asked. Leonard made a small, non-committal sound. So no, it was running. That's not the same thing. She checked her phone, then the hands. It's about 6 minutes fast. It was 13 earlier, I said. According to you, according to time. Tessa straightened. Relax. Old movement, probably dirty. Maybe someone transported it badly. The strike train can slip if it's out of sync. I hated how much relief I felt at the phrase out of sync. That sounded mechanical, safe, nameable. Then Tessa added, though the random partial strike is a little weird. And there it was again, that small internal tightening. We closed at 6. The jewelry customer left with a silver filigree brooch and the expression of someone who had almost enjoyed being unsettled. Leonard turned the sign to closed, locked the front door, and went into the office to call a consignor back about a Louis Philippe dresser. Tessa ate half her pastry over the sink in the back and told me a story about a man in Oakland who tried to haggle by claiming a chair was haunted and therefore depreciated. You should have charged extra, I said. I told him that, she said. He didn't laugh, which is how I knew he was serious. The store settled into evening. Outside, Geary's traffic thinned from irritated to intermittent. The front windows turned reflective, laying the inside of Bell and Pine over the darkening street, so the lamps and cabinets seemed to continue out into the sidewalk. In the back, the grandfather clock kept ticking. Not loud, not demanding, just there. Leonard emerged from the office, rubbing the bridge of his nose. I have to head out, he said. My sister's dropping off those quilt boxes tonight. You're leaving us with Clixilla? Tessa asked. You are both grown women. That has never protected anyone in retail. He smiled despite himself and reached for his coat. Just lock up as usual. And maybe put a note on the clock needs adjustment. Do not wind. Or, I said, before I could stop myself, we could stop it. They both looked at me. It wasn't an unreasonable suggestion. If an object behaved erratically, you disabled it until someone knowledgeable inspected it. Saying it aloud made me feel faintly embarrassed, as though I'd admitted the thing was getting to me. Leonard's expression changed in a way I didn't like, amusement mixed with mild surprise, like he'd spotted a superstition in somebody who prided herself on not having any. It's an expensive piece, he said. I'd rather not have amateur interventions. I meant just let it run down. Tessa wiped sugar from her thumb. That could take a while. As if on cue, the clock chimed twice. Not 6:30. Not any recognizable fraction of an hour. 2 clean notes at 6:08 p.m. in a locked antique store with the street darkening outside. No one spoke for a second. The sound hung in the woodwork. Leonard recovered first. Well, he said too brightly, that settles it. Tessa, do you know that clock guy your uncle uses in Dolly City? Yeah, call him tomorrow. Tomorrow, I repeated. Tessa looked at me, then at Leonard. We could open the hood and stop the strike manually. Leonard hesitated. That told me everything. He didn't want to risk damage. He also didn't want to spend another evening thinking about the clock making noise in his store. The office phone started ringing. All 3 of us flinched slightly, which was ridiculous and made it worse. Leonard muttered something under his breath and went to answer it. Tessa lowered her voice. You okay? Yeah, you're doing that thing with your jaw. What thing? The thing where it looks like you're trying not to tell your dentist a secret. I laughed, because that was annoyingly accurate. I just don't want to be here if it keeps doing this. Then we stop it. Leonard said not to. Tessa glanced toward the office, where his voice had already gone soft and businesslike. Then she looked back at the clock. The pendulum continued its neat, patient arc. Tick, tick, tick. "Here's the choice," she said. "We either leave it alone and listen to it misbehave until close, which you clearly hate and I'm not thrilled about either, or we open it carefully and see if the strike lever can be disengaged without touching anything important." From the office, Leonard said, "No one is opening anything important," but he sounded distracted, half into the phone, half not. The clock did not chime again. It just kept time, or pretended to. Tessa stepped closer to the case. I stayed where I was, towel still in my hand, my pulse annoyingly visible in my wrist. The whole store seemed to be waiting with us, the shaded lamps, the tarnished silver tea set, the row of porcelain figurines with their little painted eyes. It was a simple choice on paper. Leave it for morning or interfere now. But standing there in the thin yellow light with Geary dark beyond the glass and that clock ticking as if nothing at all were wrong, it did not feel simple. It felt like the moment before you agree to something small that will turn out not to be small. Tessa didn't wait for me to agree. She slid her fingers under the edge of the clock's long glass door and eased it open with the kind of care you'd use on something that could shatter more from offense than pressure. The hinge gave a small, dry sigh. The pendulum kept swinging, brass disc catching the light in a slow, regular arc that felt, suddenly, like a heartbeat you didn't trust. "Just looking," she said, mostly to Leonard, who was still half on the phone in the office. "I can hear you," Leonard said, but he didn't come out. "Looking is acceptable. Touching is context dependent." "Noted," Tessa said. I stepped closer despite myself. I didn't want to be the person who hovered, but I also didn't want to be the person across the room when something slipped. The inside of the case smelled faintly metallic now that it was open, like cold coins. I could see the rods that led up to the movement, the polished brass weights hanging straight, their chains neat. Nothing looked broken. Nothing looked loose. Tessa leaned in, head tilted. "It's not wildly off," she murmured. "Strike trains probably just misaligned. Happens if someone moves it without locking the pendulum." "Which we didn't do," I said. "Which someone did before it got here." "From the office," Leonard said. "I purchased it from reputable people." Tessa didn't respond to that. She reached up, hovering her fingers near the back of the movement without touching. If I had a small screwdriver, I could disengage the strike lever. That would stop the chiming without stopping the time. "No tools," Leonard said, a little sharper. "Then we wait," I asked. "Then we wait," he said. The clock ticked, tick, tick, tick. We closed up the register, counted the till, and started our usual end-of-day routine. Tessa wiped down the counter, her movements efficient, almost aggressive. I wrapped a pair of brass candlesticks in brown paper, folding the corners the way Leonard liked. The rhythm of normal tasks helped. It gave my hands something to do that wasn't listening. At 6:21, the clock chimed 4 times, not evenly. The first 2 came close together, then a pause long enough that I thought it was finished, then 2 more, spaced wider. It sounded like someone trying to remember a tune and failing. Tessa froze with a rag in her hand. "Okay, I don't love that." Leonard came out of the office this time, phone in his hand, call forgotten. "That is not correct." "No," I said. "It is." "Could be the rack and snail," Tessa said, almost automatically. "If it's slipping, it might count wrong." Leonard looked at her. "Is that fixable?" "Yes. By you, probably. Not tonight." Tessa's mouth tightened. Then we should at least stop it. Leonard hesitated again, and this time the hesitation had weight. If we stop it incorrectly, we could damage the movement. If we don't, it's going to keep. She gestured toward the clock as if the rest of the sentence was obvious. Keep chiming, he said. Yes, inconsistently, which is unfortunate, but not catastrophic. It's not just unfortunate, I said before I could stop myself. It's wrong. They both looked at me. I felt heat climb up my neck, stupid and adolescent. I mean, I added, trying to flatten my voice, if it's malfunctioning, that's a problem for selling it. And for the store. That's what I said, Leonard said, but gentler now. We'll call someone in the morning. In the morning, Tessa repeated, and there was something in her tone that suggested she didn't like leaving problems to morning. The front windows had gone fully dark, reflecting us back at ourselves. 3 figures in a narrow aisle, a tall clock behind us like a fourth presence we weren't acknowledging directly. At 6:30, right on time, the clock did nothing. We all noticed. That would have been a good time for it to behave, Tessa said. Maybe it's correcting, Leonard offered. Maybe, she said, not sounding convinced. We finished closing tasks with a kind of forced normalcy. Leonard locked the office, gathered his things, and hovered by the front door longer than usual, as if deciding whether to stay. I'll call Frank first thing, he said finally. He'll come by, take a look. In the meantime, do not wind it, do not adjust it, do not perform amateur interventions, Tessa finished. Precisely. He unlocked the door, stepped out into the cool evening, then leaned back in. And don't stay too late. We won't, I said, the door shut. The lock clicked. His footsteps receded on the sidewalk. It was just us. Tessa exhaled, long and slow. He hates leaving things. I can tell. He hates paying for repairs more. That too. We stood there for a second, listening. The store felt different without Leonard. Larger somehow. Or maybe just less anchored. Okay, Tessa said. Here's what we're not going to do. What's that? We're not going to stand here waiting for it to make another weird noise and freak ourselves out. Agreed. We're going to finish up, grab our stuff, and leave. Yes, that sounds good. We moved, lights off in the back room. Check the mini fridge. Unplug the record player. It was all routine, but my attention kept snagging on the clock, on the space around it, like a tongue finding a sore spot. As I crossed the back aisle to grab my bag from the stool near the repair bench, I noticed something on the floor that hadn't been there before. A thin line of dust, disturbed. Not a footprint exactly. More like a narrow drag, as if something had brushed across the floorboards in a straight line from the base of the clock toward the shelving unit opposite. It was subtle. If I hadn't been down on the floor earlier scrubbing, I might not have noticed the difference. Tessa, I said. She came over, following my gaze. What is that? I don't know. It wasn't there before. She crouched, ran a finger lightly along the mark. It's fresh. Could it be from the pendulum? I asked. It's inside the case. Then what? The clock chimed once. We both jerked. 7:03 p.m. One note, clean and full. Tessa stood slowly. Okay, that's enough. Yeah, I said, my voice thinner than I liked. She walked back to the case and opened it again, more decisively this time. I'm not leaving it like this. Leonard said. I know what Leonard said. She leaned in, this time reaching carefully past the pendulum, her fingers finding something behind the face. I couldn't see what she was touching. Her expression was focused, lips pressed together. Just going to stop the strike, she murmured. Not the time. The pendulum swung close to her wrist. I held my breath without meaning to. Is that safe? I asked. Define safe. Tessa, I've done this before. There was a small metallic click. The pendulum faltered just for a second, then resumed. Okay, she said. I think the clock chimed. Not once, not twice. 7 rapid strikes, uneven, overlapping, as if the mechanism had been released all at once. The sound filled the store, loud enough that I felt it in my chest. Tessa yanked her hand back, hitting the edge of the case with her wrist. Shit, she said. The last note rang out and died. Silence rushed in after it, thick and immediate. Did you? I started. No, she said. I didn't mean to. We both stared at the clock. The pendulum had stopped, completely still, hanging at the center. That's not good, Tessa said. No, I said. That's not good. She reached in again, more cautiously, nudging the pendulum. It resisted, then swung once, twice, and settled back to stillness. Something's binding, she said. Shouldn't just. A faint sound came from inside the case. Not a chime, not a tick, a soft, irregular scrape, like something shifting against wood. We froze. Tell me that's normal, I said. It's not normal, she said quietly. The scrape came again, slightly louder. Tessa pulled her hand out and shut the door, as if that could contain the sound. It didn't. It was muffled, but still there, intermittent. Scrape. Pause. Scrape. My throat felt dry. Could something be inside? Inside what? The case. The base. Like something from the estate, she frowned. People don't usually store things in clocks. Usually. The scrape stopped. We waited. Nothing. Tessa let out a breath she'd been holding. Okay, this is stupid. It's probably just a loose panel or something shifting now that we messed with it. Probably, I echoed, though it didn't feel like probably. She looked at the clock, then at me. We should open the base. Now. Yes. Is that safer than leaving it if something's jammed? There it was again, the choice. Small, practical. Not really a choice at all if you framed it correctly. Okay, I said. We knelt in front of the lower door, the one that hid the weights. Tessa unlatched it carefully and swung it open. The interior was darker down there, shadowed by the case. The weights hung in place, chains taut. The wood smelled older, more enclosed. Flashlight, she said. I grabbed my phone and turned on the light, angling it inside. At first, nothing seemed out of place. Then I saw it. A cord looped around one of the chains, disappearing upward into the movement. Not part of the clock. Do you see that? I whispered. Tessa leaned closer. That's not original. No, she reached in, gently touching the cord. It moved. From above, somewhere inside the case, something shifted in response. A heavier sound this time, not just a scrape, a muted thud. We both flinched back. Okay, Tessa said, voice tight now. That's definitely not normal. Is it attached to something? Looks like it. Like what? She didn't answer immediately. She was staring into the dark space above the weights, following the cord with her eyes. Could be someone rigged something, she said finally. For transport, to keep parts from moving. Then why is it still there? Good question. The store felt very quiet around us. Too quiet. Even the street noise seemed distant now, like it had been turned down. What do we do? I asked. Tessa hesitated. That was new. I want to pull it, she said slowly. What it's attached to. And if it's holding something in place, then we'll find out. And if finding out is bad, she gave me a look that was almost a smile, but not quite. It's already bad, Mara. From somewhere inside the clock, there was another sound. A faint, irregular tap. Not like the pendulum, not like the chime. Something smaller. Faster. Tap, tap, pause, tap. My stomach dropped. That's not mechanical, I said. Tessa didn't argue. We looked at each other. The choice had changed. This wasn't about a misaligned strike anymore. It wasn't even about a damaged clock. There was something inside it that shouldn't be. Tessa reached for the cord again. "Wait," I said. What if we should call someone?" "And say what?" she asked. "Hi, there's a weird noise in an antique clock we already opened. Maybe the police." For a noise, the tapping came again, closer now. Or maybe just louder. Tap, tap, tap. Tessa swallowed. "If something's in there and it's alive, it's been trapped. That's worse if we leave it." Alive. The word landed hard. I thought of small animals, of things that could get into spaces and not get out, of bones and fur and panic. It was a reasonable explanation. It was also, somehow, worse than anything else I'd considered. "Okay," I said, "okay." Then the front door handle rattled. Hard, both of us snapped our heads toward the sound. Someone was trying the locked door. Once. Twice. Again, more forcefully. The glass vibrated in its frame. "Are you open?" A voice called from outside. Male, young, impatient. Tessa stood, wiping her hands on her jeans automatically. "We're closed," she called back. The handle rattled again, louder. "I need to talk to whoever's in charge." "Come back tomorrow," she said. "It's about the clock." The words cut through the room. Tessa and I looked at each other. The tapping inside the case stopped, completely. The man outside knocked now, sharp and insistent. "I know you have it. The tall one from Sacramento. You need to open the door." Tessa's expression shifted, something like calculations sliding into place. "That's not good," she said quietly. "No," I said, "it's not." The man knocked again. Harder this time. "Open the door." Behind us, inside the grandfather clock, something moved. Not a scrape, not a tap, a heavier, deliberate shift. And then, faint but unmistakable, the beginning of another chime. The man hit the door again, open palm this time, a flat crack that made the glass flex in its frame. "Open it," he said. Not loud now, controlled. "You don't want that thing running." Tessa didn't move toward the front. She stayed by the clock, one hand still hovering near the open lower door, like she couldn't quite decide which problem outranked the other. "Do you know him?" she asked me. "No. You didn't list it yet, right, online?" "No. Leonard was waiting for better photos." "So how does he know we have it?" "I don't know." The clock gave a single, soft pre-chime like a throat clearing, and then nothing. The sound seemed to come from higher up inside the case, above the weights, closer to the movement. The cord looped around the chain shifted again, just enough to catch the light from my phone. "Hey," the man called. "I can hear you in there." Tessa finally straightened. "Stay here," she said. "Don't open the door." "I'm not going to open it," she said. "I'm going to see him." "That's not better. It's information." She walked down the center aisle toward the front, past the mismatched dining chairs and the low table stacked with old National Geographics. I followed, because of course I did. The geography of the store suddenly felt important in a way it never had before. Narrow, one path forward, shelves hemming us in on both sides. The back room door behind us, the office door to the left near the counter, the front windows, and door ahead. Tessa stopped a few feet from the glass. "We're closed," she said through it. Up close, the man looked younger than his voice. Mid-20s maybe, white, thin, wearing a dark hoodie under a denim jacket. His hair was damp, like he'd been moving fast, or it had started to mist outside. There was a sheen of sweat on his upper lip. His eyes kept flicking past us, trying to see deeper into the store. "I know you are," he said. "I'm not here to shop. Then you can come back tomorrow." "I can't," he said. "You need to stop that clock. We're handling it." "You're not," he said. and for the first time his voice sharpened. You have no idea what you're doing. Behind us, something shifted inside the clock again. A heavier sound this time, like weight redistributing. I felt it more than heard it. Tessa didn't turn around. Who are you? Evan, he said. Evan Merck, my uncle's estate is where you got that from, the Sacramento estate. My stomach dropped a notch lower. Which uncle? Tessa asked. Rourke, he said, impatient. Daniel Rourke. He stopped himself, jaw tightening. That clock was his. What's wrong with it? I asked, stepping closer to the glass despite myself. Evan looked at me then, really looked, like he was trying to gauge how much to say. It's not just a clock, he said. There's something inside it. And if it's doing what it was doing, you need to shut it down. We tried, Tessa said. It's not cooperating. Yeah, he said, with a humorless huff. That tracks. Then tell us how, she said, without us opening the door. He hesitated, glancing past us again. Is it still chiming? He asked. Yes, I said. How often? Wrong times, Tessa said. Random, and she stopped. What? There's a cord inside. Looping the chain, Evan's face changed. The impatience flattened into something else. Not surprise, recognition. Okay, he said. Okay, that's bad. Define bad, I said. It means he didn't take it out, Evan said. Or couldn't. Who? Tessa asked. My uncle, he said. Look, I can't explain this through a door. You need to let me in. No, Tessa said immediately. Evan dragged a hand through his hair. Then at least listen. The cord is attached to a latch, a hidden compartment, in the base or behind the movement, depending on the model. A compartment for what? I asked. He met my eyes again. Storage. For what? I repeated. For things you don't want found, he said. A cold, practical answer. No drama. That made it worse. Behind us, the clock chimed again. 3 notes, uneven, the last one cutting off halfway through like someone had dampened it with a hand. Evan flinched. That's not good. You keep saying that, Tessa said. What actually happens if we don't stop it? He hesitated again, longer this time. Pressure builds, he said finally. Pressure, I echoed. It's mechanical, he said quickly. Part of the modification. If it cycles wrong, if the latch doesn't release properly, it can jam hard. And then what? Tessa asked. And then you won't be able to open it at all, he said. Not without breaking the case. The clock ticked, stubborn and steady, like it was trying to prove him wrong. Tessa exhaled. Okay, so we need to disengage the latch before that happens. Yes. How? Evan glanced at the lock again. I can show you. No, she said. He laughed once, short and sharp. You're kidding, right? You're going to take apart a modified antique clock with something inside it that you don't understand, based on instructions shouted through glass. We've been doing fine so far, she said. From behind us came another sound. Not a scrape, not a tap, a dull, hollow knock from inside the clock. I felt every muscle in my back tighten. Evan heard it too. His face went pale. You hear that, he said. You hear that, right? We hear it, Tessa said, but her voice had lost some of its edge. That's not mechanical, he said. We know. Then why are we still talking? He snapped. Open the door. No, she said again, but softer now. The knock came again, 3 times spaced out. Deliberate. Knock, pause, knock, pause, knock. I swallowed. That's not an animal, Tessa didn't answer. Evan leaned closer to the glass. You don't have a lot of time. If the latch locks whatever's in there, he stopped. What? I said. He shook his head. It doesn't matter. You just need to get it open. Didn't your uncle remove it? Tessa asked. Evan's mouth tightened. Because he thought he could control it. That's not an answer. It's the only one you're getting right now. The clock chimed again. 5 rapid strikes, overlapping, louder than before. The sound seemed to vibrate through the floorboards, through my knees where I stood. Something inside the case shifted violently this time, a thud, then a scrape like wood against wood. Tessa turned, finally, breaking eye contact with Evan. "Okay," she said. "We're doing this." "Doing what?" I asked, though I knew. "We open it," she said. "We find the latch, we disengage it. And if he's wrong, then we're back where we started," she said, with a broken clock. "And if he's right," she looked at me, really looked. "Then we're already in it," she said. We went back to the clock. The path felt longer this time. The store seemed narrower, the shadows deeper. My phone light shook slightly in my hand, betraying me. Tessa knelt in front of the base again. I crouched beside her, angling the light inside. "Okay," she said. "We follow the cord." It ran up from the chain, disappearing behind the weights into the darker upper section. There was no obvious access panel, no clean seam. "Maybe from the back," I said. "Maybe," she said. Or another knock from inside, louder now. I jerked back, hitting my shoulder against the shelf behind me. A stack of magazines slid, one falling to the floor with a soft slap. "Jesus," I muttered. "Easy," Tessa said, but her hands were shaking now. "Maybe it's just something loose," I said quickly, grasping for it. "Like a panel." Or the knock came again, harder, and then suddenly a muffled voice. So faint I thought I imagined it. I froze. "Did you?" I started. "Don't," Tessa said sharply. "Don't do that." I heard something. "It's the mechanism," she said, echoing. "Don't." The sound came again. Not a word, not clear enough to be language, but not metal either. Something softer. Something that made the hairs on my arms stand up. Tessa closed her eyes for a second, like she was bracing herself. "Okay," she said. "We're not opening the back. We're pulling the cord." "What? If it's attached to a latch, pulling it should release it. And if it's attached to something else, then we'll find out faster," she said. "That's not reassuring. Nothing about this is reassuring." She reached in, wrapping the cord around her fingers for a better grip. "Wait," I said. "Evan, I'm not asking him," she said. "Why not?" "Because I don't trust him," she said. "And because if he wanted this thing controlled, he should have shown up before it started knocking." The knocking came again, louder now, more urgent, not random, patterned. That was the worst part. It had a rhythm. My chest tightened, that old, familiar panic rising, the same one I felt as a kid, listening to the dryer tick wrong. Except now it was louder, closer, impossible to ignore. "Tessa," I said, my voice thin. "Just be careful." She nodded once and pulled. The cord slid at first, smooth and easy, like it had slack. Then it caught. "Something's resisting," she said through clenched teeth. "Stop," I said. "Maybe that's," the clock chimed. All of it. A full, cascading strike, far too many notes, overlapping into a chaotic roar of sound. The entire case vibrated. The weights swung slightly on their chains. Tessa pulled harder, reacting instinctively. The cord gave. There was a sharp, internal snap. And then silence. Complete. The pendulum, which had been still, twitched once and stopped. The ticking ceased. Even the ambient store noise seemed to drop away for a second, like the room itself was holding its breath. Tessa let go of the cord slowly. "Okay," she whispered. "Okay, I think." Something slammed from inside the clock. Not a knock. A full body impact. The lower door shuddered against its hinges. I fell backward, scrambling away, heart hammering. "What the hell was that?" I shouted. Tessa stared at the case, eyes wide. "Back up," she said. We both retreated a few steps, bumping into the narrow aisle behind us. The front door rattled again. "Did you do it?" Evan yelled. "Did you pull it?" No one answered. Inside the clock, something shifted again. Heavier now, freer. Another impact, harder. The door latch jumped in its housing. Tessa grabbed my arm. "We need to get out of here." "Front or back?" I said. Another slam. The wood creaked. "Front," she said. "We can't get through the back fast enough." We turned toward the front of the store. And that's when the lights went out. Not a flicker, not a gradual dimming. A hard, total cut. The store dropped into darkness, so complete it felt physical. "Shit," Tessa said. From the clock, in the dark, came one last sound. A slow, deliberate creak, like a door opening from the inside. The dark changed the store. That was the first thing. Not just that I couldn't see. I knew bell and pine in pieces, the dip in the floorboards by the bookcase, the way the lamp aisle narrowed near the painted folding screen, the half step down into the back work area, where I had nearly rolled my ankle twice in 11 months. But in the blackout, the store stopped being a place arranged for browsing and turned into stacked mass. 100 hard edges waiting at knee height and shin height and face height. The front windows reflected nothing now. Geary Boulevard was only a diluted gray smear beyond the glass. "Tessa," I said too loud. "Here." Her fingers found my sleeve and closed hard. Another slam came from the grandfather clock behind us. Wood cracked, not fully, but enough that the sound traveled through the dark like a bone giving under pressure. At the front door, Evan shouted, "Don't let it out." That did not help. "What is it?" I yelled back. No answer. Just his hand hitting the glass once, flat and urgent. Tessa dragged me sideways. "Counter," she said. "Phone, flashlight." We moved by memory more than sight, stumbling down the center aisle. My thigh hit the corner of a walnut side table so hard I felt the pain bloom hot and sick a second later. Something ceramic toppled and shattered near my feet. I swore, breathless. Tessa kept hold of my jacket, steering. I could hear her breathing now, short, clipped, already ragged. Behind us, a hinge screamed. Not the grandfather clock chiming. Not a mechanical slip. A door under strain. We reached the front counter and nearly ran into it. I put both hands out just in time. The brass bell rolled off and hit the floor with a tiny, bright ring. "Drawer," Tessa said. "I know." My fingers fumbled over old receipts, the roll of twine. The dead penlight Leonard refused to throw out. I found my phone where I'd left it charging, yanked it free, thumb shaking over the screen. The flashlight came on and carved a narrow white tunnel through the dark. The beam hit the front door first, Evan outside, face pale and flattened by reflection, one hand shielding his eyes from the sudden light. Then I swung it toward the back. The grandfather clock stood at the end of the aisle, taller in the dark, the uppercase door hanging slightly ajar. The lower door was open now. I knew, rationally, that it had already been open from when we'd knelt there. But in that first second, the sight landed wrong, like the clock had opened itself wider while we weren't looking. "Tessa," I said, "I see it." The beam trembled down the case. One brass weight still hung straight. The second had shifted. The third was gone from view, not gone, blocked. Something had jammed in the base. Then came the sound again, soft, fast, irregular, not tapping now. Breathing, human breathing. Everything in me went still. Evan pounded the door. "You need to pin the inner panel shut." "The what?" Tessa shouted. He jabbed a finger toward the back of the store. "There's a second door inside the case. If the latch released, The compartment's open. You have to close it. My mouth had gone dry. There's someone in there. Evan didn't answer quickly enough. That was answer enough. Tessa swore in Croatian, low and vicious. Why would there be someone in there? Because my uncle used it, Evan shouted, voice cracking now. For transport, for cash, documents, whatever he didn't want found. Sometimes he stopped himself. Sometimes what? I yelled. The breathing from inside the clock changed. There was a rustle, fabric against wood, then a dull blow from within the case that made the upper door swing wider. Evan shouted, sometimes people. For 1 second, nobody moved. The word did not fit the space. It was too big and too plain and too real. People. Tessa looked at me, and I saw the same thought land in her face that had already landed in mine. Not a haunting, not an animal, not a trick of sound. A compartment. A person. Someone trapped in an antique clock in the back of our store. That's insane, I said. Yeah, Tessa snapped. Doesn't make it false. She was already moving. She grabbed the long fireplace poker we kept in an umbrella stand beside the Victorian hall tree. A prop more than a tool, black iron with a shepherd's crook handle, and shoved it into my hands. Light, she said. Stay with me. No, we should call. We are out of time. She was right, and I hated her for being right. We ran back down the aisle. The phone beam bounced off glass and gilt and polished wood, making everything seem to twitch. At the clock, Tessa crouched in front of the open lower door and leaned in, ignoring the way I hovered uselessly behind her. Hey, she shouted into the case. Can you hear me? The breathing stopped. Then a voice came from inside, raw and small, and so unexpected my knees nearly went out under me. Please, not loud, not dramatic. A woman's voice scraped thin by thirst or terror or lack of air. Just one word, swallowed by wood. Tessa shut her eyes for half a second. Okay, she said to herself. Okay. I crouched beside her and angled the light into the base. Now that I knew what I was looking for, I saw it. Behind the hanging weights was a panel barely visible. It seemed lost in the dark woodwork. The cord we had pulled must have released it, but whatever internal pressure, Evan had meant it jammed it half open. Through the gap, I caught the edge of denim skin, the white flash of an eye. Oh my God, I whispered. The eye flinched from the light. Sorry, I said immediately, lowering the beam. Sorry. At the front door, Evan yelled, if the side lock engaged, it opens inward from the top. There's a spring pin on the left. Tessa shouted back, you could have said this 10 minutes ago. I was trying to get inside. She set both hands on the clock case and felt along the inner seam. Mara, light higher. I lifted the beam. There, hidden behind the decorative trim, was a brass pin no longer than my thumb. Tessa hooked it with one fingernail. It didn't move. Poker, she said. I handed it to her. She wedged the narrow tip under the pin and levered. The metal slipped with a shriek and bit her knuckle. She hissed and jerked back. Blood slicked instantly across the back of her hand. Are you okay? Fine. You're not fine. Neither is she. Inside the compartment, the woman made a faint sound, not quite a sob, more the sound of someone trying not to waste air. Tessa reset the poker and pushed harder. The pin moved this time, maybe a quarter inch, then stopped. Again, she muttered. I took hold of the clock case to steady it. The wood felt warm from trapped air inside. The smell coming through the gap was awful now that the movement had fully stopped. Old wood, sweat, stale breath, something chemical under it, maybe oil or adhesive. Human smell enclosed too long. Who is she? I called toward the front. I don't know, Evan shouted back. My uncle had runners, couriers, girls sometimes. If something went wrong, Tessa looked up so sharply, I thought she might throw the poker across the store. If something went wrong, he'd move people, Evan said. Across state lines, without records, cash jobs, fake names. He used antiques for concealment. I only found out after he died. The woman inside the clock made a hoarse, panicked noise, hearing us talk about her around her. About what she might be. Don't, I said to Evan. Shut up, he did. Tessa shoved again. The pin slid free all at once. She nearly fell forward. Something inside the case released with a deep wooden clunk. Back, she said. We both recoiled instinctively. Nothing burst out. No sudden attack. Just a slow inward swing of the hidden panel, opening the compartment another 2 inches before sticking again. The gap was enough now to see more. A shoulder. Tangled dark hair. A face turned sideways in the cramped dark. She looked young. Early 20s maybe. White or light-skinned Latina. It was hard to tell under the sweat and grime. Duct tape ringed one wrist, though the hands themselves were free now. Her lips were cracked. Her pupils blew wide in my flashlight. Hey, I said, because it was all I had. Hey, you're okay. She gave me the kind of look people give liars. Tessa braced one foot against the clock base and pulled at the hidden panel with her good hand. It barely shifted. It still jammed. Can she fit? No. The woman tried to move and let out a thin, involuntary cry. Not loud. Pain had flattened it. What hurts? Tessa asked. The answer came after a second, barely audible. Leg. I felt sick. The compartment must have been smaller than we thought. Her body folded into whatever space Daniel Rourke had made for cargo he didn't want seen. Hours in there, maybe longer. Every wrong chime the clock had given while she was inside it. Every blow against the wood her trying to make noise. My private fear, the wrong rhythm, the off-pattern sound, suddenly seemed shameful. It had never been the clock hurting me. It had been someone inside it, trying to get our attention through a mechanism. Mara, Tessa said. Office. Landline if the power's out, or your phone if it is. Call 911. Tell them entrapment, medical emergency, possible trafficking. I stared at her. Mara, right, move. I ran. The office was behind the counter to the left, a narrow square with filing cabinets, Leonard's old desk, the mini fridge, the stale smell of paper and dust. My phone still had signal. My hands shook so badly, I hit the wrong numbers twice. On the third try, the operator picked up, calm and immediate, and I heard my own voice sound strange, overbright, as I gave the address on Geary, explained the hidden compartment, the trapped woman, the man outside, the blackout. The operator made me repeat the address. Then, are you in immediate danger right now? I looked through the office doorway toward the dark aisle. I could hear Tessa talking low and firm to the woman, could hear Wood straining as she tried to widen the opening. From outside, Evan shouting directions none of us fully trusted. Yes, I said, I think so. Police and fire are en route. Do not attempt to force anything that could collapse the compartment if you can avoid it. Too late for that, I thought. I grabbed the office first aid kit on instinct and ran back. Tessa had managed to widen the gap another inch. Her injured hand was dripping onto the floorboards. The woman inside was more visible now, one cheek pressed against carved interior wood. She was breathing fast, shallow, on the edge of panic. Help is coming, I said. How long? Tessa asked without looking up. They didn't say. That lines too long. From the front, Evan shouted, "There should be screws on the rear panel. If you can get behind it, you can take the back off." The back. I looked at the geography of the store and saw the problem at once. The grandfather clock stood almost flush against the wall, boxed in on one side by the lamp shelves, and on the other by a display of framed mirrors leaned like dominoes. To reach the back, we'd have to move half the aisle. Tessa saw it too. "Damn it," the woman in the clock whispered something. "What?" I asked, leaning closer. "Can't," she said. "Can't breathe." That decided it. "We move it," Tessa said. "It weighs like 500 pounds. Then we move everything around it." That was our first real attempt, and it failed almost immediately. We cleared the lamp shelf first, yanking 2 stained glass shades free and setting them recklessly on the floor. I dragged the painted screen out of the way, almost tripping over its feet. Tessa shoved at the nearest mirror frame and winced hard enough that I knew her hand was worse than she was admitting. Made a strip of space behind the clock, but when we tried to rock the case forward enough to pivot it, the base caught in the warped floorboards and held fast. "Again," Tessa said through gritted teeth. We pushed together. The clock moved maybe half an inch. The hidden panel shifted with it, and from inside came a cry so sharp it cut right through me. We stopped. "Stop," the woman gasped. "Please." Tessa bent over, hands on her knees, breathing hard. A strand of hair had stuck to the blood on her knuckles. "Okay, not that." My own shoulder was on fire from where I'd slammed it earlier. My thigh throbbed. Sweat had gone cold at the base of my spine. Outside, sirens started somewhere far off. Not close enough yet. City sirens could be for anything. We had to try something else. The second attempt came from desperation and turned, for 1 second, into pure animal terror. Tessa remembered the restoration bench in the back room. "Mallet," she said, "and the flat pry bar." I ran for them, half blinded by the flashlight beam bouncing wild over shelves. In the dark back room, every shape looked wrong. For one awful second, when the beam swept over the hanging coat near the rear door, I thought someone was standing there. I actually heard myself make a short, humiliating sound in my throat before the light settled, and it was only Leonard's winter coat, forgotten on a hook, the sleeve moving slightly in the draft from under the door. A misfire of the mind. Nothing more. I grabbed the mallet and pry bar and hurried back, ashamed of how badly my body wanted to bolt. Tessa took the pry bar, wedged it into the panel gap, and tapped with the mallet. Once, twice, the wood groaned. On the third, strike the decorative trim on the clock base split with a crack that seemed to hurt the whole store. "Sorry, Leonard," I muttered automatically. The panel gave another inch, enough for the trapped woman's arm to slide through. Her hand shot out blind and clamped around my wrist with startling force. I gasped. Her skin was icy. Her fingers trembled violently. "Don't leave," she whispered. "I won't," I said, and I meant it. Whatever else happened after this, whatever police questions or ambulance lights or Leonard's face when he saw his valuable clock gutted on the floor, I wasn't leaving her in there alone. "Tessa," I said, her arm S through. "Good. That means her shoulder can rotate." She looked at the opening, calculating. "Maybe if we free the leg." "How?" "I need to see inside." There was only one way to do that. She lay flat on the floorboards, pressed her face to the gap, and aimed my phone inside while I held the woman's hand. Tessa went very still. "What?" I asked. Quietly, without lifting her head, she said, "There's a metal brace inside. Homemade." It folded down when the latch released. It's pinning her shin. Can you move it? Maybe. It's spring-loaded. As if to confirm it, the brace gave a tiny metallic twitch inside the compartment. Outside, the sirens grew louder, then seemed to veer away, then back again. Hard to tell in the city canyons. Not close enough. Still not close enough. Tessa shoved the pry bar through the gap, working by feel. When I say, pull her toward you. Not hard, just enough. The woman's grip on me tightened until it hurt. No, she whispered. No, you need your leg free, Tessa said, steady but breathless. I know. On 3, the brace scraped. The woman screamed. Not loud, not long. A single shredded sound that tore through the room and left all of us panting after it. Again, Tessa said, almost to herself. She levered harder. Her injured hand slipped on the bar. Blood slicked the wood. I grabbed the lower end to stabilize it and felt the vibration of metal straining against metal. Then the brace snapped loose. Now I pulled. The woman came halfway out in a rush of denim, sweat, and dead weight. She hit the floorboards hard, tangled in her own limbs, and the hidden brace inside the clock recoiled upward with a violent bang. Tessa fell backward from the released force and cracked her head against the base of a cabinet. The sound was small, but I heard it. Tessa, I'm okay, she said too fast, one hand already going to the back of her skull. When she pulled it away, there was blood there too. Not much. Enough. The woman on the floor tried to crawl and collapsed immediately. Her left leg bent wrong below the knee, not grotesquely, but wrong enough. Either badly sprained or fractured. Her jeans were damp with urine. Her face was gray with exhaustion. A strip of tape still clung to one sleeve. She couldn't have been in that compartment more than a day or two, I thought wildly. Longer, and she wouldn't have been conscious. Short enough to survive. Long enough to be ruined by it. From the front door, Evan shouted, "Is she out?" Nobody answered him. Tessa rolled onto one elbow, dazed. Drag her away from the clock. Why? Because if there's anything else in there, I want distance. That was smart. I hated that I now heard every practical instruction as if from very far away. I hooked my arms under the woman's shoulders. She cried out when her leg dragged, and I apologized uselessly again and again, pulling her down the aisle toward the front counter where the floor was clearer. She was lighter than she should have been. Behind us, the clock stood open and ruined, its secret visible now, its chimes finally gone. Then the front lock gave. A sharp metallic pop. I looked up. Evan had forced the door. He stumbled inside, breathing hard, one shoulder lowered from the hit he must have used to break the old lock. He stopped when he saw the woman on the floor. All the urgency drained out of him and left something uglier in its place: recognition, guilt, maybe fear. "Oh God," he said. The woman twisted toward his voice. Even half conscious, she recoiled. Not from the store, not from us, from him. Tessa saw it too. She pushed herself upright, swaying once, and snatched the brass cash bell off the floor like a weapon. "No," she said. Evan lifted both hands. "I'm not here for her. Funny timing. I came because of the clock." "Same thing," Tessa said. Sirens finally flooded Geary outside. Real this time, close. Blue and red light strobed across the front windows and smeared over the antiques, over Evan's face, over the wrecked aisle and the cracked clock case, and the woman I was holding upright with both arms while she shook. That should have felt like rescue. It did not. Not entirely. Because the store still smelled like old wood and trapped breath. Because the woman had been in there while We counted the till and made jokes, and listened to wrong chimes without understanding, because Tessa was bleeding from 2 places, and I could not stop hearing the difference between those earlier sounds, the ones I'd feared, and what they had really been all along. The conflict was over by then, in the practical sense. The woman was out. The police were at the door. Paramedics were running in with a stretcher and a cutting kit and questions. Evan was being turned, handcuffed, face to the glass he had forced to enter through. Bell and Pine would not be a normal store again after that night. Maybe it never should have been. But as the sirens pulsed through the window and the paramedic knelt beside us and touched my shoulder to ask if I was injured too, I looked back once at the grandfather clock. The moon phase dial glimmered faintly in my dropped phone light. The hands had stopped at 7:19, and even with everything visible now, hidden panel, broken trim, blood on the case, the whole plain human ugliness of it, I still had the sick, irrational feeling that if someone wound it again, it would start chiming at the wrong times forever. Not because of anything supernatural, because some sounds, once you know what they really meant, never go back to being harmless. By the time the paramedics got me to sit down, I had blood on both hands that wasn't mine and a cut across my left palm I still couldn't account for. I was on the floor behind the front counter, back against the register cabinet, while one of the EMTs shone a penlight in my eyes and asked me the same questions 2 different ways. What's your name? Mara. Last name? Ellison. Do you know where you are? Bell and Pine. What day is it? Thursday. Then I hesitated. I think. He gave me a look that was not unkind. Close enough. My leg had stiffened where I'd smashed it against the walnut table in the dark. My thigh was swelling under my jeans, deep and ugly. The cut in my palm needed butterfly strips, not stitches. They cleaned it anyway and wrapped it with a precision that made the whole thing feel briefly manageable, like this was what had happened. A workplace injury, some glass, a bad night. A form to fill out. Across the store, none of it looked manageable. The police had flooded Bell and Pine with white light, portable scene lamps, flashlights. The front door stood propped open, its old lock plate hanging crooked where Evan had forced it. Outside, Geary Boulevard went on doing what cities do when you are inside your worst hour. Cars passed. Someone laughed too loudly half a block down. A bus exhaled at a stop. The fog had thickened enough to catch the red and blue strobes and turn them soft at the edges. The grandfather clock was on its side by then. That detail stayed with me more than the handcuffs or the stretcher. Something so upright for so long laid over and opened like a body at the scene of a crash. The hidden compartment had been pried fully apart by fire personnel so they could inspect it safely. The elegant fluted columns had split. The moon phase dial stared sideways from the floor. One brass weight had rolled under a display cabinet and rested there against a stack of old Life magazines as if it belonged. The young woman they pulled from inside it was alive. That became the sentence everything else arranged itself around. Alive, dehydrated, borderline hypothermic despite the summer air, with a fractured left tibia and bruising along both shoulders and hips where the compartment had pressed into her. Alive, with abrasions on her wrists and a chemical smell on her jacket the paramedic later said might have been from adhesive or cleaning solvent. Alive, though she wouldn't let the male medic near her, until a woman from the second ambulance came in and crouched down and spoke to her quietly for nearly 3 minutes before touching her. I never learned exactly what she said. I remember the woman's face better than I remember her name at first, because names came later, through police voices and paperwork. Her face was pale under the grime, her lips split, her hair stuck to one cheek with sweat. When they tried to move her onto the stretcher, she made that thin, involuntary sound again, and clutched the sleeve of the female medic with both hands like she thought they might put her back. "No," she whispered. "No closed box. No." So they changed course, sat her up first, let her see every movement, wrapped her in blankets instead of straps, until the doctor in the ambulance could explain exactly what would happen next. Real people adapting in real time, and because of that, it somehow felt worse. Not less frightening, just more solid. Tessa refused transport the first 2 times they offered it. She was on a folding chair near the office door, with gauze taped into her hair, and 2 strips across the back of her right hand where the knuckles had opened. She looked furious, which was how she looked when she was frightened enough to resent it. One EMT was trying to convince her that head wounds bleed more than they mean, which did mean they meant nothing. "I'm not concussed," she said. "You threw up once." I was stressed. "You were hit in the head. I met retail targets this quarter too. That doesn't make it medically relevant." The EMT blinked. "I need you to stop being funny." "I'm not being funny." Leonard arrived while that conversation was happening. I saw him through the open doorway first, stopped short on the sidewalk by the sight of the police tape unspooling across his front window. He had driven back from wherever he'd been and was still wearing his coat wrong. One sleeve only half on, glasses askew like he'd put them on one-handed. For a second, he simply stood there, taking in the lights, the ambulance, the people moving through his store with clipboards and gloves. Then he came in. No one stopped him at first because he had the expression of a man already inside the disaster, not approaching it. "What happened?" he said, and then, looking past me, "Good God." His gaze landed on the clock on its side. The damage, the split wood, the exposed compartment, then on Tessa with blood in her hair, then on me wrapped in gauze, then on the paramedics wheeling the young woman out. His whole face changed. There are people who become more themselves in a crisis, and people who become less. Leonard became smaller, not morally, but physically, as if the body has its own way of folding around shock. He took off his glasses and polished them with shaking fingers, because that was what his hands knew how to do when they needed something to hold. "Mara," he said, "are you all right?" I almost laughed. Not because it was funny, because it was such a hopelessly small question inside that room. "I think so. Tessa, probably," she said. He looked at the stretcher being loaded into the ambulance. "Who? A woman?" I said. He closed his eyes briefly. "Yes, I can see that." One of the officers came over then, introduced himself, began the first round of practical questions. Owner of the premises, time of departure, description of the clock's acquisition, any paperwork from the estate sale, whether Leonard knew Daniel Rourke personally. Leonard answered all of it in the same papery voice he used with customers asking for discounts, except now it shook on the vowels. "No," through a liquidator. "Yes, invoice should be in the office file." "No, I had no reason to suspect." He stopped there. Had no reason to suspect. It sounded true and insufficient at once. They arrested Evan outside the store. I didn't see the cuffs go on because I was giving a statement to a detective in a Navy windbreaker who kept asking me to repeat sequences in order. First the chime, then the door, then the chord, then the blackout. But I did see Evan later, through the front window, sitting on the curb with his wrists bound in front of him, while another officer spoke into a shoulder radio. He looked 25 then, not older, not ominous, just young and ruined and wet-haired and tired in a way that made me think he hadn't been sleeping well long before tonight. He kept saying variations of the same thing. I came to stop it. I told them what to do. I didn't put her in there. Officer taking my statement asked, "Do you believe he was involved?" I looked at Evan through the glass, then at the ruined front lock, then at the bright rectangle where the clock had stood for 3 weeks with a living person inside it while we dusted and joked and sold brooches. I think, I said carefully, he knew more than he told us when he first showed up. That seemed to satisfy the law, if not me. The detective wrote for a while and then asked if I wanted victim services contact information. I said yes before I had the chance to be embarrassed by it. That night bled into morning by inches. Statements, photographs, evidence bags, a forensic team that arrived past midnight and treated the clock less like furniture and more like a vehicle or a safe. They found the hidden brace Tessa had dislodged, the spring mechanism, the false back, traces of duct tape, adhesive, fibers, partial prints. Later, much later, they found a second modified item from the same estate in a storage facility in South San Francisco, a cedar trunk with a false bottom, empty, but enough to suggest the clock had not been an isolated design choice. Around 2 in the morning, I sat on the curb outside Bell and Pine in a borrowed blanket and watched the city return to itself around the crime scene. Bar noise rose and fell. A man walking a French bulldog paused to stare, thought better of asking, and kept going. My phone buzzed with 2 missed calls from my sister in Portland because I had sent a single useless text, "Bad night at work. I'm okay," and then stopped responding. Tessa finally let them take her to urgent care when she stood up too fast and had to put a hand on the squad car to steady herself. Before she left, she came over and crouched in front of me, blanket dragging on the sidewalk. "You need someone with you?" she asked. "I don't know." "That's not an answer." "Then yes," I said. She nodded once. "I'll come back after they scan my head." "That's dramatic. I learned it from you." Her knuckles were bandaged into clumsy white blocks. I wanted to say something grateful and normal and failed. Instead, I said, "You were right." "No, I wasn't," she said. "I just panicked in a direction that happened to work." Then she stood and walked to the ambulance without looking back. Leonard closed the store himself at dawn, though there was hardly a store left to close. The police released the front half of the premises just after 5 in the morning, but kept the rear aisle, office, and clock area sealed. Yellow evidence markers still dotted the floorboards. Broken porcelain had been swept into a box and left by the register. One display cabinet was cracked. The front lock was splintered beyond repair. The grandfather clock was gone, hauled out piece by piece under tarps once the investigators had finished with it. The empty patch where it had stood looked obscene. Leonard made coffee in the office with his old drip machine because apparently some habits can survive anything. The power was back by then. The fluorescent tubes hummed. The mini fridge buzzed. A normal morning soundscape returning itself to the room as if we had earned it. He handed me a mug and sat on the other side of the desk amid invoices and dust prints from gloved hands. "I'm sorry," he said. "For what?" for leaving, for not stopping the damned thing, for buying it. He stared at the surface of his coffee. For all the ways a person can be foolish while thinking he's merely busy. I didn't answer right away. The easy thing would have been to absolve him. He hadn't known. None of us had. But Bell and Pine ran on the minor negligence of old objects and improvised fixes, and trusting that provenance paperwork meant more than it did. That wasn't criminal. It was ordinary. Ordinary enough to be part of how something terrible got to sit in a back aisle for 3 weeks under a handwritten tag that said Pennsylvania, 1890s. We didn't know, I said finally. No. He rubbed his thumb against the mug handle. But we also didn't look very hard. That was true. It sat between us. The next week happened in administrative fragments. I gave a formal recorded statement at the station. Tessa did too, wearing sunglasses indoors and speaking in clipped, legal-sounding sentences whenever she thought emotion might leak in if she used plain language. Leonard met with detectives, insurance adjusters, a locksmith, and the estate liquidator's attorney. Bell and Pine closed temporarily for repairs, and unofficially, because none of us could bear the thought of a customer wandering in asking whether we had any nice sideboards, while the indentation from a body still existed in our memory of the room. The woman from the clock was named Anna Kovacs. 21. Hungarian mother, American father. Picked up in Sacramento under promises of under-the-table work and transport south. That was the clean version we were given, the one suitable for reports and second-hand retelling. The unclean version stayed mostly where it belonged, in the criminal file, in her own account, in the expression she wore in one local news clip when they blurred her face and changed her name, and still anyone who knew fear could have recognized it. She survived. Her leg required surgery. She gave enough information to pull on other threads connected to Daniel Rourke's business, and those threads led to warrants, then arrests, then a news cycle that lasted 9 days and was replaced by something else. That is one of the ugliest ordinary facts in the world. Almost anything can become old news by the second week. Evan's role stayed muddy for longer. He was not charged with the kidnapping itself, at least not initially. Accessory questions, knowledge, obstruction, whether coming to stop it counted as attempted rescue or damage control once he realized the clock had been sold and the wrong people were hearing it chime. His lawyer said one thing. The detectives implied another. Anna refused to say his name at first, then later said only that he had been around the house before. Around. Not enough for me. Maybe enough for court. I stopped trying to guess which category of guilt he belonged in. It was still guilt. 3 weeks later, Bell and Pine reopened with a new lock, repaired floorboards, and a different arrangement in the back aisle. No clocks. That was Leonard's decision. Not just grandfather clocks. Any clock larger than a mantelpiece. People have phones, he said, with brittle finality. And that was that. The store looked almost normal if you had never seen it before. Lamps relit, silver polished, the cracked cabinet replaced, the little brass bell back on the register counter after I found it under a basket of unsorted linens. We sold 2 Art Deco sconces on the first Saturday back, and a woman spent 20 minutes debating between blue and green depression glass, as if the world had not split open here. I wrapped her purchase in tissue paper with steady hands, mostly steady. I still listened too much, Every store has sounds: expansion and settling, traffic tremor, a radiator tick, the refrigerator compressor, the old front door giving one tired click after it closes. None of that had changed. What had changed was me. I heard pattern first now and explanation second, and I hated that. Twice in the first month after reopening, I had to step into the office and sit with the door shut because a floor lamp cord was brushing the wall in a repetitive scrape that my body interpreted as warning before my mind could catch up. Tessa got headaches for a while. She never said they were from the fall. She said things like screen time or dehydration or bad coffee, and then squinted through the pain. She also installed battery lanterns in 3 places around the store, bought a full trauma kit without asking Leonard, and mounted a slim crowbar inside the office closet. Practical responses. Her way of not discussing fear by changing the conditions under which it might return. Once, while we were repricing a set of brass candlesticks, I asked if she thought Anna heard us out there before we heard her. Tessa didn't look up. Probably. The answer sat in the dust and late afternoon light between us. That ever bother you? I asked. Yes, she said, all the time. And then she went back to the price tags, because that was what you did after the answer. In October, Leonard received permission to remove the remaining police seal from the wall panel where the clock had stood. There was no blood there, no stain, no outline. Just lighter paint where the wood had blocked the sun for a few weeks. He covered it with a narrow bookshelf full of old travel guides and called it improvement. I never told him that some evenings, when the fog pressed at the windows and Geary's traffic thinned out, and the store entered that in-between hour where reflections began to layer over the room, I still found myself glancing toward that shelf, expecting to see dark wood and brass. Not because I thought the clock would come back, because absence can take a shape. The last thing I'll tell you is small. Months later, after the case had mostly moved out of the newspapers and into court dates, I tried not to follow too closely. A man came into Bell and Pine looking for a wedding gift. He was ordinary in every way that matters: a navy jacket, polite smile, maybe 40, smelling faintly of rain. He bought a silver-plated serving spoon we had in the front case and paid cash. As I wrapped it, he nodded toward the back aisle and said, "Didn't there used to be a tall case clock back there?" My hands paused on the paper. "We changed the layout," I said. "Huh." He looked mildly puzzled. "Funny. I could have sworn I heard one chime when I walked by last week." He said it casually, the way people say they thought a store used to be where the dry cleaner is now. Then he took his package, thanked me, and left. There are explanations for that. There are always explanations. A phone notification outside, echoing off the glass. A bus kneeling at the curb with its air brakes sighing in 2 tones. The radiator in the rear clicking through expansion. The mind, once taught a pattern, eager to find it again. I know that. I knew it even then. Still, after he left, I stood alone at the register with the wrapped spoon in my hands and listened to the shop breathe around me, the fridge hum, the faint traffic wash, Tessa in the back opening and closing a drawer, and for one long second, I could not make myself turn toward the empty place where the clock had once stood. Then I did. There was only the bookshelf, travel guides, dust, a strip of afternoon light, nothing else, which should have been a comfort. It mostly was. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, Don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Walked Through an Empty Parking Garage, and the echoes weren't mine. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first wrong thing was small enough that I tried to fix it with logic. I heard my own steps come back at me from the concrete, sharp and hollow. The usual garage sound, except one set of echoes kept arriving half a beat late, as if a second person were stepping when I was. I stopped near the painted pillar marked B4, and the sound stopped too. The level fell back into itself, the distant hum of ventilation fans, a drip somewhere I couldn't place, the faint electric buzz from the fluorescent strip over the stairwell door. I stood there with my keys pinched between my fingers and told myself what anyone would tell themselves: angles, surfaces, open levels, weird acoustics. Parking garages do that. They take something simple and hand it back wrong. Then I started walking again, and for 3 strides it was only me. On the 4th, it came back. My name is Nora Walsh. I was 31 that summer, and I had one of those jobs you can only explain by making it sound more important than it feels. I did branding work for a mid-sized architecture firm in downtown Chicago, presentation decks, proposal layouts, the kind of polished visual optimism that gets wrapped around expensive buildings before anyone pours concrete. By the time I got down to the garage that night, it was a little after 10:40, and I was still wearing the blouse I'd spilled cold brew on at noon. I had stayed late to finish a hospital bid package because our principal, Mark, liked to send things at end of day, and apparently defined that term as any hour before midnight. The garage was under our office building on Wacker, 6 levels down from the lobby, open to monthly parkers, delivery vans, and occasionally whoever from accounting forgot to validate. I usually left before dark. That was part preference, part routine, and part something I didn't talk about because it always sounded stupid once it was out loud. I did not like enclosed concrete spaces if I was alone in them. Not elevators exactly, not basements, just places built to hold machines where people happen to pass through. The smell of oil and damp dust, the way sound went too far, the way every shadow looked practical and a little unfinished. It wasn't a phobia, I told myself. I still parked there every weekday. I still took the stairs when the elevators were backed up. I just moved faster than I needed to and pretended that was efficiency. That night, my car was on level B4 because B2 had been full when I came in, and my phone battery was at 6% because I had forgotten my charger at home. My husband had texted 20 minutes earlier, "You alive? Need me to order?" And I had sent back leaving now. Tie. Before the signal dipped underground and the message took too long to show as delivered. The fluorescent light above me flickered once, then held steady. I started walking again, heels clipped by habit on the concrete, laptop bag knocking lightly against my hip. I listened without meaning to. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. the second pattern, softer but there, not perfectly behind me, more like off to my left, beyond the line of parked cars. I turned my head. Nothing moved. There were maybe 12 cars on that level, spread out enough to make each one feel abandoned. A silver Subaru with a bike rack. A black pickup backed in crooked over the line. A white cargo van with no side windows and dirt caked around the wheel wells. My Honda was 3 rows over, near the outer wall, where the garage opened in narrow slats to the street air. From there, if you stood at the right angle, you could sometimes see a slice of the river and the lit offices across it, yellow squares stacked against the dark. I walked slower. The second set of steps slowed. That bothered me more than if they'd kept the same rhythm. Echoes shouldn't adjust. "Hello," I said before I could talk myself out of it. My voice carried farther than it should have. It slapped off the ceiling, came back thin, and then the garage was quiet. No answer. I felt embarrassed almost immediately, like I'd raised my hand in the wrong meeting. Somewhere above me, a car door thumped, muffled by levels of concrete. The fans kept on pushing stale, cool air through the place. It smelled like wet dust, hot rubber, and the faint sourness of old puddles that never fully dry. I kept moving. The calm part came from routine. Row by row, pillar by pillar. B4C, B4D, my car came into view, and my shoulders loosened before I noticed they'd been tight. I clicked the fob once. The Honda flashed. Ordinary, mine, fine. I was close enough to see the paper coffee cup on the passenger seat from that morning when I heard the sound again, not from behind this time, but across the aisle, 3 quick footfalls, and then a pause. I froze with one hand on my door handle. There was someone else down here. That was all. A person heading to their car. A maintenance worker. Another late office zombie. It only felt wrong because the garage was empty enough that each noise landed by itself. I waited. Nothing. Then, from somewhere deeper in the level, a man coughed. Wet, chesty, immediately ordinary. I let out a breath I hadn't noticed I was holding. "Jesus," I muttered, mostly at myself. I got in, dropped my bag into the passenger footwell, and pushed the key into the ignition. The engine turned once, gave a hard, reluctant shudder, and died. "No," I said. I tried again. Same thing. Turn, catch, fail. The dashboard lit up in a cheerful, useless spread: battery, oil, check engine, all of it glowing temporarily like accusations. The air felt closer inside the car. I cracked the door open, suddenly not wanting the sealed cabin around me. My phone lit with 1 bar of service, then none. 6% became 5 while I stared at it. I knew what the problem probably was. The car had been dragging on startup for a week, and Owen had told me twice to get the battery checked before it stranded me somewhere annoying. I had nodded, agreed, and then not done it because the car still started eventually, and because I have a stupid talent for turning small, solvable problems into future versions of themselves. It is not laziness exactly, more a belief that if I ignore a thing while remaining dimly aware of it, maybe I can call that management. The cough came again, closer. I stepped out of the car and looked down the aisle. A man in a Navy security jacket emerged from behind the white cargo van, moving at an unhurried pace. He was carrying a flashlight, though the garage lights were on, and a paper cup with a plastic lid. He lifted the cup a little when he saw me, like a half wave. Car trouble. His name was Leonard Pike. He was 58, male, broad through the chest with a neat gray mustache and the slightly stiff gait of someone whose knees had opinions about the weather. I learned his name a minute later from the badge clipped to his jacket. But even before that, he had the tired, practiced voice of building security, friendly enough, careful not to sound too interested. There was a Chicago accent in there, softened by years of talking to tenants and delivery drivers and people who locked themselves out of glass offices. "Maybe battery," I said. "It's been acting up." "Want a jump?" he asked. We got a portable pack upstairs. The offer was so normal it made me feel steadier. That would be amazing. He glanced over his shoulder toward the stairwell. "You with the architecture people?" "Yeah, thought so. You all leave with those big black bags." He nodded at my laptop case. "I'm doing rounds anyway. Could call it in." He pulled a radio from his belt and pressed the side button. Static cracked. He spoke into it, too fast for me to catch every word, something about B4 and battery assist. Reply came back in a burst of fuzz, and a voice that sounded female, young, bored. Leonard looked at the radio, frowned, and tapped it with his palm. "Dead spots down here," he said. "Sometimes the signal gets chewed up." That made sense too. Everything made sense if you lined it up right. "Do I need to go up with you?" I asked. "Nah, unless you don't want to wait alone." There it was, the little choice, wrapped in politeness. Before I answered, another voice cut through from the stairwell door behind us. "Nora." I turned so fast my bag slid off the passenger seat and thumped to the floor mat. A woman was pushing through the metal door with one shoulder. She wore white sneakers, black slacks, and the mint green scrub top she usually hid under a cardigan at the office because building management liked professional presentation in shared lobby spaces. Her hair had mostly fallen out of the clip at the back of her head. This was Elena Varga, 27, female, one of the healthcare planners on our team, and the only person at work who could make a spreadsheet sound like gossip. She lived on the north side, drove a dented blue Corolla, and spoke in the quick, practical bursts of someone who had grown up translating adult problems earlier than she should have had to. Alina and I weren't best friends exactly, but we had eaten enough desk lunches together to skip small talk. "There you are," she said, breathing a little hard. "I saw your coat was still up there." Then the elevator took forever. She looked from me to Leonard to the open, hoodless shape of my non-starting Honda. "Oh, great. My car died. I figured. Or you got murdered, but battery seemed statistically stronger." Leonard gave a dry little laugh at that. "You heading out too?" I asked her. She grimaced. I forgot my badge in the model room and then had to argue with the cleaning guy because he thought I was trying to get into somebody else's office. Her eyes swept the garage. "This place is worse at night." "Right," I said too quickly. She noticed. Alina usually noticed. Leonard raised the radio again, got another smear of static, and muttered, "I'm just gonna grab the jump pack. 2 minutes. You ladies stay put." He started toward the stairwell. That should have been the end of the unease. 2 coworkers and a security guard in a lit garage with a dead battery is barely even a story. Alina leaned against the neighboring pillar and asked if I'd really ordered Thai without her. And I told her she had made her choices when she left me alone with Mark's revisions. And for half a minute, it was almost pleasant. The sound of our voices made the garage feel smaller in a good way. Then Leonard stopped. He had reached the white cargo van, the dirty one with no side windows, and was standing beside the driver's door, not moving. His His flashlight beam had dipped toward the ground. "What is it?" Alina called. He didn't answer immediately. He crouched a little, head tilted, like he was trying to read something in the dim strip of space under the van. My skin prickled, not from fear exactly, but from that fast spreading awareness that other people's attention has shifted, and you don't yet know why. Leonard straightened and turned halfway back toward us. "Either of you see somebody come through here?" "No," I said. Alina shook her head. "Just me." He kept looking at the van. "Huh, what?" I asked. He hesitated just long enough to make me wish he hadn't. "Nothing," he said finally. "Probably nothing. Just thought I heard." A sharp metallic bang cracked across the level. Not from above, not from the stairwell, from inside the cargo van. All three of us jerked. Alina swore. I felt my hand clamp so hard around my keys the edges bit into my palm. The van rocked once, barely, as if weight had shifted inside. Leonard's posture changed in a way I understood before I could name it. He was still calm, but no longer casual. He set his coffee down on the concrete and took the flashlight in a firmer grip. "Okay," he said, not loudly. "Stay by the car." The garage seemed to listen with us. The fans turned. Water dripped. Somewhere far up near street level, a siren passed and faded. Then, from inside the van, came 3 dull knocks, spaced evenly, human. Alina looked at me, I looked at her. Neither of us moved. Leonard took one step toward the driver's door, then another, and stopped with his hand hovering near the handle. He glanced back at us. "Could be somebody locked in," he said. "Or somebody who doesn't want to be seen," Alina said. He nodded once. Fair point. There was the choice, plain now and heavier than it should have been. Wait where we were and let the security guard deal with it alone, or go with him toward the van, and whatever ordinary explanation would make those knocks harmless again. Inside the van, something shifted a second time. Leonard drew in a breath. "I'm not opening this by myself if I don't have to." Alina pushed off the pillar. I did too. Leonard didn't rush it. He stood at the driver's side of the van, hand hovering, listening first. That alone made it worse. The 3 knocks didn't repeat right away. The garage filled back up with its normal sounds, the fans, the distant drip. But now they all felt like they were waiting for something else to happen. "You hear anything?" Alina asked quietly, like the van might care. Leonard shook his head. "Give it a second." We gave it more than that. 10 seconds. 20. The kind of silence where your own breathing starts to sound like it belongs to someone else. Then 2 knocks this time. Closer together. Impatient. Leonard exhaled through his nose. "Okay, someone S in there. Could be a kid," Alina said, but it came out too fast, like she wanted that version to be true. "Or someone who climbed in and can't get out," I said. "Or someone who didn't want to be seen." That part stayed in my head. Leonard turned the flashlight beam on the driver's door handle. It was locked. He tugged it anyway, a firm pull, no give. Then he walked around the front of the van, slow light skimming over the hood, the windshield filmed with dust, and a faint smear where someone had dragged a sleeve across it. There were no seats visible through the glass. The inside was partitioned off, metal paneling behind the front row. At the passenger door, same thing, locked. He tapped the window with his knuckle. "Hey," he said louder. "Who's in there?" A pause. Then, from the back, a thud. Not a knock this time, a shift of weight, something heavier. Lena stepped closer to me without quite deciding to. I felt her shoulder brush mine. "Do we call someone?" she asked. "With what?" I said, holding up my phone like it might answer for itself. No service. 4%. Leonard had the radio up again, thumb pressing the side button harder than before. Control, this is Pike on B4. I've got possible person locked inside a vehicle. White cargo van, no windows. Can you? Static swallowed the rest. He lowered it, jaw tightening. Damn it. Can you go upstairs? Alina said. Get someone else. And leave this. He shook his head. If somebody's in trouble, I'm not walking away. Another thud from the back. This time it sounded like something hitting metal from the inside, not careful anymore. Hey, Leonard barked, louder now. We're right here. Can you hear me? Are you locked in? No words came back, just a scrape. Then a low, muffled sound that could have been a voice, or could have been breath forced through something. I took a step forward before I realized I'd decided to. What if they're hurt? Alina grabbed my arm lightly. Or what if this is bad? Define bad, I said, more defensive than I meant to. She didn't answer right away. Her eyes were on the van, narrowed, measuring. People don't usually lock themselves into vans, in parking garages. People don't usually leave coworkers with dead batteries either, I said, and immediately felt stupid for it. Leonard glanced back at us. I've got a master for the building doors, he said, not for vehicles. But sometimes these fleet vans, he gestured toward the back. They've got a latch inside. If they can reach it, they should be able to pop it. Another knock. 3 this time again, but uneven. 1 hard, 2 softer. I swallowed. They might not be able to reach it. He nodded once. Yeah. The beam of his flashlight slid down to the rear doors. Double doors, no windows. A simple metal seam down the middle and a handle on the right side. There was a small dent near the bottom, like something had hit it from the inside before. Or outside. Hard to tell. Leonard moved toward it. Alina, I said low. Maybe we should, what? Wait by your car, she cut in. If someone's trapped, I know. I did know. That was the problem. This wasn't a horror movie. It was a garage. A person could be inside. A person could be suffocating, dehydrated, panicking. The van could have been parked hours ago. Days. The thought slid in quietly and stuck. Leonard stopped at the rear doors and pressed his palm flat against the metal. He held it there, feeling. Warm, he said. How warm? Alina asked. Not engine warm, body warm. He pulled his hand back, wiped it against his jacket without thinking. There's someone in there. Okay, Alina said, brisk now, like she'd found her footing. Then we open it. With what? I asked. Leonard pointed with his chin toward the front. Glove box sometimes has spare keys, or a fleet tag. If we can get the driver's door open, which is locked, I said. Yeah. He looked around the garage, eyes moving over the scattered cars, the pillars, the corners where light didn't quite reach. Or we break it. The word landed heavy. That's someone's property, I said, and then, because it sounded thin even to me, there's cameras, right? Leonard snorted softly. Half of them don't work. Other half point at the exits. Another thud. Louder. The van rocked a little more this time, enough that I saw the suspension shift. Okay, Alina said, decision snapping into place. We don't have time to debate property law. She looked at me. Nora, I knew that look. It was the one she used in meetings when someone was about to stall things out with process talk. It said, pick a lane. My brain did that quick inventory thing. Low battery. No signal. One security guard with a radio that might as well be a paperweight. One coworker who would absolutely do this with or without me. One van with something alive inside. And the other thing, quieter but there. The way the earlier footsteps had matched mine, adjusted to me. The way I had told myself it was nothing, and then felt relief when a real person appeared. "I'll get something to break it," I said before I could argue with myself. Leonard nodded once, approval without fuss. "Tire iron. Check your trunk." I jogged back to my car, popped the trunk, and pushed aside a reusable grocery bag, a spare pair of sneakers, a rolled yoga mat I hadn't used in months. The toolkit was tucked under the liner. I pulled out the tire iron, heavier than I remembered, cold in my hand. When I turned back, Alina was closer to the van, peering at the seam between the rear doors like she could see through it. "Hey," she called, voice raised. "We're going to open this, okay? We're right here." A pause, and a sound that was definitely a voice this time, but so muffled it came through as a shape rather than words. "Urgent, fast. Can you say that again?" she asked, leaning in. The reply came as a series of quick thumps, almost like syllables hammered into metal. Leonard shook his head. "We're not getting anything through that." I reached them and held up the tire iron. "This okay?" He took it, weighed it once, then handed it back. "You swing," he said. "Aim for the window. No, there isn't one. Damn." He stepped back, thinking. "Okay, driver's side window. If we can unlock it from inside, won't that set off an alarm?" I asked. "If it has one." "Great," Alina muttered. We moved back to the front of the van together. The driver's side window was streaked with grime, the interior dim and empty looking except for the steering wheel and a few crumpled papers on the dash. "On 3, Leonard said. "Aim low, corner of the glass." Less resistance. I tightened my grip on the tire iron. My palms were damp. I wiped them on my jeans without thinking. "1, he said. My heart thudded in my throat, too loud. 2. I thought about the first echo, the extra step. I thought about how quickly ID explained it away. 3. I swung. The impact jarred up my arms, a dull, heavy hit that felt wrong immediately. The glass didn't shatter. It cracked, a spiderweb pattern spreading from the point of contact, but it held. "Again," Leonard said. I swung again, harder. The crack deepened, a small hole forming, jagged edges curling inward. From the back of the van, a sudden frantic barrage of bangs erupted, fast and uneven, like someone losing patience. "Hold on," Alina shouted, voice climbing. "We're opening it." I hit the glass a third time. This time it gave way, a chunk breaking inward with a sharp, brittle pop. Tiny shards fell inside, glittering in the dim light. "Careful," Leonard said. "Reach in, unlock it." I set the tire iron down and pushed my hand through the broken section, wincing as a piece of glass grazed my wrist. I felt around blindly for the lock, fingers brushing vinyl, the edge of the steering column, a dangling key ring that made my stomach drop for a second before I realized it wasn't in the ignition. "There," I said, finding the small plastic nub. I pushed it up. The door clicked. Leonard opened it, leaned in, and hit the central unlock. A soft, mechanical clunk ran through the van. We all heard it. For a second, none of us moved. Then Leonard shut the driver's door and headed back to the rear. "Alina, stand back," he said. "Nora with me." We took position on either side of the double doors. Up close, I could see the scratches near the handle more clearly, fresh. The paint scuffed away in thin lines, like fingernails or something hard dragged repeatedly. "Ready?" he asked. I nodded, though my throat felt tight. He wrapped his hand around the handle and pulled. It didn't open. He frowned, pulled harder. Nothing. "Central lock should have released it," he muttered. From inside, a low sound rose again, closer now, pressed right up against the metal. A voice, definitely, but still impossible to make out. There was a rhythm to it, though, not random. Alina leaned in despite herself. Wait, she said. Stop. Leonard paused. Listen, she said. We did. The sound came again, a series of quick, breathy bursts. Not banging, not quite words, but repeated. Lena's eyes flicked between me and Leonard. That's not help, she said quietly. What do you mean? I asked. It's not the pattern, she said. If you're trapped, you yell help or you bang like crazy. This is, she gestured, frustrated, structured. As if on cue, the sound repeated, same cadence. 3 short, 1 long, 3 short, 1 long. Leonard's jaw tightened. Could be someone panicking. Or someone trying to signal, Alina said. Signal what? She didn't answer. Another series. 3 short, 1 long. It clicked in my head a half second before I wanted it to. Knocks, I said slowly. Earlier, 3 knocks, then a pause. Alina looked at me. Yeah, my mouth went dry. It changed when we started opening it. We all looked at the door. From inside, the pattern came again, louder now, insistent. 3 short, 1 long, 3 short, 1 long. Leonard tried the handle again, harder this time, bracing his foot against the bumper. It didn't budge. Something's jammed, he said. Or he stopped. Or what? Alina pressed. Or it's latched from inside, he said. Silence fell in the small space between us. If it's latched from inside, I said carefully, then they don't want it opened. Or they can't unlatch it, Alina countered. Injury, panic. They might be pulling the wrong way. Another set of knocks. Faster now. Leonard stepped back, ran a hand over his face. Okay, new plan. We don't force it yet. Why not? Alina said. What if they're? Because if something's wedged against it, we could hurt them. He snapped, then softened. Or make it worse. I need to get backup, real backup. With that, I nodded at the radio. He grimaced. I'll go up 2 levels. Signal's better there, 5 minutes. And we just stand here, Alina said. You stay with Nora, he said. Keep talking. Let them know we're here. He looked at me. You good? The honest answer was no. My chest felt tight, like the air had thickened. The enclosed space pressed in more now, the walls closer than they'd been 5 minutes ago. My old discomfort, the one I'd labeled and shelved, pushed forward with a quiet, steady insistence. I nodded anyway. Yeah, 5 minutes, he said again, like a promise he wasn't sure he could keep. He grabbed his coffee without thinking, then set it back down again, and headed toward the stairwell at a quick, purposeful walk. The door clanged shut behind him. The garage felt bigger immediately. Emptier. Lena and I stood on either side of the van's rear doors, listening. Hey, she called, voice firm. We're still here. He's getting help. Can you make a different sound? Tap twice if you can hear me. A pause, then 2 taps. We both exhaled, relief sharp and immediate. Okay, Alina said, nodding like the person inside could see it. Okay, good. Are you alone? Tap once for yes, twice for no. A beat. Then 1 tap. Alone, I swallowed. Can you reach the latch? Said, trying to keep my voice steady. The handle on the inside, pull it. There was a scraping sound, like something shifting, then a frustrated thud. No, Alina said under her breath. They can't. Another series of taps, not answering our questions now. Back to the pattern, 3 short, 1 long, 3 short, 1 long. Why that? I whispered. Alina shook her head. I don't know. We waited. A minute passed. Maybe 2. Time stretched in that way it does when you're measuring it against something uncertain. Phone buzzed weakly in my hand, 1% warning, and then went black. Great, I said. Alina huffed a humorless breath. Perfect timing. We stood there, 2 people in a concrete box, listening to someone we couldn't see, waiting for a third person who might or might not get a signal. Another minute. The pattern changed, not the taps, the space around them. A faint shuffle came from the front of the van, not from the back where we were, from the cab. Alina's head snapped up. "Did you hear that?" I nodded, throat tight. We both turned slowly toward the driver's side, the door we had unlocked. It was still closed, but the interior light had come on. Neither of us had touched it. For a second, nothing moved. Then, very deliberately, the driver's door handle dipped from the outside, and the door cracked open an inch. Alina grabbed my wrist hard. "Nora," she whispered. I couldn't look away. The door opened another inch, and from inside the van, from the back where we'd been listening, the tapping stopped completely. The door didn't swing wide. It eased open like someone testing a hinge. 1 inch, then 2. The interior light washed out over the concrete, pale and thin, cutting a clean rectangle across the oil-stained floor. Alina's grip on my wrist tightened. "Who's there?" she called, sharper than before. No answer. The door creaked another inch. I could see the edge of the steering wheel now, the torn paper on the dash, the empty driver's seat. Empty. No legs, no movement, just the light and the open space where someone should have been if they'd pulled the handle from the outside. "Okay," Alina said, voice low. "Okay, that's not," she didn't finish. I pulled my arm free, took a step forward without meaning to. The concrete under my shoes felt wrong, like it was slanted even though it was. My breathing had gone shallow fast. "Nora, wait," Alina said. But I was already moving toward the driver's door. The smell hit first stale, closed-up air, with something sharper underneath. Not rot, not exactly. More like cleaning chemicals that had been sealed too long. My brain grabbed at that detail because it was ordinary. The door was open just enough to get a hand on it. I pushed it wider. It swung smoothly. Nothing inside. No one crouched in the footwell. No one pressed against the partition. Just the driver's seat, pushed back, the passenger seat cluttered with a few crumpled receipts, and a half-empty plastic water bottle rolling in the footwell. "Alina," I said, forcing my voice steady. "There's nobody here." Behind me, she didn't move. Then who opened it? Good question. I leaned in a little, careful of the broken glass on the window frame. The dome light buzzed faintly. The key slot was empty. The ignition cold. No sign of anyone. And yet, from the back of the van, faint now, came a single tap. Just one. "Hey," I called louder. We opened the front. Can you crawl forward?" A rustle answered me. Something dragging against metal. Then a low sound. Not words. Frustration, maybe. Pain. Alina came up beside me, close enough that I could feel the heat of her arm. "Can you see through the partition?" I leaned further in, craning. The metal panel behind the seats had a small square cutout near the top, covered by a sliding grate. It was half open. "Barely," I said. "Look, I didn't want to, but I did." I crouched, lowering my head to line up with the opening. The angle was wrong at first, just darkness and a smear of shadow. I shifted slightly, pressing my shoulder against the door frame, ignoring the bite of glass through my sleeve. Then something moved, not fast, slow. A shape resolving itself in the dim. A hand. Pale, dirty, fingers flexing weakly against the metal floor. I sucked in a breath. "I see them." "Are they okay?" Alina asked too quickly. The hand twitched again, dragged an inch, then stilled. "They're moving." "Okay," she said. "Okay, good, that's good." It wasn't good, it was something. I reached up and slid the grate the rest of the way open. The metal rasped loud in the enclosed space. "Hey," I said, softer now, closer to the opening. We're right here. Can you hear me? Hand twitched again, then curled slightly like it was trying to respond. Can you tell us your name? Alina added. A sound came back. Wet, broken, one syllable that didn't land as anything I could use. Okay, she said quickly. That's fine. Don't worry about that. Just stay with us, okay? The hand shifted again, dragging toward the partition. Can they get through? I asked. Alina leaned in, peering over my shoulder. No way. That opening is too small. I looked at the partition. Solid metal except for that small grate. No obvious hinges. No quick release. We have to get the back open, I said. Yeah, she said, we do. Behind us, the rear doors sat where we'd left them, sealed, scratched, stubborn. Leonard was still gone. How long has it been? I asked. Too long, Alina said. We both knew that wasn't helpful. Okay, she said, switching gears. We try again. Try what? I asked. The back doors, she said. If it's jammed, maybe we can force it. With what? She glanced around, scanning the garage. Rows of cars, concrete pillars, the stairwell door to our right, the ramp up to B3 at the far end. Nothing obvious. Then her eyes landed on the tire iron lying near the front of the van. We've got that, she said. I hesitated. Leonard said, Leonard S. not here, she cut in. And there's someone in there who might not have 5 minutes. She wasn't wrong. That didn't make it feel better. We moved back to the rear doors together. Base between the van and the next parked car. A silver Subaru was tight, maybe 3 feet. Enough to stand side by side if we angled ourselves. Okay, Alina said, picking up the tire iron. We wedge it into the seam, try to pry it open. And if something's blocking it, I said. Then we're careful, she said, though her voice had an edge now. Frayed. I watched her slide the flat end of the iron into the thin gap between the doors. It scraped metal, resisted, then slipped in a fraction of an inch. Help me, she said. I put my hands on the other end, both of us bracing, pushing. Nothing. Again, she said. We leaned harder. The iron flexed slightly, the metal of the door groaning, but the gap didn't widen. From inside, the hand still visible through the partition when I glanced back twitched again. A faint, dragging sound followed, then a soft thud. They're right there, I said, urgency spiking. We're close. Then push, Alina said through clenched teeth. We pushed. The iron slipped. It snapped free with a sharp metallic crack, jerking out of the seam and sending us both stumbling backward. I hit the Subaru's door with my shoulder, pain flaring, sharp and immediate. Shit, I hissed, grabbing at the spot. You okay? Alina asked, breath tight. Fine, I said, though it was. My arm throbbed, a deep ache settling in. The iron clattered to the ground between us. From inside the van, the tapping started again. 3 short, 1 long. Louder now, faster. They know we're trying, Alina said. Or they're telling us something, I said. Like what? I don't know, I snapped, then immediately regretted it. This isn't random. She rubbed her face with both hands hard, like she could reset something. Okay, think. The garage pressed in again. The pillars, the low ceiling, the narrow lanes. The sense of being contained in a place designed for movement, but currently holding us still. Nora, she said, lowering her hands. You said earlier the echoes, I blinked. What? You heard footsteps, she said. That didn't match yours, I nodded, unease prickling fresh. Yeah, where? She asked. Back there, I said, pointing down the aisle toward the darker stretch between pillars B4D and B4E near the outer wall. She followed my gesture, eyes narrowing. What if someone else is down here? That's not helping, I said. I'm not trying to help, she said. I'm trying to figure out if we're missing something obvious. Another thud from inside the van. Harder this time. Desperate. Okay, she said. Second plan. We don't force it. We find another way in. Through where? I asked. She pointed to the small opening in the partition. That grate. It's too small. For a person, she said. Not for tools. I followed her logic. You want to what? Reach in and unlock it from inside. If there's a latch, she said. If it's not jammed. And if it is, then we at least know. It was something. Another attempt. Another chance to do something other than stand there and listen. Okay, I said. We moved back to the driver's side. I climbed halfway into the cab, careful of the glass, and positioned myself so I could reach through the partition opening again. Alina, hand me the iron, I said. She passed it to me, grip firm. I threaded it through the grate, angling it down into the cargo area. The space beyond was darker than it should have been, the light from the cab not reaching far. Could see the outline of the floor, the faint shape of something bulky near the back, maybe boxes, maybe something else. Can you see the latch? Alina asked. No, I said. It's too far back. Feel for it. I pushed the iron forward, probing blindly. It scraped against the floor, hit something soft, cloth, then metal again. Careful, she said. I am. The iron bumped into something solid. Not the door, something in front of it. Something's blocking it, I said. What kind of something? I don't know. Big. I pushed harder. The object didn't give. It shifted slightly, though, enough to make a dull, sliding sound. From behind it, the hand moved again, fingers clawing weakly. They're stuck behind something, I said, realization landing heavy. Something S between them and the door. Alina swore under her breath. Like what? A crate, equipment. I don't know. Can you move it? Not from here. I pulled the iron back, frustration spiking sharp and hot. My arm throbbed where I'd hit it earlier. My shoulder ached from the awkward angle. We need to get the door open, I said, stating the obvious because there was nothing else left. And we can't, she said. We both went quiet. The tapping slowed, not stopping, just losing rhythm. Hey, Alina said quickly, leaning in. Hey, stay with us, okay? Stay with us. No response this time. My chest tightened. They're getting weaker. Don't say that. It's true. We don't know that. We did. Footsteps echoed suddenly from the stairwell direction. Both of us jerked, turning. Relief surged Leonard. Except the footsteps didn't sound like his. Too light, too quick. A rapid, uneven pattern that bounced off the concrete in a way that made it hard to place. They're back, Alina said, half hopeful. The stairwell door didn't open. The footsteps kept going, across the level, from left to right, between the pillars. We both turned, tracking the sound as it moved past the row of parked cars, weaving through the open spaces. There's someone else down here, Alina whispered. The footsteps stopped. Silence dropped hard. Then a car alarm exploded into life. Not ours, not the van. Somewhere 2 rows over, a black pickup's alarm began blaring, lights flashing, the sound ricocheting off every surface until it felt like it was inside my skull. I flinched, hands flying to my ears. Jesus, Alina, what did you? I didn't do anything. The alarm kept screaming. For a second, just a second, it felt like something had broken loose. Like this was it. The moment everything went bad. Then, just as suddenly, the alarm cut off. Dead silence. We stood there, breathing hard. What the hell was that? I said. Alina shook her head, eyes wide. I don't, maybe motion sensor. Something set it off. It sounded thin, but it was something. A reason. I clung to it. Probably a cat, I said, because that was better than anything else. Or the echo thing. Sound bouncing, Cars don't set off from sound, she said. No, I admitted. They don't. Another set of footsteps. Closer this time, behind us. We spun. Nothing there, just the van, the Subaru. The concrete pillar marked B4E. The sound had come from right there. Close enough that I should have seen someone. Alina, I said, voice low. I know, she said. The tapping from inside the van stopped completely. The silence that followed was worse than any noise. We both turned back to the rear doors at the same time. No, Alina said, stepping forward. No, 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 hey, hey, she pounded on the metal with her fist. Hey, can you hear me? Tap, tap anything. Nothing, my stomach dropped. They're out, I said. Don't say that, she snapped, but her voice cracked. We stood there, frozen, listening for something, anything. Nothing came. A minute passed, then another. No taps, no movement. They're not answering, I said quietly. Alina swallowed hard. We wait for Leonard. What if he doesn't come back? She didn't answer. Because we both knew that wasn't the real question. The real question was, what if it was already too late? A sound came from the front of the van, not the door this time. The engine. A soft click, a whir. The dashboard lights flickered on. We both stared. I didn't, Alina started. I know, I said. The engine turned. Once, twice. On the third try, it caught. The van roared to life. The sudden vibration shook the entire vehicle, the rear doors rattling against their frame, the object inside shifting with a heavy thud. Alina, I said, backing up. The brake lights flared red. The van lurched, backward, straight at us. We didn't get out of the way cleanly. The van jumped backward harder than either of us expected, tires chirping on the painted concrete. Alina shoved me by the shoulder, and I slammed sideways into the Subaru's rear quarter panel. Pain shot down the arm I'd already banged. Alina twisted to clear the bumper and lost her footing on broken safety glass from the driver's window. Her right leg folded under her badly. I heard the sound she made more than the joint itself, a short, shocked bark of pain. And then the van's rear doors clipped her hip and spun her down onto the concrete. The bumper missed my knees by inches. It kept coming. I flattened myself against the Subaru as the van scraped past, close enough that my blouse snagged on a protruding screw or torn bit of trim. The metal screamed against metal. Then the van stopped, half crooked, nose angled toward the lane that led up to the ramp for B3. Alina, she was on her side, hands clutched around her right ankle, face gone white under the fluorescent light. Don't move, I said, already moving. That is not helpful, she snapped, breathless and furious, which was good. Fury was better than shock. The van idled loud and rough beside us. Exhaust puffed from the tailpipe in pale bursts that drifted low in the stale garage air. The brake lights stayed on. The driver's seat was still empty. That fact split my brain in two. One half saw it, logged it, rejected every explanation for half a second, then forced itself back toward reality, because reality was all we had. The other half wanted to turn and run until I hit daylight. I dropped beside Alina. Stand. She swallowed hard and tried to shift. Her face pinched so sharply I knew before she said it. No, her ankle was already swelling above the sneaker, unnatural around the bone. Not folded wrong, not obviously broken, but bad enough. The van lurched again. Forward this time, only a foot or two. Like someone had slipped off the brake and caught it again. I looked up. Still no one. Then I saw the truth of it, not all of it, but enough. A black cord looped down from the steering column. Thin, taut, It ran across the front seats toward the partition opening. My brain caught up in pieces. The empty water bottle, the half-open grate, the hand in the back. Someone pulling from the cargo area, reaching whatever they could, gear shift, steering maybe, pedals if they had leverage and time and desperation. Not a ghost, not a van driving itself. Someone trapped in back, trying to move the vehicle. "Alina," I said, too fast. "They're doing it from inside." She blinked at me through pain. "What?" "The person in the cargo area. They rigged something." I pointed. "Cord on the steering column. They're trying to drive it." "To what?" I looked toward the ramp up to B3, then toward the outer slatted wall where the garage opened to the night air. Then I saw the parking stop ahead of the van, and the red painted utility cabinet fixed to the wall near pillar B4F. Not out. Not escape. Noise, damage, attention, or panic, or both. The engine revved again. "Alina, can you crawl?" She sucked air through her teeth. "Probably. Hate that for me." "Good." I hooked my hands under her arms and dragged her backward into the narrow space between the Subaru and the pillar. She helped with her left leg, teeth clenched, breathing in little sharp bursts. The movement left a wet streak of sweat under her hair at the temples. My own shoulder burned. Concrete dust ground through my palms. The van rolled forward another yard. The front bumper kissed the pillar, bumped off, and turned slightly. The wheel twitched left, then right, clumsy, blind. There was somebody in that cargo area who had enough strength left to keep trying. "Hey," I screamed toward the van. "Stop, we're here." The revving paused. Then, from the back, faint through the metal and engine noise, 3 short, 1 long. The same pattern. It hit me with a stupid jolt of clarity. Not Morse exactly. Not anything elegant. Just a rhythm meant to identify. The same knocks when we were at the rear doors. The same beats now through the engine. A person trying to say, "Still here, me, not random, not trickery, persistence." "Can you kill the engine?" Alina asked. "How?" She pointed at the front. "Ignition. Cab." I looked at the open driver's door on the far side. To get there, I'd have to move around the van's nose while it was still jerking unpredictably, then climb through broken glass into a vehicle being controlled by somebody I couldn't see. "I know," she said. "I know how that sounds." The van slammed forward suddenly. Hard. The front bumper struck the red utility cabinet with a crash that exploded through the level. Metal bent inward. Something inside the cabinet blew with a bright white pop, then another. Half the lights on our side of B4 went out at once. The garage didn't go dark, not fully. The fixtures down the far aisle stayed on. So did the emergency strips over the stairwell and ramp. But our section dropped into a sick dimness, lit by a few surviving fluorescents, and the van's own headlights now glaring crookedly across the concrete. A siren started somewhere inside the building. Not loud at first, then louder. Fire panel maybe, electrical fault. Whatever it was, it meant attention. Good. It also meant time was about to get uglier. The van's engine sputtered, recovered, idled rougher than before. And from the ramp side, over the alarm, came the sound I had dreaded and expected in equal measure, running footsteps. Fast, real, not the stretched, bouncing echo from before. These had weight and direction. Someone appeared at the top of the B4 ramp and sprinted down into the half-dark. Male, hoodie, dark jacket over it, medium build. He moved like he knew exactly where the van was. Not security, not confused, not surprised. He saw us at the same moment we saw him, and changed course instantly, cutting toward the van. Alina made a sound low in her throat. There, the missing shape to fit around all the wrong sounds. The footsteps, the unopened stairwell, the car alarm. Someone moving through the level, staying out of sight while we focused on the van. He was maybe 30 feet away. I stood up so fast my vision flashed white around the edges. "Hey," I shouted. He ignored me. The man angled for the driver's side, head down, one hand already reaching into his pocket. He wanted the van, or the person inside it, or both. Everything after that shrank. No big thought, no plan wide enough to admire, just parts. The tire iron was still near the rear wheel where we dropped it. I lunged for it. My shoulder screamed. I got my fingers around the metal and turned as the man reached the cab. He yanked the driver's door wider, leaned in, and then recoiled. Because from inside the cargo area, the trapped person had jerked the steering cord hard. The wheel snapped, the van rocked, and the open driver's door swung back toward him with enough force to catch his forearm. He cursed and stumbled. Not supernatural, not neat, just chaos and leverage. I ran at him before I could understand what I was doing. He looked up too late. I swung the tire iron with both hands the way Leonard had taught me to break the window, low, diagonal, no drama in it. I was aiming for his arm, not his head. I knew that even in the blur. The iron connected with a dull crack against his wrist. He screamed and dropped whatever he'd been holding. Keys. They hit the ground and skittered under the van. He shoved me hard with his uninjured hand. I went backward into the driver's door frame, my shoulder taking the hit again. The world narrowed to a bright hot spike of pain. I nearly dropped the iron. He came at me furious now, face visible for the first time under the garage lights. White, maybe mid-30s, patchy beard, one eye watering from pain. Mouth set in that flat, mean line you see on men who are used to forcing things through. There was no movie monster reveal in him, just a bad human being in cheap running shoes. "You stupid," he started, and then Alina hit him with the only thing she had. She had dragged herself upright against the pillar and grabbed Leonard's paper coffee cup from the ground. It wasn't much. Lukewarm coffee to the side of the face, but it got his attention. He turned on her with pure rage, and that gave me the second I needed. I drove the tire iron forward into his ribs like a spear more than a swing. He folded with a grunt and grabbed for the metal. We both had it now, wrestling, shoes slipping on dust and glass. He smelled like sweat and wet fabric, and something chemical, sharp and clean, the same smell I'd caught in the van earlier. Solvent, cleaner, maybe from whatever he'd used in back. He was stronger than me. That part was immediate and humiliating. The iron twisted in my grip. He shoved me again. I lost one hand, then almost all of it. Then Leonard came out of nowhere and tackled him at the waist. No sudden savior, just a man arriving late and using the fact of his body. All three of them hit the concrete hard. Leonard and the stranger crashed into the front wheel well of the van, then down. The stranger slammed an elbow back into Leonard's face. Leonard swore, grabbed again, this time around the neck and shoulder. The man kicked free enough to get half up. "Run," Leonard yelled at us, blood already starting from his nose. But we couldn't. Alina couldn't stand, and the van was still running, and there was still someone inside. The stranger broke from Leonard and made a desperate grab under the van, reaching for the keys he'd dropped. I understood before anyone said it. Those were probably the actual keys to the rear cargo lock. Maybe the ignition too. Maybe everything. I threw myself down and grabbed his jacket from behind. The concrete tore through my knees. He dragged me 2 feet anyway. I got one fist twisted in the hood fabric and held on. He kicked backward blindly, heel catching my thigh. Numbness burst through the muscle. Leonard lunged again and pinned the man's left arm. "Get the keys," Leonard shouted. I flattened onto the filthy concrete and reached under the van with my good arm. Dust coated my cheek. Heat from the exhaust washed over my face. My fingertips swept empty air, then hit cold metal. Too far. I stretched harder, shoulder feeling like it was being peeled apart. Behind me, Alina was yelling something. The siren in the building kept pulsing. The trapped person in the cargo area banged once, hard enough to shake the van. My fingers found the key ring again. I hooked one key with my nail and dragged. The stranger bucked violently, nearly throwing Leonard off. His free hand snatched backward and caught a fistful of my hair he yanked. For a second, I couldn't see. My face slammed into concrete. Grit filled my mouth. I screamed and kept pulling. The keys came free. Rolled onto my back, clutching them, hair half torn from its clip, vision jumping. "Got them," I croaked. The stranger saw the ring in my hand and went feral. He tore loose from Leonard with one wild, twisting motion and came straight at me. He never reached. The van jumped. Whoever was trapped inside had hauled the controls one last time. The gear caught. The vehicle lurched sideways just enough that the open driver's door smashed into the man's back and sent him sprawling face first into the concrete. He didn't get up immediately. Nobody moved for one stunned beat. Then Leonard was on him again, knee in the small of his back, wrenching one arm up behind him. "Stay down," Leonard said, voice gone raw. The man spat something incoherent and kept struggling. "Use the keys," Alina shouted. "Right." I crawled to the rear doors, ring shaking in my hand. There were 5 keys. Fleet van keys all looked identical in bad light, because of course they did. I jammed the first into the rear lock. Wrong. Second. Wrong. Third caught. My hand was shaking too badly to turn it. "Alina," I said. She had made it halfway to me on hands and one knee, dragging the bad leg behind her. Her face was wet with sweat. "I'm coming." I forced the key over. The lock clicked. I pulled the handle. Still stuck. For 1 second, I thought it was over, that even with the keys it wouldn't matter. Then I remembered the obstruction. "Something's behind it," I said. "Pull anyway," Alina gasped. I planted both feet and hauled. The door opened 3 inches, then hit resistance. A plastic storage tote had tipped against it from inside. Through the gap, I saw a forearm, a shoulder, gray duct tape movement. A woman's face turned toward the slit of light. Her mouth was taped. Her eyes were huge and bloodshot and alive. This was Tessa Monroe, 24, female. I learned her name later at the hospital. But in that moment, she was just a young woman with one wrist zip tied in front of her. Cheek bruised yellow and purple, dark hair stuck to her forehead with sweat. She had been using one bound hand and a length of cord tied through the partition grate to yank at the steering wheel and gear selector from the back, trying to make enough noise or damage to get attention before the man came back. She made a desperate sound through the tape and shoved at the tote with her shoulder. I put my arm through the gap and grabbed the tote handle. It was heavier than I expected, packed with tools or supplies. Alina braced the door from below while I dragged the tote inch by inch across the ribbed cargo floor. Behind us, Leonard grunted. The man under him was still fighting. Not as hard now, but enough. "Hurry," Leonard said. I got the tote clear enough. The door came open. The smell rolled out: stale air, sweat, cleaner, urine, fear. Real and human and awful. Tessa tried to crawl and nearly collapsed. Her legs were bound at the ankles with zip ties too. There was blood down one shin where she'd scraped herself raw against metal trying to move. "It's okay," I said, which wasn't true, but was the only sentence I had. "It's okay, we've got you." I climbed into the cargo area, knees slipping. My shoulder nearly gave out when I reached for her. Alina handed me the tire iron wordlessly. I used the narrow end to work under the plastic of the zip tie at her ankles. "Careful," Alina said. "I know." The tie snapped. Tessa sucked air hard through her nose, eyes squeezed shut. Her wrists were worse, tight enough that the skin had swollen around them. I slid one of the van keys under the locking tab, sawing awkwardly. My hands were slick. Tessa whimpered through the tape. Sorry, I said. The wrists came free. I peeled the tape from her mouth as gently as I could. She cried out anyway, hoarse and broken. "Don't let him take me," she said immediately, voice shredded. "Please don't let him take me." "He's not," Alina said, fierce and trembling at once. "He's done." That part became true a few seconds later when real backup finally arrived, not miracle timing, not perfect rescue. Just 2 building engineers and a second security officer charging down the ramp because the electrical alarm had forced people to check the levels. Took in the scene Leonard on top of a struggling man, broken glass, a running van jammed into a utility cabinet, the 3 of us at the back doors, and did what people do when reality is ugly and obvious. They helped. One of them killed the engine. One of them helped Leonard hold the man until police came. Someone called 911 from a working phone. Someone brought a first aid kit that looked insultingly small. After the peak, everything breathed wrong. The garage was still a garage. Same concrete. Same fluorescent hum where the lights still worked. Same smell of oil and damp. But now it held the aftermath, which is a different kind of noise. Tessa crying in short, involuntary bursts. Alina shaking so hard her teeth clicked. Leonard sitting against a pillar with his nose crooked and blood on his shirt, refusing to lie down. My own hands opening and closing without permission because the adrenaline had nowhere to go. Police arrived. Paramedics after them. Questions started before I was ready to understand language again. The man had taken Tessa from a near West Industrial lot 2 hours earlier, according to what came out later. He worked contract delivery, new garages, new dead zones, knew that people don't look closely at white vans. He'd parked on B4 because the cameras were bad, and because he meant to move her again after things quieted down. He had come back while Leonard was upstairs trying to raise back up, and he had stayed out of sight long enough to watch us help ruin his plan. Simple, hideous, entirely human. The echoes had been his footsteps all along, bounced and delayed by concrete until they felt like something impossible. That should have made me feel better. It didn't, because reality was worse. Reality had intention. When the paramedics cut my sleeve off to look at my shoulder, one of them said, possible separation, maybe fracture at the clavicle, in the casual administrative tone of someone reading weather. Alina's ankle, they thought, was a bad sprain with a possible hairline break. Leonard needed stitches and maybe imaging for his nose and cheekbone. Tessa needed everything first: oxygen, blankets, hospital, a trauma specialist, a detective who knew how not to ask stupid questions. As they loaded her onto the gurney, she grabbed my wrist with surprising strength. "The knocking," I said before I could stop myself. "What was it?" Her eyes moved to mine, exhausted and lucid at once. "I heard you out there," she whispered. I didn't know if he was making me answer. She swallowed. "So I used the same pattern every time. So if it changed, you'd know it wasn't me. 3 short, 1 long. Still here, me." She let go. I watched them wheel her toward the ramp and felt something in me settle and tear at the same time. The conflict was over. The man was caught. The van was open. The person inside it had a name and a pulse and a future that, while damaged, still existed. But when I finally stood on my own 2 feet under those half-dead lights, with my shoulders strapped and my knees stinging and my hair sticky with sweat and dust, the garage no longer felt like a place I had been scared of for no reason. It felt like a place that had taught me exactly how reasonable fear can be. By the time I got out of Northwestern Memorial, it was almost 4 in the morning, and Chicago had entered that strange hour when even the traffic sounds seem embarrassed to be heard. Not quiet. Chicago is never quiet, but thinned out, smoothed down. The river looked black and heavy under the streetlights, and the wind off it had that damp mineral smell that comes just before sunrise, carrying traces of bus exhaust, stale fryer oil from somewhere that had closed hours ago, wet concrete. The ambulance bay doors hissed open behind me and then sealed again, cutting off the fluorescent hospital world I had been sitting in for the last 3 hours, answering questions in loops. A police officer had driven me home because Owen was at home asleep with his phone on silent, until the hospital finally reached him through our landline. That sentence still sounds antique to me, like something from a different decade. But we had kept the landline because the internet bundle was cheaper that way. And for once, that stupid decision mattered. I stood under the awning for a second, with my discharge paperwork folded in one hand and my arm in a sling I had not fully accepted belonged to me. The official verdict was a mild AC joint separation in my left shoulder, deep bruising along my thigh and ribs, and a collection of cuts on my hand and wrist that had stopped bleeding only because a nurse with excellent posture and no wasted words had cleaned and taped them herself. Alina had stayed behind for further imaging. Her ankle was fractured after all, not badly enough for surgery, but badly enough for a boot and crutches, and a 6-week interruption to the life she had been running at full speed. Leonard had gotten stitches in his eyebrow, a reset nose, and a stern warning about his blood pressure from a resident young enough to look 16. Tessa had been admitted to a different floor. I didn't see her again that night. Owen came down the front steps before I could reach for the buzzer. His name is Owen Walsh, 34, male, high school history teacher, patient in the particular way some people get after years of working with teenagers, and one chronic overcommitter of a spouse. He wore jeans, a gray sweatshirt, and mismatched socks shoved into sneakers with no laces tied. His hair was flattened on one side from sleep, and the look on his face made me wish, with a sudden petty intensity, that I had had a normal night. A dead battery, a boring tow, some harmless inconvenience I could summarize in 2 irritated sentences. Instead, I had this. He stopped short when he saw the sling. Oh, Nora. There wasn't anything else to say to that. He took the paperwork from my good hand without asking and put his other arm carefully around my back, not squeezing, just offering structure. I leaned into him harder than I meant to. My body had held itself together on procedural momentum for hours. Questions, forms, pain scale, tetanus update, statement correction, repeat. As soon as someone familiar touched me, the whole thing tried to come apart. Inside, our apartment smelled like jasmine rice and dish soap, and the candle Owen had blown out too late, so that the sweet, waxy smell still hung faint in the kitchen. My abandoned work shoes from the morning sat by the radiator. A mug I had forgotten to rinse stood in the sink. The ordinariness of those things hurt more than I expected. He sat me at the kitchen table and reheated soup I did not want until I realized, halfway through the first spoonful, that I was starving. You don't have to tell me tonight, he said. I know. I told him anyway. Not all at once. Not well, in pieces. The echoes first, because that was where it had started for me. And then the dead car, Leonard, Alina, the van, the knocks, the empty driver's seat, the man coming down the ramp, the keys under the van. The way Tessa had looked through that opening before we got the door clear. I skipped some things without choosing to. My brain stepped around certain details the way a tongue avoids a broken tooth. Owen didn't interrupt except to hand me water, and once to ask, very quietly, "Did he touch you?" I understood he didn't mean in the fight. I said no. He nodded once and didn't make me explain further. When I finished, the apartment had gone fully still around us. Even the radiator had stopped clanking. I kept hearing the footsteps, I said finally. Before any of it, I knew something was off. He was leaning against the counter, arms folded tight. You heard someone following you. Maybe. I stared at the soup. Or maybe I heard what that place does to sound and happened to be right. Those can both be true. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. It felt too close to the actual problem. I slept in fragments after that. 40 minutes on the couch because I didn't want to lie flat. 20 more in bed with the sling digging into my neck. Another hour around sunrise after Owen had left a glass of water, and 2 pain pills on the nightstand, and gone back to grading papers on the living room floor because he knew I did better waking into the sound of somebody existing nearby. Every time I drifted off, I heard the knocks again. 3 short, 1 long, not in some dramatic, cinematic way. Just memory doing what memory does when it has decided a pattern matters. By noon the next day, my phone had enough charge and enough missed calls to make me want to throw it into Lake Michigan. My mother, Mark from the office, 2 unknown numbers that turned out to be detectives, 1 from HR, 3 texts from Alina, all sent with increasing levels of one-footed fury from her hospital bed. You alive apparently. I broke my stupid ankle for a woman I haven't even met also. If you let Mark make this about the proposal deadline, I will crawl to his office and die there on purpose. That one made me laugh, and then immediately regret laughing because my ribs had opinions. I texted back with my right thumb badly. Alive, bruised, home, you. She replied in under a minute. Boot, crutches, pride obliterated. Coffee when I can walk again or morphine now, I stared at that for a while, then wrote, "Both seem medically sound." It helped that she was still herself, not unchanged, just recognizably Alina. Sarcasm as scaffolding. The detectives came by that afternoon because I had said at the hospital that I'd prefer not to do the full formal interview in an open curtained bay, while someone with a compound wrist fracture moaned 2 feet away. They were not movie detectives. No trench coats, no sharpened insight. One woman in a navy blazer with tired eyes, and one younger man in shirt sleeves who kept apologizing every time he had to ask me to repeat something difficult. They sat at our kitchen table and went through the night again, slower, more precisely. When did Leonard leave? Which side of the van had the broken window? Could I describe the assailant's clothes? Which hand had held the keys? Did I see a weapon? Did Tessa say anything besides asking us not to let him take her? I answered as best I could, and hated how slippery some of the sequence had become in under 12 hours. Not the important parts. Those stayed hard-edged, but distances blurred. Timing stretched and snapped. The detective in the blazer told me that was normal. "The suspect has prior arrests," she said near the end, not offering comfort so much as context. Nothing that rose to this level before. Trespass, theft, assault. We're looking at other open cases now. Other cases. The phrase sat cold in me. Because of the garage, I asked. Because of the vehicle, the route, some items found inside, she said carefully. And because people like this rarely invent a system only once. After they left, I stood at the kitchen window and watched a delivery truck idle across the street while the driver jogged up a brownstone stoop with 2 boxes. White cargo van. No side windows. Entirely normal. My throat went tight anyway. I didn't go into the office that week. No one expected me to. Mark sent an email in a tone so corrected almost qualified as humane. HR sent forms. One of the principals sent flowers that smelled so aggressively floral, I had to move them to the hallway. Alina and I texted like traumatized interns who had accidentally enrolled in the same elective. Leonard called once from his home phone because he didn't trust that little slab for serious conversations, and asked whether I was sleeping. I said not really. He said, "Yeah, that tracks," and then told me, in the gruff, practical tone of someone handing over a wrench, that he had done security for 30 years, and there were 2 kinds of fear after something like that. The first kind flares and then goes. The second kind moves furniture around in your head and stays. "You don't have to like that it's there," he said, "but pretending it isn't won't make it leave." I thanked him because I didn't know what else to do with the sentence. 3 days after the garage, Tessa asked if she could send a message through the detective. Not visit, not call, just a message. I said yes. It was handwritten on hospital stationery, blocky and a little shaky. "Thank you for not leaving." That was all. No grand language. No attempt to package suffering into something inspirational for the benefit of bystanders. Just the clean center of it. I kept the note in the kitchen drawer with coupons and spare batteries and takeout menus for a month before I admitted that was ridiculous and moved it to my desk. Alina came over for dinner 2 weeks later with a black walking boot and the kind of exhausted brightness people where when they are determined not to be handled gently. Owen made pasta. She made fun of the flowers still dying in the hallway. At one point, she got quiet in the middle of describing physical therapy and said, "Do you ever feel stupid for what scared you first?" I knew exactly what she meant. "The echoes," I said. She nodded. I took a second. "No," I said finally. "I feel stupid for how hard I worked to talk myself out of listening." She looked at me for a long moment and then pointed her fork at me. "That is deeply annoying," she said, "because it sounds wise." It was not wise at the time. "No, but now it is, which is selfish of you." Owen laughed. Alina did too. It was a good moment. Not happy exactly, but usable, human. The kind you can stand inside for a minute without feeling like the walls are tilting. I went back to work in the third week, not because I was ready, because staying home had started to make every errand feel ceremonial, like I was waiting to rejoin my own life, and no one had told me the re-entry point. Owen drove me downtown the first morning and offered, with more care than subtlety, to come park with me and walk me in. I said no too fast, then softer, said I could do it. That was only partly true. The building management had closed B4 for electrical repairs and security upgrades. That phrasing appeared on a laminated sign near the garage entrance beside 3 orange cones, and a city-issued permit, zip tied to the chain-link gate. Monthly parkers had been reassigned. My badge now opened a temporary section on B2, much closer to the elevators, brighter, busier, full of enough traffic to make solitude impossible. I still sat in the car for a full minute before getting out. The garage on B2 smelled different. Less damp, more gasoline. A radio was playing faintly from a maintenance cart somewhere. 2 men in suits argued about Cubs tickets near the payment kiosk. My pulse still climbed the moment the overhead concrete lowered into view. I made myself walk at a normal pace. Heel, step, sling gone but shoulder stiff, badge in hand, laptop strap against my side. The echoes were ordinary on B2. Broad, predictable, no strange delay. Other people's steps crossed mine all the time, visible where they should be. A woman in red heels, a maintenance worker with a push broom, a courier with a dolly stacked in cardboard. I got to the elevator bank and almost cried from relief, so stupidly disproportionate that it embarrassed me even alone. Work itself was ridiculous in the way work often is after catastrophe. Fonts still mattered. Budgets still mattered. Somebody had moved the coffee filters, and no one knew where. Mark tried once to tell me I should take all the time I need, while also asking whether I felt up to reviewing the St. Mary's render queue. I looked at him until he wilted. Progress can be measured in small humiliations for the right people. By early autumn, the case had shifted into the slow machinery of court dates, continuances, and phone calls that begin with an apology, because no one enjoys reminding civilians that justice is largely paperwork wearing a tie. I gave one more statement. Alina gave hers. Leonard did too. Tessa did not have to be in the same room with him for the preliminary hearing, which counted as a mercy in modern America. I saw her once more in person, months later, by accident, and then not by accident. There was a victim advocate fundraiser on a gray Thursday evening in a community room off Milwaukee Avenue. I went because the detective had mentioned it, and because I had started to understand that surviving the night did not exempt me from the strange duty of acknowledging other people's nights too. Alina came with me, mostly to make sure I didn't back out in the parking lot. Tessa was there with her older sister. She looked smaller than I remembered, and also more solid, if that makes any sense. Her hair was shorter. The bruises were gone. The caution remained. I recognized it because some version of it had moved into me too. We spoke for maybe 5 minutes. She thanked me again. I told her she didn't owe me that. She said, "I know," and smiled a little, which I respected more than gratitude. She was not there to heal me by being resilient in public. Before she left, she said, "I still listen for patterns." I knew what she meant. "So do I said. That winter, after a freezing rain that turned the city sidewalks into polished traps, our office reopened before. New cameras, fresh paint on the pillars, brighter LED fixtures, a security mirror at the blind turn by the ramp. The red utility cabinet replaced. Building management sent an email with the subject line "Garage improvements complete," as if better lighting could settle the moral debt of a place. I did not go down there for another month. When I finally did, it was because B2 was full and I was late, and I was tired of handing my life over to avoidance in such tiny, obedient increments. The elevator down to B4 smelled like cold metal and someone's peppermint gum. When the doors opened, the level looked cleaner than it had any right to. Too bright. The concrete had been power washed. The wall slats let in strips of thin winter daylight. Every sound arrived crisp and immediate. I stood there with my keys in my hand and listened. Cars ticked as they cooled. A ventilation fan turned steadily. Somewhere, a phone rang and was answered. No mystery, no missing beat. I walked to my car. Halfway there, near the pillar where the white van had sat months earlier, I heard footsteps behind me. One set. Then, a fraction later, a second. My body reacted before my mind did. I turned so fast my bag swung out and hit my hip. A man in a courier jacket was coming off the stairwell, talking into a headset. Behind him, from the far wall, his steps bounced back at an angle that delayed them by half a beat. Echo. Just an echo. I stood there longer than I should have while he passed, giving me the quick, polite nod strangers use when they've noticed you behave oddly in public and decided not to make it their business. I almost laughed. Almost. Then I looked down. Near the base of the pillar, half hidden where the concrete met the wall, was a small strip of black plastic cinch tie. Fresh enough not to be brittle. Not proof of anything. Maintenance debris, packaging strap, leftover trash from some repair job, a meaningless thing in a garage full of meaningless things. I left it there. I got in my car, locked the doors, and sat with both hands on the steering wheel until my breathing evened out enough to drive home. Life did come back. Mostly Thai takeout on Wednesdays. Owen grating on the couch with his glasses sliding down his nose. Alina complaining about clients and dating apps in the same tone. My shoulder healed. Leonard retired in March and sent us a photo from a fishing pier in Indiana with the caption, "Fewer idiots here, more fish." Tessa's case moved forward. Winter ended. Spring arrived in that muddy, half-committed way it always does here. The world did not remain transformed in some cinematic sense. It just developed a seam I could feel with my thumb if I pressed at the right place. Now, when I park in a garage, I notice the cameras first, then the sightlines, then the exits. I notice whether footsteps arrive where they should. I notice white vans and utility cabinets, and whether my phone battery is low. I do not call that paranoia. I call it information paid for badly. Still, every now and then, in the flat in between hours when a place is too empty and sound has room to wander, I hear my own steps come back at me from concrete and steel. One set, then another. Most of the time, I can place the angle. Most of the time, I can explain it. Most of the time is not the same as always. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is You Look So Peaceful When You're Trapped. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing that went wrong was so small Nora almost talked herself out of noticing it. Room 3's live feed had a 2-second lag all week, and the clinic's software had a habit of shuffling thumbnails when the internet hiccuped. So when the monitor on her desk flashed from a sleeping man under a gray fleece blanket to a tight, grainy image of her own shoulder and cheek reflected in darkness, Nora's brain supplied the explanation before the fear could get there. Glitch, bad sync, one of the cameras catching the glass in front of her. That was all. Still, she leaned closer. On screen, for less than a second, she saw the curve of her scrub top, the pale stripe of her badge lanyard, and her face turned slightly down as if she were reading. The angle was wrong for a reflection. Too high, too intimate. Then the image snapped back to room 3, where Mr. Halpern lay on his back with a mesh mask over his nose, chest rising in soft, regular lifts. Nora sat very still. Round her, the overnight floor kept making its ordinary noises. The air vent breathing above the supply cabinet, the tiny static hiss from the nurse's station speaker, the wet mechanical click from room 1 whenever the CPAP pressure adjusted. Somebody in the building next door dragged metal across concrete. A bus sighed out on Ashland. Normal sounds, explainable sounds. She reached for the mouse anyway and scrubbed back through the recorded feed, jaw tight, pulse tapping at the base of her throat. Nothing, just sleeping patients in dim infrared, timestamp ticking forward in green. Nora Bennett was 29, female, and the kind of person who got through bad moments by making them smaller until they fit in her palm. She worked nights at Lakeview Sleep and Breathing, a private clinic on the second floor of a brick medical building a few blocks west of Wrigleyville, because nights paid a little more, and because sleeping strangers were easier, most of the time, than awake people with opinions. She had a practiced voice for telling anxious patients you're doing great, and a less healthy habit of saying I'm fine when she wasn't, because once she admitted something felt wrong, she had to decide what to do about it. That was the part she hated. Not fear exactly. The attention fear created. The possibility of being looked at while she panicked. She clicked room 3 again. Same man. Same blanket. Same oxygen leads looped over the ears. No sign of herself. Don't start, she murmured to the screen. Though whether she meant the software or her own head, she couldn't have said. The clinic after midnight always felt less like a medical office and more like a stage set after the audience had gone home. In daylight, the place was beige and reassuring in a bland, expensive way. Framed photos of smiling couples in CPAP masks, coffee station in the waiting room, fake orchid on the reception desk. At 1:17 a.m., with only the hall sconces on and the exam rooms dark behind their doors. The edges showed scuffs in the vinyl baseboards, a persistent smell of paper masks, floor cleaner, and overheated electronics. The front windows reflected the inside back at itself, turning the reception area into a duplicate room where nothing moved unless you did. She was still replaying the feed when the security latch buzzed and the outer door opened. Nora flinched hard enough to hit the desk with her knee. "Jesus," she whispered. Marlene Ortiz came in carrying a gas station coffee and a paper bag that smelled like butter and onions. Marlene was 46, female, the senior night tech, and one of those women who seemed immune to both embarrassment and sleep deprivation. Her dark hair was twisted into a clip that looked like it was holding together by force of personality alone, and she wore cartoon cherries on black scrub bottoms because, as she liked to say, if patients were going to drool on her, she deserved whimsy. "You look guilty," Marlene said, nudging the door shut with her hip. "Either you broke the internet or you ate my hash browns." "You left the building for 8 minutes, Nora said. "I almost filed a missing person report. Please, you'd wait at least 12. Marlene set the coffee down and peered at the monitor. "How S. Halpern? Sleeping, finally." Nora hesitated, then added, "The feed glitched. All night." "No, weirdly," Marlene gave her a look. "That sentence means nothing." Nora dragged the cursor over the timeline. "For a second it showed me, like," she stopped, hearing how it sounded. "I think it caught a reflection or pulled the wrong camera." "Was it your good side?" Nora let out a breath through her nose. "I'm serious." "So am I, which side?" Despite herself, she smiled. Marlene had that effect, irritating and useful at once. She also had a way of making everything sound survivable, which Nora borrowed when she couldn't manufacture it herself. Marlene sipped coffee and leaned over Nora's shoulder, scanning the 4 camera windows. "Server S been stupid since Tuesday. Phil said he ordered a new switch. Phil says he ordered things the way men in bars say they almost joined the Marines." "That is unfair," Marlene said. "Phil is much less convincing." They watched a few seconds of footage in silence. In room 2, a woman turned onto her side, tangling one arm in her monitor lead. Somewhere down the hall, a toilet flushed, and the pipes gave a long knocking complaint. Marlene straightened. "Eat before you get mean." "I'm not mean when I'm hungry. You're brittle, different texture." She pushed the paper bag into Nora's hands. Inside was half a breakfast sandwich wrapped in waxy paper, warm enough to fog the smell upward: egg, cheese, fried onion, cheap sausage. Nora hadn't realized how hungry she was until that second. She took a bite too fast and burned the roof of her mouth. "See," Marlene said. "Feral," Nora swallowed. "Did you lock the stairwell door when you came back? It locks itself." "I know, but did you hear it?" Marlene paused, coffee halfway to her mouth. "No. It's just the front has been weird too. Yesterday it didn't catch all the way." "Tell Phil." "I did, and he said the building's from 1928 and has character." Marlene snorted. Men call every safety issue character until they need to explain it to insurance. She took the mouse from Nora and clicked through the camera menu. Waiting room, hallway, supply room, back entrance. The images bloomed in soft black and silver infrared. Empty chairs. A ficus by the water cooler. The copier hunched in the dark like a large animal. The back entrance showed the narrow service corridor and the metal door to the stairs. Closed. Still. "No ghost," Marlene said. "I didn't say ghost." "Good. We do lungs, not ghosts." Nora took another bite and forced herself to relax. She was tired. That was the simplest answer. She picked up an extra shift because her landlord had raised the rent again, and because she still had $3,000 on a credit card she pretended not to think about except at 3 in the morning. The clinic had been short-staffed since January. The software was old. The building was older. There was always a reason. And yet, she glanced toward the reception windows. Her own reflection sat there faintly in the glass behind the dark lobby, shoulders rounded, face paler than she liked. For one loose second, she had the strange sensation that the image on the monitor had not been of her reflected, but of her observed. The feeling passed quickly enough to annoy her. Marlene was unwrapping her own sandwich. "You hear from Ben?" Nora made a face. Unfortunately, Ben Keller, 32 male, was Nora's ex-boyfriend and current low-grade administrative nuisance. A man who believed that staying friends mostly meant continuing to text her observations about her life as if he still had partial custody of it. He had not done anything dramatic enough to tell as a cautionary tale, which was somehow more exhausting. Just months of small intrusions. You left your favorite mug at my place. Saw your car on Belmont. You up. He worked remote tech support, lived in Logan Square, and had an expert's instinct for contacting her exactly when she was busiest. "What now?" Marlene asked. "He sent me a picture of the Thai place on Clark. The one you liked, the one he hated and complained through the whole meal." Marlene chewed thoughtfully. "Block him." "I did," he emailed. "Block harder." Nora looked down at the sandwich wrapper. "He's not dangerous." That was not the question. No, it was. Nora knew that. But dangerous was a high bar, and she had spent enough of her 20s negotiating with discomfort that anything below obvious danger was easy to excuse. Ben was annoying. Ben was needy. Ben hated boundaries when they were applied to him. None of that felt like enough to justify the ugly clean break everyone recommended, so she kept trimming around him, making herself smaller. From room 1 came a muffled cough through the speaker. Marlene set down her coffee. "I'll check on Ms. Devlin." "Want me to? You stay here. If the haunted software flashes your face again, take a picture of it." Marlene headed down the hall, soft shoes whispering over vinyl. Nora watched her go, then turned back to the monitor wall. The clinic settled around her again. The old HVAC kicked on with a shudder. One of the fluorescent bulbs over reception buzzed for a second, then steadied. She opened the patient chart for room 3 and entered a note about oxygen dips, improving after mask adjustment. Her own typing sounded louder than usual in the station. Then her phone vibrated. Not a text tone, a notification from the clinic email app. She frowned. Phil did sometimes send messages at stupid hours, usually to ask whether anyone had found his charger. She checked the screen. No sender name. Just an address made of random letters and numbers. One of those throwaway-looking accounts that could have been junk mail, except for the subject line. "You look so peaceful when you're trapped." Nora stared at it long enough for the screen to dim. Her first clear thought was spam. Some algorithmic nonsense assembled from scraped words. The second thought arrived colder. Trapped where? She opened the email before she could decide not to. There was no message body, just an image attachment, already half loaded. Her own station, taken from above and behind. Not tonight, she could tell by the scrub color, ceiling light, and the way her hair was clipped. But here, in this chair or one very close to it. She was angled toward the monitor bank, head bent, expression neutral, and undefended in the way people looked when they thought nobody was watching. The framing was tight enough to feel deliberate, not security camera wide, phone camera close. A small sound escaped her, not quite a gasp, more like the body discovering a drop underfoot. She stood so fast the chair rolled back and hit the cabinet. "Nora," Marlene called from down the hall. Nora locked the screen by instinct, then hated herself for doing it. "Yeah," she said, and her voice came out thin. "Yeah, fine." Ms. Devlin said something muffled from room 1. Marlene answered in her calm, patient tone. Nora looked around the station, suddenly aware of angles. The smoked dome of the hall camera above the corner cabinet, the dark rectangle of the copier glass, her own phone reflected in the window, shaking a little in her hand. Explain it, she told herself. A coworker being stupid. Some old photo from training. A prank so tasteless it looped back into incompetence. But nobody here had that angle except someone standing in the restricted corridor behind the station, and patience didn't go back there. She reopened the email and zoomed in. On the lower edge of the frame, barely visible, was the corner of the old red emergency flashlight that sat in the supply alcove near the back stairs. Not the front desk then, the staff side. A floorboard creaked in the service corridor behind her. Nora turned. The corridor was empty, half lit. At the far end, the metal door to the back stairs stood shut, push bar dull in the low light. She realized she was holding her breath and let it out slowly. Maybe the building settling. Maybe Marlene coming back around the other way. Except Marlene's voice was still audible down the patient hall, easy and near. Nora walked to the corridor entrance and stopped just short of it. The air back there always smelled different, cooler, less filtered, with a faint mineral dampness from the stairs, and something sharper from the disinfectant wipes stored in bulk. She could hear the building better there. Elevator cables humming somewhere in the shaft, a heavy door closing on another floor, the thin rattle of pipes inside the wall. The back stair door was not fully shut. It sat against the frame with a slice of darkness showing, no wider than a finger. She knew, with the ugly certainty of the overtired, that she had looked at that camera not 15 minutes ago and seen it closed. Marlene stepped into the hall behind her. "Why are you standing like that?" Nora turned too quickly. "Did you go back here?" "No." Marlene followed her gaze to the stair door. You said it locks itself." "It does." Marlene moved past her and pushed the door open with 2 fingers. The stairwell beyond dropped into concrete shadow, lit by the weak yellow bulbs fixed at each landing. No one visible. Just the smell of dust, cold metal, and city damp rising from below. Marlene frowned. Maybe maintenance. At 1:30 in the morning. Maybe homeless guy got in from the alley. She said it matter-of-factly, not dramatically, which somehow made it worse. She looked back at Nora then, properly, taking in her face. "What happened?" Nora showed her the email. Marlene read the subject line, then the photo, and all the easy humor left her expression at once. "Okay," she said quietly. "I know how it sounds. It sounds bad. Could it be old? From before I started nights?" Marlene zoomed in with her thumb. "Those are the navy scrubs they switched to in December. So no, not that old." Neither of them said prank now. From somewhere below, faint and metallic, came the slam of a stairwell door. Marlene straightened. "All right." Nora looked at her. "What do we do?" There it was, the part Nora hated, the point where discomfort hardened into a decision. Marlene was already reaching for the desk phone with one hand and the heavy ring of clinic keys with the other. "We can call building security and stay put with the doors locked," she said. "Or we go check the stairs before whoever that is leaves." The patient monitors glowed behind them, green numbers ticking on sleeping strangers. The back stair door stood open by an inch, as if someone had left a finger there to keep it from latching. Nora heard her own pulse in her ears, steady and stubborn. Marlene held out the keys. "Your call." Marlene held the keys out, waiting. Behind her, the sleep lab hummed softly. All those machines breathing for people who had come here specifically because their bodies forgot how. Nora stared at the open stairwell door and tried to organize the panic skittering through her chest into something usable. Her instinct, the one she trusted the least, was to shrink the problem until it behaved. Call it a prank. Call the building security number taped to the phone. Lock the door and wait. But the photo on her phone felt like a thumb pressed to the back of her neck. "You said the stairwell connects to the alley?" Nora asked. "Yeah. Basement landing goes out to the dumpster area," Marlene said. "So if someone came up, they'd have to pass that door. Or already be in the building." That wasn't better. Marlene rotated the keys in her fingers, metal clinking softly. "We've got 4 patients wired to machines," she said. "We can't evacuate them fast if someone decides to be weird." That's not a comforting sentence. It's not meant to be. Nora looked at the patient monitors. Mr. Halpern's oxygen dipped briefly, then stabilized. Ms. Devlin shifted and murmured in her sleep. The clinic felt suddenly fragile, like a paper set. "What if the person already left?" Nora said. "Then we check and confirm that." "And if they did," Marlene shrugged, "but it wasn't casual. Then we deal with it." Nora hated that answer, because dealing with it meant stepping toward the thing making her stomach twist. Her private flaw, the one she spent years polishing into something that looked like composure, was avoidance. If something unpleasant hovered just out of sight, she could spend weeks rearranging her life to avoid turning her head. Ben had thrived on that. Tonight, though, avoiding it meant sitting here while someone who had taken a photo of her moved freely through the building. Her pulse sped up. "Okay," she said. Marlene lifted an eyebrow. "Okay, what?" "We checked the stairs." Marlene nodded once, approving but not triumphant. "Flashlight in the supply alcove." Nora grabbed the red emergency flashlight from its plastic hook. The metal body felt heavier than she expected. The beam snapped on with a blunt white circle that made the corridor look colder. Marlene pocketed the clinic keys and pulled the station phone cord a little longer so it wouldn't slip off the desk. "If something goes weird, we come back and call the police," she said. "Isn't weird already happening? Different category of weird." Nora stepped into the service corridor. The air changed immediately cooler, carrying the faint smell of concrete dust and something stale, like cardboard that had absorbed rain years ago. The stairwell door creaked as Marlene pushed it fully open. The stairs dropped away steeply, concrete steps worn smooth at the center by decades of shoes. Each landing glowed under a yellow wall bulb. No movement, but the sound down there was different from the clinic. Every noise echoed. The flashlight beam trembled slightly as Nora pointed it downward. "You go first or me?" Marlene asked. "You have the keys." That was not the question. Nora sighed and stepped onto the first stair. The metal handrail was cold under her palm. Her sneakers squeaked faintly. Behind her, Marlene followed with steady steps. The door closed softly above them, sealing the clinic's sounds away. Now it was just the stairwell, hollow, vertical, carrying the distant hum of the building's heating system through the walls. They descended one flight. The beam swept across graffiti scratched into the paint near the landing. Old initials. A faded sticker for a plumbing company that probably hadn't existed in 20 years. "Hello," Marlene called down. Her voice bounced oddly through the concrete. No answer. They reached the first landing. Nora leaned over the railing and shined the light downward. 2 more flights. And the basement door closed. "You hear that?" Nora whispered. "Hear what?" Nora held still. Somewhere below, something scraped softly, like rubber against concrete. Then it stopped. Marlene frowned. Probably pipes. Pipes scrape. They do if they're weird enough. That explanation felt thin, but it wasn't impossible. Nora forced herself down another flight. Her breathing sounded loud. At the next landing, she paused, shining the beam toward the basement door. Still closed. The scrape came again. Longer this time. Dragging. Nora's stomach tightened. "That's not pipes," she whispered. Marlene nodded slowly. "Okay," Marlene said quietly. "New plan, which is, we don't go down there yet." That sounded wonderful. Nora didn't argue. They climbed back up the stairs carefully, every footstep deliberate. Halfway up, Nora glanced over the railing again. The basement door looked the same, except now it wasn't fully closed. A narrow slice of darkness showed along the frame. Her throat tightened. "Did that move?" she asked. Marlene stopped above her. "What?" "The door." Marlene leaned over the railing. The slice of black was unmistakable. "Yeah," Marlene said. Neither of them moved for a moment. Then Marlene said quietly, "Up now." They climbed quickly the rest of the way. The clinic door pushed open with a soft, hydraulic sigh. The familiar light flooded over them again. For a second, Nora thought the relief would make her laugh. Instead, the station phone rang. Both women jumped. Marlene grabbed it. Lakeview sleep and breathing. Silence. Then a faint sound through the receiver, breathing. Not the mechanical rhythm of the machines. Human breathing, slow, close. Marlene's jaw tightened. "Who is this?" The breathing continued. Nora watched Marlene's expression change. Then the caller hung up. The dial tone buzzed in the room. Marlene lowered the receiver slowly. "Well," she said. "That was horrifying," Nora replied. "Yep." They stood there listening to the quiet. Then Nora's phone vibrated again. Another email. Same anonymous sender. She opened it with numb fingers. This time there was text. "You shouldn't wander." Below it, another image attachment loaded. Nora felt the blood drain from her face. The photo showed the stairwell, taken from below, looking up, capturing both of them halfway down the stairs moments earlier, Nora's flashlight beam cutting through the frame like a white spear. Someone had been standing beneath them, watching. Marlene read over her shoulder. "Okay," Marlene said slowly. "That's bad." "How close were they?" "Close enough." Nora's stomach churned. "They were right under us." "And quiet," Marlene said, "which I don't like." A soft chime sounded from the patient monitor. "Room 2, oxygen alarm." Nora turned instinctively. The feed showed the patient thrashing slightly, the mask askew. Marlene moved immediately. "I'll fix it." She hurried down the hall. Nora stayed at the station, staring at the stairwell door. The clinic suddenly felt too open, too many doors. The hallway lights flickered once, then steadied. A few seconds later, Marlene's voice called from room 2. Mask slipped. "She's fine." "Okay." Nora forced herself to breathe. Think. Someone was inside the building. Someone who had access to cameras or at least sightlines. someone who had taken photos of her. The easiest answer was the worst one. A person who knew the clinic, another employee, maintenance, security, or someone who had been watching long enough to understand the layout. Her phone buzzed again. A text this time. From Ben, "You working tonight?" Nora stared at the screen. The timing felt wrong, too neat. Her chest tightened. She typed back. "Why?" 3 dots appeared immediately, then disappeared, then reappeared. Finally, his reply came. "Just curious." Nora didn't respond. Behind her, the stairwell door creaked. She turned slowly. The door was opening, just a little. The push bar moved inward by an inch, then another, like someone leaning carefully against it from the other side. Nora froze. Flashlight lay on the counter within reach. So did the heavy metal clipboard. The door stopped moving. Silence filled the corridor. Then a hand slid through the gap. Pale fingers, slow, testing the opening. Nora's voice came out barely louder than a breath. "Marlene." The hand pushed harder. The door opened another inch, and a face began to appear in the narrow slice of darkness. Nora didn't move. The hand pushed through the stairwell door another inch, fingers pale in the fluorescent light, the nails clipped short. Whoever was on the other side moved slowly, carefully, like someone trying not to make the door click against the frame. "Marlene," Nora said again, louder this time. Footsteps came fast down the hall. The hand stopped. For a second, everything froze. Nora gripping the metal clipboard, the stair door barely open, the smell of concrete drifting in from the stairwell. Then Marlene rounded the corner. Where she saw the hand. The door slammed shut. Not gently. The push bar snapped back with a metallic bang that echoed down the corridor. Marlene sprinted forward and grabbed the handle, yanking it open. The stairwell was empty, or looked empty. Nora stepped beside her and pointed the flashlight down the concrete shaft. The beam sliced across the railings and landings. Nothing moved, but the basement door at the bottom was swinging slowly, back and forth. "Shit," Marlene whispered. Footsteps had gone down. Fast. Marlene shut the door again and locked it with a sharp twist of the key. The latch clicked. They stood there breathing hard. "That was a person," Nora said. "Yes," Marlene replied. "A real person." "Yes, okay." The words sounded ridiculous even to her. Marlene tugged the door to test the lock. Solid. "First step," Marlene said. "We call building security." Nora nodded. They walked quickly back to the station. The clinic felt different now. Same hallway, the same beige walls and quiet patient rooms. But now every corner felt like it had been recently occupied. Marlene picked up the desk phone and dialed the number taped beside it. Ring, 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 no answer. Marlene frowned and dialed again. Still nothing. "They're supposed to have someone overnight," Nora said. "They're supposed to do a lot of things." Marlene hung up and tried another number, building management. Voicemail. "Of course," she muttered. Nora stared at the monitor wall. Room 1, 2, room 3. All patients still asleep, all vulnerable. "What about the police?" Nora asked. "We call them if someone breaks in," Marlene said. "They already did. We didn't see them in the clinic yet." "That hand counts as a break-in to me." Marlene rubbed her forehead. The fatigue around her eyes suddenly showed. "You're right," she admitted. She reached for her cell phone. No signal. She lifted it higher, walking toward the reception window. Still nothing. "This building kills reception," she said. "You get bars sometimes by the front windows." Nora grabbed her own phone. One bar, then none. She held it toward the glass. 2 bars flickered briefly. "Call now," Nora said. Marlene dialed. The phone rang once. Then the call dropped. Marlene stared at the screen. You've got to be kidding me. Nora felt the knot in her chest tighten. Behind them, the stairwell door rattled. Both women spun around. The handle jerked once, then again. Someone was pushing from the other side, hard. The metal frame vibrated against the wall. Marlene stepped forward instinctively. Hey, she shouted through the door. Building staff only. The handle stopped moving. Silence. Then 3 slow knocks. Nora's skin prickled. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed through the corridor. Don't answer that, Nora whispered. I wasn't planning to. The door remained still for 10 seconds, 20, 30. Then the footsteps started again, descending, heavy now. No attempt to hide them. Whoever it was had gone back down the stairs. Marlene exhaled slowly. Okay, she said. That changes things. How? They know we're here. I think they already knew that. Fair. Marlene grabbed the clinic key ring again. Second plan, she said. What's second plan? We secure the back corridor and keep them out of the clinic. That door is locked. Locks do mean much if someone has tools. Nora thought of the photo taken from below the stairs. They were already inside once, she said. Exactly. They moved quickly. The back corridor was narrow, only about 15 feet long, with the stair door at one end, and the supply alcove halfway down the wall. A metal cart of spare tubing stood near the station. Marlene dragged the cart across the corridor and wedged it against the stair door. Not perfect, she said, but it'll slow someone down. Nora helped shove a heavy box of disposable masks against the cart. Her arms trembled with adrenaline. The hallway lights flickered again. Just once, but long enough for Nora's heart to jump. Did the power just? No, Marlene said quickly. Ballast in the fixture. Happens sometimes. That explanation sounded solid. Still, Nora glanced at the monitors, all running normally. But then the screens blinked. Every feed cut out. For one terrifying second, the monitors went black. Nora's stomach dropped. Oh my God, the feeds came back instantly. Room 1, Room 2, Room 3, all still. Nora let out a shaky breath. Server hiccup, Marlene said. Please don't say hiccup. They returned to the station. Nora's hands shook slightly as she set the flashlight down. I hate this, she muttered. Same. Marlene was typing quickly into the clinic computer. What are you doing? Trying to access the building cameras. You can do that, in theory. The loading circle spun and spun. Then the feed appeared. Grainy security footage from the building lobby. Empty. Another camera, the alley behind the building. Dumpster. Wet pavement. No movement. Another, the basement corridor. The image flickered, then stabilized. Nora leaned closer. The corridor stretched toward the stairwell door. For a moment, it looked empty. Then a shadow crossed the frame. Quick, low, too fast to identify. Nora's pulse surged. Did you see? Yes. Marlene rewound the clip. They watched again. This time, Nora noticed something else. The shadow wasn't moving like a person. It moved in 2 bursts, then stopped, then dragged again. Marlene squinted. That's weird. They watched a 3rd time. Then Nora realized. Wait, she said. What? Look at the floor. A long object slid into the frame. Rubber, black, attached to a rolling bucket. A janitor's mop cart. Someone pushed it halfway down the hall, then abandoned it. The shadow they saw earlier had been the cart. Nora leaned back in relief. Oh my God. Maintenance, Marlene said. That's explainable. Very explainable. For a few seconds, the tension eased. Then Nora noticed something else. Where's the janitor? The cart sat alone in the corridor. No person attached. Marlene rewound again. This time they saw the cart enter the hallway, but the person pushing it never appeared on camera. Only the cart, rolling slowly, as if someone stood just outside the camera's angle. Then it stopped and stayed there. The relief drained out of Nora's chest. "Okay," Marlene said quietly. "That's less explainable." Nora's phone buzzed again. Another email. Her hands trembled as she opened it. No photo this time, just text. "You locked the wrong door." Nora felt the blood drain from her face. "What?" Marlene asked. Nora turned the screen toward her. Marlene read it, then looked slowly down the hallway toward the patient rooms. Room 1, Room 2, Room 3. The oxygen alarm in Room 3 chirped softly. Marlene swore under her breath. They both ran. Room 3's door was ajar. That was wrong. They always closed it during studies. Marlene pushed it open. Mr. Halpern still slept under the fleece blanket, but his mask had been removed. The tubing lay on the floor. His oxygen saturation plummeted on the monitor. Marlene rushed to fix the mask. "Help me sit him up," she said. Nora moved to the other side of the bed. Mr. Halpern stirred groggily as they repositioned the mask. His breathing stabilized slowly. Nora's pulse thundered in her ears. Someone had been in this room recently, while they were at the station, while the stair door was locked. Marlene finished securing the mask. "Check the other rooms," she said. Nora ran. Room 1, door closed, patient asleep. Room 2, door closed, patient asleep. But the hallway behind her creaked. Nora turned. The back corridor light had gone out. Complete darkness swallowed the stairwell door area. "Marlene," she called. Her voice sounded thin in the hallway. Then the clinic lights died. Every fluorescent panel flicked off at once. The building plunged into darkness. Machines beeped sharply as emergency batteries kicked in. The monitors glowed faintly, but the hall beyond the station vanished into shadow. Nora grabbed the flashlight. The beam cut through the black. Marlene stepped out of room 3. "The power's gone," she said. "No," Nora replied quietly. "Someone cut it." From the darkness at the end of the hall came the slow scrape of something heavy sliding across the floor. The stairwell door burst open, and the metal cart they had used as a barricade crashed aside. The crash of the cart against the wall sounded bigger in the dark than it should have. Metal screamed over vinyl. Boxes burst open. Plastic mask packets skidded into the corridor. Then came the heavy, unmistakable thud of a person stepping through the doorway from the stairwell into the clinic. Nora snapped the flashlight beam toward the sound. For a second, all it caught was fragments. The edge of a dark jacket, a forearm, the glint off the push bar swinging shut again. The person threw an arm up against the light and turned away. "Back," Marlene shouted. Her voice cracked across the hallway with the authority of someone used to emergencies. Not panic, command. Nora backed toward the patient rooms, flashlight shaking in her grip. The beam jumped over beige walls, open boxes, tubing on the floor, then landed properly. A man, tall, lean, late 30s or early 40s maybe. Hooded black sweatshirt under a maintenance jacket with no visible logo. Cheap nitrile gloves. Lower face covered with a dark mask. Not Ben. The relief was so sharp, it almost made Nora dizzy, which was insane because not being her ex did not improve anything meaningful. The man squinted into the beam and moved fast, not toward them, but toward the station. "Hey," Marlene lunged after him. He slammed something down on the desk. Nora heard plastic crack. The monitor bank flickered, and one of the camera feeds died completely into black snow. And he grabbed the desk phone and ripped it off the cradle hard enough to yank the cord from the wall jack. The act itself was horrifying in its clarity. No theatrics, no speeches. He knew exactly what to disable. Marlene caught him by the jacket as he turned. He drove an elbow backward into her ribs. Nora heard the wet grunt leave her and saw Marlene stumble sideways into the counter, coffee cups and pens spilling to the floor. The man ran, not away, down the patient hall. "Oh my God," Nora whispered. Then she ran too. The clinic's geography hit her all at once in pieces she had always known, but never needed like this. The nurses' station sat at the center front. Reception windows to the left. Patient hall straight ahead. 3 active sleep rooms on the right side of that hall, each with a door and narrow observation window. Bathroom at the end. Small equipment room opposite room 2. The back service corridor and stairwell behind the station. No second exit from the patient hall except a window at the far end that didn't open more than a few inches. Trapped stopped being metaphorical. The man reached room 1 and pushed at the handle. Locked. Marlene must have locked it from the outside during setup, standard for privacy and safety. He pivoted immediately toward room 2. "Marlene," Nora shouted. "He's going for the rooms." "I see him." Marlene was moving slower now, one arm tight against her side, but she was moving. She grabbed the rolling pulse ox stand from outside room 3 and shoved it hard down the hall like a cart. The metal stand clipped the man behind the knees. He staggered. Nora didn't think. She swung the flashlight at his arm. It connected with a hard, ugly crack against bone and metal zipper teeth. He hissed, more shocked than injured, and the thing in his hand flew loose, skidding under the baseboard heater cover at the end of the hall. A tool, Nora realized distantly. Something short and silver. Maybe a screwdriver, maybe a pry bar. He backhanded her, not full force, more like a reflexive swat. It still exploded white behind her eyes. Nora hit the wall shoulder first, then the floor on one knee. Pain shot up her thigh and into her hip. The flashlight spun from her hand and rolled, beams strobing across the ceiling. The patient's machines had begun alarming in overlapping, miserable beeps from behind closed doors, reacting to movement, power fluctuation. God knew what else. Sounded like the building itself panicking. The man darted toward the end of the hall. There was nowhere for him to go except the bathroom or the equipment room. He chose the equipment room and disappeared inside, slamming the door. Marlene reached Nora first. "You with me?" Nora nodded too quickly and regretted it at once. Her cheek burned. Her shoulder throbbed where it had hit the wall. "Yeah, you're bleeding." "Where?" Marlene wiped her own mouth with the back of her glove and looked annoyed by the blood there. "Face not bad." The equipment room door at the end of the hall rattled once hard from the inside, then quiet. "He's stuck," Nora said. Maybe that was the problem now. Everything had maybe attached to it. Marlene bent, snatched up the flashlight, and handed it back. "Room 2 and 3 first," she said. "Check masks. Then we keep that door shut. You think he locked himself in? I think he needed cover." Nora's legs felt watery when she stood. Her knee had already stiffened. She limped to room 2, unlocked it, and slipped inside. The emergency battery lights cast the room in weak amber. The patient, Angela, was half awake and confused, one hand pawing at the headgear on her face. "It's okay," Nora said, hearing the false calm in her own voice. "Power issue." Stay lying back for me. Angela blinked. What happened? Building electrical. We're on backup. That much was close enough to true to count. Nora receded the mask and checked the leads with clumsy fingers. Her hands were shaking badly now. She hated that. Hated that her body did things without asking her. From the hallway came a crash. Then Marlene's voice. Nora bolted back out. The equipment room door was open. Empty. For one absurd second, she thought he had vanished. Then the explainable truth hit. There was a drop ceiling access panel above the metal shelving, shoved crooked and hanging open. He went up, Marlene said. Nora stared. Into the ceiling. Old building, Marlene snapped. The utility run probably connects over the bathroom and station. A chunk of acoustic tile broke somewhere overhead with a soft, powdery thump. Dust drifted down in the flashlight beam. The misdirection came a second later. From inside room 1, Miss Devlin began screaming. Nora ran to the door, heart breaking against her ribs, already imagining a hand through the dark. A patient dragged, some impossible movie scene. She got the door open and found Miss Devlin sitting bolt upright in bed, tangled in wires, staring at the ceiling vent. A rat, not a giant one, just a panicked brown rat that had evidently dropped from somewhere above into the room and was now ricocheting from wall to wall in terrified, useless bursts. Miss Devlin screamed again. What is that? What is that? It's a rat, Nora said, appalled to hear relief in her own voice. What do you mean a rat? Building problem, Nora said, because every sentence tonight apparently had those 2 words available. She grabbed the patient blanket, and after one humiliating scramble that ended with the rat darting under the sink, managed to herd it into the bathroom attached to the room and slam the door. Miss Devlin was crying now, furious and frightened, and awake enough to become a witness later to the absolute collapse of any professional dignity the clinic had once possessed. Marlene shouted from the hall, "Leave it. Ceiling. Right, right." Nora hurried back out. Above them, the ceiling gave another series of small groans, not directly overhead now, moving from room 1 toward the station. He's trying to get back to the front, Nora said, or to the stairwell. Marlene's face was pale under the emergency light. She was still clutching her side. We can't let him circle behind us. What do we do, exactly? Ask him to come down nicely. Marlene looked at the wall, thinking fast. Then at the doors. Then at the red emergency flashlight in Nora's hand. The fire pole station, she said. What? Reception wall. If building power is already out, the local alarm should still trip on battery and unlock the magnetic front entry downstairs. Maybe pull people in from outside. Maybe get FD quicker. Maybe. Everything is maybe. Move. They ran back toward the station. Overhead, something scraped above the drop ceiling. Not stealth now. Speed. The grid popped and flexed in a line above them as he crawled. Nora could map it. Over room 2. Over the hall. Toward the station. Toward the front lobby. They burst into reception. The glass front windows reflected them back in fragments. Nora with blood drying on her cheek, hair half loose. Marlene bent slightly, breathing through pain, the waiting chairs, and dead coffee station behind them like props. The red fire pole sat by the front door. Nora reached it just as a ceiling tile over reception dropped at an angle, and a leg punched through, then a hip. Then the whole man came crashing down in a shower of white dust and metal grid. He hit one of the waiting chairs hard, cried out, and rolled. A real human sound. Pain, not monstrous, not cinematic, just a body meeting bad luck. Nora yanked the fire pole. Nothing happened for half a second. Then the building alarm erupted. A violent, mechanical shriek, strobes stroking red over the walls, loud enough to flatten thought. The man scrambled up anyway, limping now. He had lost the hood in the fall, short dark hair plastered with dust, eyes watering under the alarm strobe. He bolted for the front door. Marlene lunged and caught the back of his jacket again. He twisted and drove her into the reception desk edge. The sound she made then was worse than before, low and involuntary. "Let go," he shouted. His voice was ordinary, Midwest flat, not deep, not memorable, which somehow made him worse. Nora grabbed the fake orchid pot from the desk and smashed it into his wrist. Ceramic burst, dirt and silk petals scattered. He cried out and dropped a ring of keys. Not clinic keys, building keys. Marlene saw them too. "You work here," she said, breathless. He kicked at her shin, shoved her backward, and got the door half open before Nora hit him from behind with all her weight. She was not large, not strong, not trained, but she was desperate and angry, and already hurt enough that pain had become background. They went down together in the vestibule. His shoulder hit the glass. Her injured knee folded badly beneath her, and something sharp tore through it. She screamed. He elbowed backward, catching her in the mouth. Copper flooded her tongue, but she held on, because that was the payoff, ugly and simple. She had spent years letting discomfort pass through her in hopes it would leave her alone. Ben rent, night shifts, strange emails, the picture, all of it. And now there was a point past, which minimizing became collaboration. The man clawed for the dropped building keys. Marlene, one hand braced to her ribs, kicked them away under the reception cabinet. Then she saw the thing Nora had lost at the end of the hall earlier, his metal tool, clipped in the pocket of his maintenance jacket after all, not lost. She yanked it free. A folding utility knife, not open yet. She snapped it open one-handed with visible effort and held it to his throat from a safe inch away, not touching skin. Her voice came out ragged and absolute. "Stop moving." He did, not because knives were magic, because the math finally changed. Alarms screaming, strobes flashing. Front entry unlocked downstairs. 2 injured women who had gone from prey to witnesses. No quiet way out. He lay panting under Nora's weight, face turned to the tile, cheeks streaked with dust. Then above the alarm, they heard it, people, not saviors descending from the sky. Just ordinary, messy human response. Doors opening elsewhere in the building. A man shouting from the first floor hallway. Someone yelling, "Fire alarm, anybody up there?" The intruder bucked once, violently. Nora's knee almost gave. Marlene pressed the knife closer, not cutting, just making the point true. "Don't," she said. He went still again. The next minute stretched grotesquely. Nora's arms shook. Her lungs burned. Blood from her split lip dripped onto the vestibule tile. Marlene sank gradually to one knee beside them without lowering the knife, her other arm locked around her ribs. The alarm kept sawing through the space. In the exam hall behind them, patient machines continued beeping in smaller, separate distress. Reality piled up. Patients, fire alarm, injuries, statements, ambulance, police, cleanup. The rat in room 1 bathroom. All of it waiting. By the time 2 firefighters and a building tenant reached the 2nd floor, the fight was over in every meaningful sense. The firefighters took one look at the scene and did what reality requires. separated bodies, restrained the man, demanded names, asked who was hurt, asked whether there was a fire, asked why the power was out, asked if there were patients in active care. Too many questions at once. Too much light suddenly. Too many hands. One of them tried to help Nora stand, and she almost vomited from the pain in her knee. Easy, he said. It turned out Easy had left the building hours ago. Later, though not much later, maybe 20 minutes, maybe 40, time had become wet, and unreliable Nora sat on the waiting room floor with her back against the wall, while paramedics wrapped compression around her knee and pressed gauze to her lip. Marlene sat 3 chairs over, refusing a stretcher and failing to hide how badly breathing hurt. Bruised ribs at minimum, one paramedic said. Maybe cracked. Police moved through the clinic in measured lines, photographing the dropped tiles, the broken orchid pot, the damaged phone jack, the barricaded corridor. One officer came back with the building key ring in a plastic bag and told another that the man was employed by a subcontracted overnight maintenance crew doing work in the basement of the adjacent property. He had access to service doors, access to building systems, access, apparently, to enough quiet corners to watch. There would be more details later. There always were: background, motive, prior complaints, digital records, whether he had followed Nora specifically or simply fixed on the easiest person to study, whether the emails came from his phone or some burner account set up weeks ago, whether he had been in the clinic before tonight. None of that was resolved here on the waiting room floor. What was resolved was simpler. He was zip-tied. He was bleeding from the wrist and forehead. He was no longer moving toward them, and still Nora could not stop shaking. Marlene caught her eye across the room and tried for a smile. It came out crooked and exhausted. "You still think you're not mean when you're hungry?" she asked. Nora laughed once and then, to her humiliation, started crying instead. Not dramatically, just tears leaking sideways while she sat there with dried blood on her mouth and dust in her hair, and an EMT checking her pupils with a tiny flashlight like she had become one more patient in the building. "Nope," she said hoarsely. "I think I'm worse." "Good," Marlene said softly. "Keep that." The alarm had finally been silenced. In the sudden quiet, the clinic sounded gutted. Exhaust fans, radios, low voices, patient somewhere asking reasonably if anyone was going to explain what the hell was going on. Nora looked toward the dark patient hall. She knew, in a bodily way, that she would hear that stairwell door for a long time. The careful push, the soft rattle of the handle, the knocks. She would see her own sleeping posture differently now, her own reflection in windows, the angle of a camera above her shoulder. The threat was over. The trap, in some smaller and more permanent sense, had already done its work. Morning didn't arrive all at once. It seeped in through the front windows of the clinic in pale, diluted layers, turning the waiting room glass from black mirror to gray haze, to a dull reflection of everything that had happened there a few hours earlier. By then, Nora had lost track of the exact time. Her knee was wrapped tight in an elastic brace, the swelling already pushing against it like something alive. Her lip had been stitched, 3 small sutures that pulled whenever she spoke. Someone had given her an ice pack that had long since melted into a cold, damp weight against her face. She sat in one of the waiting chairs with a wool blanket around her shoulders, watching the clinic slowly fill with the practical, unsentimental aftermath of violence. Police moved through the rooms again, quieter now, checking things against clipboards. A technician from the building's maintenance company photographed the broken ceiling tiles and the electrical panel downstairs that had been deliberately tripped. The janitor, whose abandoned mop cart had shown up on camera, stood by the elevator looking embarrassed and defensive, explaining for the fourth time that he had left the cart to get a new liner bag and had no idea someone had rolled it further down the hall. In daylight, the place looked less haunted, more damaged. The barricade cart still lay on its side in the corridor. The fake orchid pot had been swept into a plastic evidence bag. Ceiling dust coated the vinyl floor in faint footprints where responders had walked through it. It was, Nora realized, the kind of mess people would spend a whole morning pretending had never been anything but a building problem. Across the room, Marlene sat on the edge of a stretcher arguing with a paramedic. "I'm not going to the hospital," she said. "You have at least one cracked rib," the paramedic replied patiently. "I've had worse." "That is not the metric we use." Marlene gestured toward Nora. "What about her?" Nora lifted the ice pack slightly in greeting. "She's going," the paramedic said, "non-negotiable. I don't need. You couldn't stand up 10 minutes ago." "That was adrenaline. That was a ligament," he corrected. Marlene muttered something under her breath and leaned back with a grimace. Their eyes met. "Hey," Marlene said softly. "Hey, you still here, apparently." "Good." Neither of them tried to say anything larger than that. The police officer assigned to Nora introduced himself as Detective Latham, mid-40s, slightly rumpled suit, a voice that suggested he had explained difficult things to exhausted people many times before. He sat across from her with a notebook. "Let's go through the timeline one more time," he said. Nora nodded. She described the email, the stairwell door, the photos, the hand, the power outage. Saying it out loud made parts of it feel unreal in a way the night itself had not, like recounting someone else's shift. Detective Latham listened without interrupting, occasionally asking for clarification about the layout of the clinic or the sequence of messages. "Did you recognize the man at any point?" he asked. "No, you're sure?" "Yes." He tapped his pen lightly against the notebook. "He's part of an overnight maintenance subcontractor," he said. "Works electrical and plumbing access in a few buildings on this block." "Had access to the stairs," Nora said. "Correct." "And the building cameras?" "Possibly," Latham said carefully. "We'll know more once we go through his equipment." Nora watched the sunlight creep slowly across the reception floor. "What was he doing?" she asked. Latham didn't answer immediately. "Right now, we know he'd been in the building multiple nights over the last month," he said. "We found several emails sent from a prepaid phone that matches the messages you received." Nora felt her stomach tight. "So he was watching?" "Yes." "How long?" "Unclear." He flipped a page. "There are photos from at least 2 earlier nights." Nora looked down at her hands. Her fingers were still trembling faintly. "He never contacted me before tonight." "No," Latham said. "Why tonight?" "We don't know yet." The answer sat in the room like a closed door. Around 8 in the morning, the patients' families began arriving. A woman with a coat thrown over her pajamas came from Ms. Devlin and spent 5 minutes loudly describing the rat incident to anyone who would listen. Angela from room 2 left quietly with her husband, who shook Nora's hand and thanked her twice for taking care of things. Mr. Halpern, still groggy and mildly offended by the interruption to his sleep study, asked if the clinic would be covering the cost of repeating the test. Life, Nora realized, had already started trying to smooth the night into something administratively manageable. By 9, the building manager arrived. By 9:30, the clinic director. Both looked overwhelmed and deeply concerned in the way people often do when confronted with liability. "We'll review security protocols," the director said, "and obviously will cooperate fully with law enforcement." Marlene, who had finally accepted a painkiller, murmured quietly to Nora, "Translation, lawyers." Nora almost laughed. Almost. The ambulance ride to the hospital blurred past in fragments. The interior smelled like antiseptic and rubber. A paramedic asked questions while checking the stability of Nora's knee. "Any dizziness?" "No." "Nausea?" "A little." "Head impact?" "Just the wall," he nodded. "You were lucky," he said. The word didn't feel right. Lucky would have meant the email never arrived. Lucky would have meant the stairwell door stayed closed. Still, she understood what he meant. She looked out the back windows as the ambulance turned onto Ashland Avenue. Chicago had already begun its ordinary morning. Coffee shops open. Traffic lights cycling. A man walking a dog past a bus stop. For a moment, the whole night felt like something that had happened in a separate version of the city. The hospital confirmed what Nora already suspected: a torn ligament in her knee. No surgery required, but months of recovery. Crutches for now. Physical therapy later. The doctor explained it calmly while showing her the MRI image on a screen. Nora nodded as if this were a minor scheduling inconvenience. Her body disagreed. 2 days later, she returned to the clinic to pick up her things. The building smelled faintly of fresh paint and disinfectant. The damaged ceiling tiles had already been replaced. The hallway lights worked normally. Someone had installed a new security keypad beside the stairwell door. For a moment, Nora stood there staring at it. The door itself looked exactly the same. Metal push bar. Industrial beige paint. Nothing about it suggested what had happened. Marlene met her at the station, moving slowly but stubbornly upright. "Doctor says cracked rib," she said. "Not broken." "That's good." "Debatable." They stood quietly for a moment. The clinic felt smaller in daylight, less mysterious, more fragile. "You coming back?" Marlene asked. Nora hesitated. "I don't know yet." "That's fair." Marlene tapped the desk lightly. "They arrested him that night, you know." "I heard. Detective called me yesterday. Said the guy had a storage unit full of building access tools and cheap phones." Nora swallowed. "Did he say why?" "Not exactly." "What does that mean?" Marlene shrugged. "He liked watching." The sentence landed heavily. They both looked at the monitor wall. The camera feeds now ran on a brand new system. Clearer, faster, more secure. At least on paper. Before leaving, Nora walked down the patient hallway once more. The equipment room door stood open. Everything inside was exactly where it belonged. She paused outside room 1. The bathroom door where she had trapped the rat was slightly ajar now. Normal, ordinary, explainable. Still, she nudged it open and looked inside. The room was empty. Just tile, sink, mirror. No movement, no sound. She closed it gently. Weeks passed. Her knee slowly improved. Physical therapy twice a week. Crutches first. Then a brace. The clinic called occasionally with updates about insurance claims and security upgrades. Detective Latham left one message confirming the intruder had been formally charged. Stalking, breaking and entering, reckless endangerment, possibly more. The legal process would take months, maybe years. Nora listened to the voicemail twice before deleting it. One evening in late autumn, she returned to the neighborhood, not for the clinic, just for dinner with a friend. Afterward, she found herself walking down Ashland without really planning to. The building stood the same as before. Brick facade, second floor windows glowing softly. The clinic sign still lit above the door. She stood across the street watching it for a moment. Nothing moved inside, just reflections of passing cars sliding across the glass, almost peaceful. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. A text from Marlene. "You up?" Nora smiled faintly. "Yeah." Another message arrived. "Just finished a shift. Cameras working. No ghosts." Nora typed back. "Good." She slipped the phone into her coat and started walking again. Halfway down the block, she glanced back. For a moment, the clinic windows reflected the streetlights in a way that made the interior impossible to see. Just a blank surface of glass. Then the angle changed. The reflection broke, and the room behind it appeared again, quiet, empty, almost ordinary. But Nora kept walking, because some doors, once opened, never really closed the same way again. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale, I got hired as a lighthouse keeper, but the logbook has warning rules for the fog is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The first time I heard someone knocking on the lighthouse door, I thought it was part of the storm. Not a proper knock, not knuckles on wood. More like 3 dull impacts, spaced too evenly to be the wind throwing something loose against the frame. Thunk, thunk, thunk. I stood in the entry hall with one hand still on the bolt, salt water dripping off my jacket hem onto the black and white tile, and listened hard enough that I could hear my own breathing under the weather. The old building had a way of turning every sound into a question. Rain hissed against the glass blocks by the stairwell. Somewhere above me, the lantern room gave off its slow mechanical hum. The whole tower smelled like wet rope, cold metal, and the medicinal lemon cleaner someone had used years ago, and never quite defeated the deeper odor of damp stone. Another 3 knocks, not loud, patient. I looked through the little square pane beside the door and saw only my own blurred reflection and a sheet of gray moving over gray. Fog had rolled in fast off the water during the last 20 minutes of the ferry crossing, and then thickened even more by the time I got the utility cart from the dock to the keeper's house. On the island, distances changed inside it. The path from the dock had seemed to stretch and tilt and narrow under my boots, the beam of my flashlight flattening against white air. "Hello," I said, and immediately felt stupid for saying it. The knocking stopped. I waited another 10 seconds, then another 30. Nothing. Just rain ticking against the stone and the long, low complaint of a buoy somewhere out beyond the rocks. When I finally slid the bolt back and opened the door, the porch was empty. There was nobody on the step. No dropped parcel. No gull beating itself stupid against the siding. Nothing except a coil of yellow extension cord someone had left by the wall and a line of fresh, wet marks across the boards, as if something had been dragged there and then lifted away. Explainable, I told myself. The loose cord, maybe. A tool case. A branch. This place had been staffed on and off for over a century. Things settled, swelled, knocked, shifted. That was part of why I was here. The second reason was money. The third was that I needed somewhere hard to reach. My name is Owen Mercer. I'm 32. And until 2 months ago, I worked maintenance for a municipal marina in New Bedford, Massachusetts. Fixing pumps, replacing dock lights, unclogging salt-eaten drains, doing the kind of work that left your hands cracked and your brain pleasantly empty by the end of the day. I took the temporary lighthouse keeper position because it paid better than it should have, came with housing, and required exactly the sort of isolation most people find romantic for a weekend and unbearable by day 5. I told everyone I wanted the quiet. That was true, but not all the way true. The more useful truth was that I had become very good at leaving places before people could ask me to explain myself. Bills, missed calls, one very specific voicemail I still hadn't listened to all the way through. I had a habit of letting small problems grow teeth in the dark. I stood in the doorway another moment, staring into the fog like it might apologize, then shut the door and threw the bolt again. A voice behind me said, "You planning to let the whole Atlantic in, or is that just first day enthusiasm?" I turned too fast and barked my shin against a wooden crate stacked by the wall. The speaker, leaning halfway down the narrow spiral stairs with one hand on the iron rail, grinned without much warmth. This was Mara Bell, 46, female, the regional preservation officer for the island station. And for my first afternoon at least, the closest thing I had to a supervisor. She was broad-shouldered, weather-browned, with dark hair pulled into a rough knot, and a Navy rain shell zipped to the chin. I'd met her at the mainland office at dawn, then again on the ferry, where she'd spent most of the crossing showing me how not to break anything expensive. She moved like somebody used to climbing ladders on boats, efficient, balanced, the sort of person who made you want to lie less, because she'd hear it anyway. "Something was knocking," I said. She glanced at the door, then at me. "And was it a ghost, Owen?" "No, good, saves paperwork." She came down the last few steps, carrying a metal clipboard and a ring of keys big enough to sink a child. When she passed me, she smelled faintly of coffee gone cold inside a thermos and rain-damp wool. "The weather strips on that outer door are shot," she said. "When the wind swings northeast, it makes pressure pockets. Sounds human sometimes." She reached past me, pressed a palm against the wood, listened for maybe 2 seconds, then shrugged. "Also, there are shearwaters that headbutt reflective glass. So I'm not losing it. Too early to say." That almost made me laugh. Almost. She walked toward the kitchen, and I followed with my duffel still slung over one shoulder. The keeper's quarters connected to the tower through a low stone passageway that trapped every draft and smell. The kitchen itself was better than I'd expected and worse in the details. A scarred oak table, green enamel cabinets, a propane stove with one knob replaced by vice grips, a radio charger on the counter, and above the sink, a narrow window that gave onto a square of yard, a fence, and then nothing but slick black rock dropping into the sea. The fog pressed against the glass so densely it erased the horizon. It felt less like weather than a wall put up overnight. Mara set down the clipboard. "Ferry's heading back at 6, she said. "If you panic before then, that's your exit." "I'm not panicking." "Good. Saves me a second trip." She opened a cupboard and started pulling out things as she talked. Flashlights, batteries, flares, a first aid kit the size of a lunchbox. Her version of orientation was to hand me each object and let me feel its weight. "Station generator is in the outbuilding. Automatic transfer works most of the time," which is exactly the sort of phrase nobody wants to hear at a lighthouse. "Fuel delivery every other Thursday if the water behaves. Radio check with the harbor office at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. storm exceptions apply. You keep the light automated, but you still log weather, visibility, vessel traffic if any, and maintenance issues. Nobody is asking you to become a 19th century ghost in a cable knit sweater. This is mostly facilities work with better scenery." She said scenery like it was an accusation. I looked around. What happened to the last guy? She didn't answer right away, which is always an answer. Then she peeled the cap off a flare and checked the striker. "Which last guy?" "The one before me, retired. And the one right before me," she put the cap back on. "Didn't finish the season." "Why?" Mara met my eyes for the first time since entering the kitchen. Not dramatic, just direct. "Because some people think solitude is the same as peace," she said. "Then the weather pins them in for 4 days, and they discover they brought themselves with them." I looked away first. I hated that. She slid the flare back into the kit and nodded toward my shin. "You okay?" "Yeah, you bruise easy." "No." Another one of those tiny pauses. Her eyes flicked, not to my face, but to my left hand. The old split in the knuckle. The half-healed scrape along the wrist. Marks from a fight. No. Worse, in a way. From slipping while changing a trailer hitch alone in the dark because I didn't want to ask for help. Most of my injuries came from trying to do things quietly. Mara was still watching. "Dock cart tipped," I said. She didn't believe me. She also didn't push. That was somehow worse. A burst of static crackled from the radio charger. Then a voice, distorted and flat with distance. "Belle, you still on station?" Mara crossed the room and clicked the handheld free. "Still here, Tomas." The voice came back clearer this time. "Fog's thickening near the channel. You leaving on schedule?" This was Tomas Vale, 58, male, captain of the island's service boat, and the ferry pilot who had brought us over from the mainland. Heavyset, red-faced, with a white beard cropped close to the jaw, and a way of speaking that suggested he had been annoyed since birth, but had learned to make it useful. During the crossing, he told me, without looking away from the wheel, that the island was fine, long as you don't act stupid near edges or machinery. It was the most welcoming thing anybody had said to me all week. 10 minutes, Mara answered. "Can you still see the dock?" A hiss. Then, dock, barely, buoy no. Sounding horn every 30 seconds. Mara frowned at the window. "Copy." Tomas added, "Tell the new guy to keep his phone charged." Fog like this scrambles a man's sense of distance. Last summer, I had a tourist walk straight past the picnic sign and into a drainage cut because he thought he was still on gravel. "I'm standing right here," I said, louder than necessary. The radio crackled. "Then I'm talking to you, son." Mara handed me the set. I hesitated, then took it. Phone S charged. Not what I said. There was a little grin in his voice. I liked him more for that. Listen carefully. When you can't see the waterline, you stop assuming you know where things are. Count doors. Count steps. Use the railings. And if you hear a motor where there shouldn't be one, you call it in. You don't investigate alone. I glanced at Mara. Why would there be a motor where there shouldn't be one? Because idiots buy boats. Then the radio clicked dead. Mara took it back, set it on the counter, and scribbled something on her clipboard. Rain thickened against the window. The kitchen light gave off a weak yellow that made every object look older than it was. For a moment, the room felt almost domestic. A place where somebody could live badly but honestly. Somebody who kept salt in a mug because the shaker rusted. Somebody who read paperbacks at the table and fell asleep to foghorns. Then the lantern mechanism above us shifted with a low metallic clunk that traveled down the tower like a bone-deep shiver, and the feeling snapped. What was that? I asked. Rotation gearbox, Mara said. Normal. You say that a lot. It usually helps. She opened a drawer beside the stove and took out a thick black ledger bound in cracked canvas. Not antique, but old enough that the corners had softened. She set it on the table between us. Official station log, she said. Current entries in blue ink. Maintenance notes in red. If something breaks, if somebody radios, if weather changes in a way that matters, it goes in here and in the digital backup when the internet behaves. I put my duffel down and rested my fingers on the cover. It was slightly tacky with age. On the spine, in faded gold lettering, North Point Light Station. Read the last couple weeks tonight, she said. Not because it's thrilling, because repeating avoidable mistakes insults me personally. I opened the book. The handwriting inside changed every few pages, some entries narrow and careful, others big and slanted like the writer had been cold or angry or both. Wind shift W&W. Visibility 1.2 nm. Replaced fuse in workshop panel. Found outer gate unlatched again. Check before dusk. No vessel traffic after 2100. Then, about 20 pages from the back, a different kind of note. Written in block capitals, underlined twice. If fog reaches the windows of the lower hall before sunset, secure both doors and do not reopen 4 VOICES unless visual confirmation is made. I read it twice, then once more slower. Below it, in the margin, somebody had added, "This is not a joke." I looked up. What is this? Mara was rinsing out 2 mugs at the sink. What is what? This. I turned the ledger toward her. That's not normal operating procedure. She dried 1 mug with a dish towel that had once been white. There are local procedures for voices. She came back to the table and glanced down. No change in her face. No smile. That note was added after an incident with a kayaker 3 seasons ago. What kind of incident? Not one you need right now. You just told me to read the logbook. Yes, read it. Don't spiral on it. I held her gaze. Did someone get hurt? She folded the towel once, neatly. A man nearly drowned because another keeper opened the wrong door too fast in bad visibility, and then lost track of where the shouting was coming from. Search team found him wedged between the north rocks after dark. Alive. Broken ankle, hypothermia, concussion. He had not been where anybody thought he was. That clear enough. It was, and it was. Why do not reopen for voices? I asked. Why write it like that? Because rules people remember are written a little strange. I looked back at the page. The capitals seemed darker now, though that was probably the room and my own nerves doing their work. Is there anything else in here I should know? Yes, Mara said. Several things, which is why I said read it tonight. Another 3 impacts sounded from somewhere in the house. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Both of us turned. This time it wasn't the front door. It came from farther back, Maybe the service corridor leading toward the storage room and the rear exit. Mara's expression didn't sharpen exactly, but it settled into something more attentive. She took the flashlight off the counter without haste. "Stay here," she said. "I can come with you. You can ignore instructions on your second day. It's my first day." She clicked the light on. The beam cut a clean white bar through the dim kitchen and into the corridor beyond, illuminating the framed station maps on the wall, the boot tray, the narrow runner rug with its curled edge. The knocking did not come again. I could hear only rain, the tower mechanism above, and the faint, wet rattle of something loose outside. Mara moved down the corridor in slow, quiet steps. I followed anyway, a pace behind, because solitude had never made me braver, only more unwilling to be left out of whatever might go wrong. She didn't tell me to stop. That worried me. At the end of the corridor was the rear mudroom, smaller than the front hall, with hooks for foul weather gear and a steel door leading out toward the generator shed. The flashlight beam found a mop bucket, a rack of life vests, a pile of folded tarps, and then the source of the sound. A broom handle, propped badly against the wall, slid another inch and tapped the metal door. Thunk. Mara stared at it for a second, then exhaled through her nose. "Congratulations," she said. "You've survived a deadly attack by housekeeping." I laughed, but too late. My body had already gone through the whole chemical ritual and was now embarrassed about it. She set the broom flat on the floor so it couldn't fall again. Then she paused, flashlight still pointed downward. At the base of the steel door, where the rubber seal met the concrete, thin white strands were curling inward. Fog. Not much. Just a few steady ribbons sliding under the threshold, as if the weather were testing the room with careful fingers. Mara crouched, touched the damp line with two knuckles, looked at the clock mounted above the coat hooks. 5:12 in the afternoon, not even close to sunset. She rose without comment and checked the latch on the rear door. It was locked already. She looked at me, at the fog, and finally at the ledger still open on the kitchen table behind us. For the first time all day, her calm looked chosen. "Tomas can still maybe get us off this island," she said, "but only if we leave now." I glanced toward the front of the house, hearing the sea somewhere beyond the stone walls and the low moan of the buoy carried through all that white. "And if we stay," Mara was quiet for half a second too long. "Then you read faster," she said. The fog didn't creep in. It settled. Within 10 minutes, the yard outside the kitchen window had disappeared completely, replaced by a blank gray surface that looked close enough to touch. The rain tapered off until the only sound was the distant churn of the surf somewhere below the rocks and the slow rotation of the lighthouse mechanism above us, metal teeth meeting metal teeth, over and over, steady as breathing. Mara stood in the mudroom doorway, still watching the thin ribbons of fog sliding under the steel door. "Not normal," she said quietly. "Pressure change," I suggested. "Maybe." She didn't sound convinced. We walked back into the kitchen together. The logbook still lay open on the table, the capitalized warning staring up like it had been waiting for us to return. I checked the clock again. 5:18 p.m. sunset wouldn't come for another 2 hours. "Ferry leaves at 6, I said. Mara nodded. "Assuming Tomas can still see the dock. Should we call him?" "In a minute." She flipped through the logbook pages quickly now, scanning entries rather than reading them. Her finger paused on certain dates, weather shifts, visibility notes, A couple of red maintenance marks. Then she stopped. "What?" I asked. She turned the book toward me. A note from 5 days earlier. Fog event. Lower hall windows 1645. Held DORS. Heard calling from path but visibility 0. Did not open. Sound stopped after 6-7 min. Below that, another entry in a different hand. Checked path after clearing. No footprints. Same handwriting, I asked. No, Mara said. 2 different keepers. Same one, different moods. She closed the book with a dull thud. "All right," she said. "We're not staying long enough to worry about this tonight." I felt a small wave of relief. "Good," I said. "Grab your bag." We moved quickly then, that quiet kind of efficient you fall into when the decision has already been made. Slung my duffel over my shoulder again. Mara grabbed the clipboard, the radio, and the flashlight. "Doc S a 4-minute walk if you can see it," she said. "And if you can't, 7 if you don't wander," encouraging. We stepped into the front hall. The air in there felt colder now, though that might have been imagination. Mara unbolted the door. Before she opened it, she looked at me. "Rule 1, she said. "Stay close enough that I can touch you." "Copy." She opened the door. The fog pushed in like breath. Not violently. Just a quiet, constant pressure that erased the porch railing, the yard, the path, everything beyond the first few feet. The world had been reduced to a pale tunnel. "Jesus," I muttered. "Welcome to maritime weather," Mara said. She stepped outside first. I followed. The cold hit immediately wet, mineral, ocean heavy. The fog had a smell to it, like kelp and rust. Somewhere below the cliff, waves slapped against rock in irregular bursts. Mara switched on the flashlight, though the beam only reached maybe 8 feet before dissolving. "Stay right," she said. "Fence should be there." We started down the path. Gravel crunched under our boots. A chain-link fence ran along the left side, separating the yard from a steep drop toward the rocks below. On clear days, Mara had said, you could see half the coastline from here. Right now, we could barely see our hands. "Count steps," she said quietly. "Why? So you know when something's wrong." We walked. 10 steps, 20, 30. The fog swallowed the lighthouse behind us. Its rotating beams still flashed faintly overhead, but the tower itself was gone. At 40 steps, the gravel changed texture. "Dock boards, good," Mara said. "We're on track." A low engine rumble drifted through the fog ahead. "Tomas." Mara raised the radio. "Tomas, we're approaching the dock." Static crackled, then his voice. "About time. Visibility's getting worse. I can barely see the end post. We're almost there." Another 5 steps. The fog thinned slightly near the waterline, enough that a shape emerged, dark hull, bobbing slowly beside the dock. The ferry. Relief flooded my chest. Then Tomas spoke again over the radio. "Belle, go ahead. You sure you two are the only ones on that island right now?" Mara frowned. "Of course. Why?" Pause. "Because I've been hearing another engine." I felt my stomach tighten. "Where?" Mara asked. "Somewhere east of the reef," Tomas said. "Small motor, outboard maybe. Fishing boat. Not in this visibility. And it's moving wrong." "What does that mean?" "It keeps cutting in and out, like someone doesn't know where they're going." We reached the edge of the dock. Tomas stood in the wheelhouse doorway, his shape barely visible through the fog. "Get on," he called. We stepped onto the boards. The dock creaked. The ferry rocked gently against the bumpers. I was halfway across when Tomas spoke again. "Wait," we all froze. "What?" Mara said. He pointed into the fog behind us. "You hear that?" At first I heard nothing. Then a voice, faint, carried thin through the fog. Hello, I turned instinctively. The sound came from somewhere up the path we just walked. Another call. Hey, down there, my chest tightened. That's someone, I said, Mara's jaw clenched. The voice came again. Help, it sounded like a man. Young, out of breath. Tomas muttered something under his breath. Mara stepped back onto the dock boards. Hey, she shouted into the fog. Stay where you are, the answer came quickly. I can't see the edge. My brain started piecing things together. Tourist, lost hiker, someone who had wandered onto the island trail before the fog rolled in, or someone from that mystery boat Tomas heard. He's near the fence, I said. How do you know? Sound. Mara looked back toward the path. The fog swallowed everything. You said the rule was about voices, I said quietly. Her eyes flicked to me. That rule is for the house, she said. Is it? She didn't answer. Another shout echoed. Please. I can't find the path. Tomas leaned against the wheelhouse doorframe. Belle, he said, voice tight. You've got maybe 5 minutes before I lose the dock completely. Mara rubbed her forehead. This was the problem now. Leave or go back. If we left, whoever that was would be alone in zero visibility next to cliff. If we went back, we might lose our ride off the island. Could be the boat guy, Tomas added. Ran aground maybe. Could be, Mara said. The voice came again. Closer now. I hear you. My stomach twisted, because something about the voice bothered me. Not the tone, the direction. It sounded closer than it should have. Too close. Stay where you are, Mara shouted again. The answer came immediately. I'm trying. But the voice didn't sound like it was coming down the path anymore. It sounded like it was coming from the yard, behind the lighthouse. I turned slowly toward the fog where the building should have been. Nothing visible, but the voice called again. Please. My brain ran through the steps we'd counted. 40 to the dock. We'd already walked those. There was no path branching off toward the yard, which meant whoever that was had walked past the lighthouse. In this fog, without falling off the cliff, Mara noticed the same thing at the same moment. You're not on the path, she said sharply. Silence. Then the voice answered. I can't see anything. Tomas swore under his breath. That's not right. The radio on Mara's belt crackled suddenly. Harbor office. North Point, confirm status. We're receiving a distress ping near your coordinates. Mara grabbed the radio. This is Belle, say again. Small vessel beacon activated east of reef line, the dispatcher said. Possible grounding. Tomas looked toward the fog over the water. That's my mystery engine. The dispatcher continued. Signal strength suggests it's within a 1/4 mile of the station. Mara's eyes darted between the sea and the path. 2 problems now. A grounded boat, and a voice wandering somewhere near the cliff. Belle, Tomas said. Decision time, I swallowed, because the voice spoke again. Closer, hello. And this time it sounded like it came from right beside the lighthouse. But we were standing at the dock, 40 steps away. Mara made the call. We're going back, she said. Tomas cursed. You'll lose the ferry. I know, she turned to me. You still want the job, I hesitated, because leaving suddenly sounded like the smarter choice. But that wasn't the real problem. The real problem was the thing inside me that hated unfinished situations. The same reason I took this job. The same reason I didn't listen to certain voicemails. I nodded. Yeah, I said. Mara handed Tomas the radio. If that boat gets closer, sound the horn. You're both insane. Probably. We stepped off the dock and back into the fog. The path had vanished again, but the voice came once more, and this time it was right behind the lighthouse. Hey. I glanced at Mara. She whispered, That's That's not where the path goes. We kept walking anyway. 30 steps, 20, 10. The lighthouse beam rotated above us like a slow pulse through the fog. The building appeared suddenly out of the gray, and the voice shouted again from the back of the house, right near the rear door, the one where the fog had been sliding under the threshold. Mara stopped because something else had changed. The rear door was open, just a few inches, moving gently in the wind. Neither of us had opened it. She looked at me, then at the door, then at the logbook rule still echoing in both our heads. Do not reopen for voices unless visual confirmation is made. But the voice spoke again, right inside the house now. Hello. Mara's face went pale because the voice had just moved from outside to inside, and we hadn't seen anyone pass us. The rear door was open maybe 3 inches, not wide, just enough for fog to thread through the gap and spill across the mudroom floor in slow white curls. The steel edge tapped lightly against the frame every few seconds, pushed by the wind. Tap, tap, tap. Mara held up a hand, stopping me before I stepped closer. Don't move, she said. Her voice stayed low, but it had sharpened in a way that made the hair along my arms stand up. She took the flashlight from her pocket again and angled the beam across the doorway. The fog reflected the light back at us like a pale wall. Hello, she called. No answer. The voice we'd heard inside the house was gone. Behind us, somewhere down the path, Tomas blasted the ferry horn. A deep, guttural bellow rolled through the fog and echoed off the rocks below the cliff. It vibrated in my chest like a second heartbeat. He's warning us he's losing the dock, I said. I know. Mara nudged the door with the toe of her boot and pushed it open the rest of the way. The mudroom beyond was empty. Boot rack, life jackets, mop bucket, tarps, everything exactly where it had been when we left it 10 minutes earlier, except the fog. It pooled across the concrete floor and curled around the drain in the center like steam off hot pavement. Mara stepped inside first. I followed. Anyone here? She called. Silence. The kitchen light spilled down the corridor ahead of us. The logbook still sat open on the table where we'd left it. No footprints, I said. The fog had dampened the floor enough that any shoe mark should have shown, but the concrete remained smooth. Mara crouched beside the doorframe. The latch hung loose. You locked this earlier, I said. Yes, so someone opened it. Or the wind did. You believe that? She didn't answer. Instead, she closed the door firmly and slid the deadbolt. Doors stay shut now, she said. Even if we hear someone. Yes, but the guy might not exist, she finished. I opened my mouth to argue, then stopped, because the fog inside the room had started thinning already, fading into the warmer kitchen air. And that meant one thing. Whatever had been outside, the door was now somewhere in the house with us. We searched the ground floor first. The keeper's house wasn't big, but the layout twisted in a way that made it easy to lose your sense of direction. From the kitchen, a narrow corridor ran toward the front hall. Off that corridor were 3 small rooms, a pantry, a storage closet, and the utility room with the breaker panel. Beyond the hall stood the base of the lighthouse tower itself, where a spiral staircase climbed upward through the stone shaft toward the lantern room. Mara moved methodically. Flashlight first, door second, pantry, she said, empty shelves, closet, cleaning supplies, utility, breaker panel humming softly. No one. My pulse began to slow. Maybe the voice came through the fog weird, I said. Sound carries strange near water. Maybe. But Mara didn't sound convinced. We stepped into the front hall. The bolt on the main door remained locked exactly where we'd left it. So nobody came through here, I said. Correct. Then the only entrance was the rear door. Correct. Which means whoever we heard should be inside. Yes. And they're not. Apparently. I rubbed my forehead because the logic felt wrong somewhere. We walked from the dock to the lighthouse together. No one passed us on the path, but the voice had been behind the house, then inside, then gone. Tomas blasted the horn again, louder this time. Mara exhaled slowly. We still have the boat problem, she said. Right, the distress beacon. A grounded vessel somewhere east of the reef. And Tomas can't leave the dock until we decide what we're doing, I said. Correct again. I glanced toward the spiral staircase. You want to check the tower, Mara hesitated, then nodded. Someone came inside. They'd either hide downstairs or head up. Why up? Higher ground gives you sightlines. She handed me the flashlight. You go first. Why me? You're the one who wanted to investigate. Fair. The spiral staircase felt colder than the rest of the building. Stone walls curved tightly around the steps, the air smelling like rust and sea salt. The lighthouse mechanism thrummed somewhere above, its rhythm echoing through the narrow shaft. Clank, whir, clank. Each step rang under my boots. Halfway up, I stopped. Wait, I said. What? I hear something. We both listened. At first, there was only the lighthouse machinery. Then, a faint scraping sound above us. Mara raised an eyebrow. Lantern room hatch, she said. Wind, probably. We climbed again. The staircase opened onto a circular landing about 20 feet below the lantern room. From there, a short ladder led up through a metal hatch. I pushed the hatch open. Cold fog poured inside. The lantern room itself was a glass dome surrounded by iron railings. The rotating light beam swept slowly across the fog, its glow scattering in every direction like a flashlight underwater. No person, no movement, just fog pressing against the glass from every angle. I stepped onto the platform. Mara followed. You see anything? She asked. Nothing, which was technically true, but something about the fog out there bothered me. It moved unevenly, thicker in some patches, thinner in others, like currents in water. Then a dark shape drifted through one of those patches. I jerked back. Boat, Mara spun toward the glass. The shape vanished. Where? Out there, maybe 50 yards. The beam rotated again. Fog, nothing else. You sure? She asked. I think so. That's not helpful. We both leaned closer to the glass. The next sweep of the light revealed something new. A faint, blinking red dot far out in the fog. Distress beacon, Mara said, from the grounded boat. Looks like it. She checked her watch. If that vessel's stuck on the reef, whoever's on board might be in serious trouble. Hypothermia. Fast. So what's the plan? She stared out at the blinking light. First attempt, she said quietly. We try to guide them in. We returned to the kitchen and grabbed the radio. Mara keyed the transmitter. Tomas, do you see the beacon? Barely, he replied, blinking east of the rocks. Good. Sound your horn every 20 seconds. Why? Give them something to steer toward. You think they can move? If the hull isn't fully grounded. I took the handheld spotlight from the equipment shelf. Signal light, I said. Mara nodded. Good thinking. We stepped back outside. The fog wrapped around us immediately. Mara stood near the path and shouted, Boat east of the reef. Follow the horn. Tomas blasted the ferry horn again. The sound rolled through the fog like thunder. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, a weak engine sputtered somewhere out in the gray. My pulse jumped. They're trying, I said. The engine coughed again, then died. Silence. Mara swore. Radio them, I said. If they had radio, they wouldn't trigger a beacon. Fair point. We waited. Fog swirled around the lighthouse beam. Another horn blast echoed from the dock. Then something moved inside the fog. A shape, low, sliding across the water. Boat, I shouted. But as the beam rotated, the shape resolved into something else entirely. A floating lobster trap buoy drifting past the reef. Not a boat, just a piece of gear carried by the tide. I felt stupid. Mara didn't laugh, because the engine sound had been real. Somewhere out there a boat had tried to start and failed. That's our first failure, she said quietly. What now? We find them. How? She looked toward the generator shed and the emergency locker mounted beside it. With the rescue skiff. The skiff sat in a metal cradle beside the shed, 10 feet long, flat bottom, small outboard motor. Visibility's garbage, I said. Doesn't matter, Mara replied. Why not? Because the reef is less than 200 yards away. She unlocked the locker and pulled out 2 life vests. Put it on. The wind picked up slightly, pushing the fog in slow rolling waves across the yard. Somewhere behind us, the lighthouse gears clanked again. I fastened the vest. You done this before? I asked. Plenty. Good. She handed me a coil of rope. Second attempt, she said. We go get them. Launching the skiff in fog turned out to be a nightmare. The boat ramp was narrow and slick with algae. The tide surged unevenly against the rocks below. Easy, Mara muttered. The skiff slid into the water with a hollow splash. The engine coughed once before catching. We climbed in. The fog closed around us instantly. The lighthouse beam faded behind us after maybe 20 yards. Keep your eyes open, Mara said. For what? Anything. We crept forward. The motor hummed softly under my feet. Waves slapped against the hull in short, uneven bursts. Then a shadow loomed suddenly ahead. Rock, I shouted. Mara jerked the tiller. The skiff scraped hard against something submerged. The jolt nearly threw me sideways. Damn it, she hissed. The motor sputtered, then died. I stared at the silent engine. That's bad, I said. Very. Behind us, the lighthouse beam had vanished entirely. We were floating blind. Mara pulled the starter cord. Once. Twice. Nothing. The fog muffled every sound except the water against the hull. I felt the current tugging us slowly sideways, toward the reef. Can we paddle? I asked. Not against this tide. Another horn blast rolled across the water, but it sounded farther away now, which meant one thing. The current had already started pulling us off course. I looked at Mara. She looked back at me. Neither of us said it out loud, but we both knew. We weren't rescuing anyone anymore. Now we were the ones stranded. And the lighthouse, the only safe landmark in the fog, was already gone from sight. The fog swallowed the world, not metaphorically, literally. It took the lighthouse, the dock, Tomas's ferry, the path, the cliff, everything, until the only things left were the skiff, the water, and the small circle of pale air around us. The motor refused to start. Mara yanked the cord again. Nothing. The rope snapped back into the housing with a dull whine. Flooded, she muttered. Can we fix it? Not out here. The skiff rocked unevenly as a wave pushed us sideways. I leaned over the side and saw black shapes just under the surface, submerged rock ridges. The reef. Currents pulling us east, I said. I know. She grabbed the oar clipped to the side and shoved it into the water, trying to pivot the skiff. It barely moved. The tide had us now. Behind us, faint through the fog, Tomas sounded the ferry horn again. The noise was deeper than the others strained. He was moving. Why'd he do that? I said. He's drifting too, Mara said, which meant the dock wasn't visible anymore. No lighthouse, no dock, just gray. And the reef. A red light blinked somewhere ahead, the distress beacon. Boat S there, I said. Yeah, the current nudged us toward it. The beam of the lighthouse rotated somewhere behind the fog. We couldn't see it, but we could see its glow, faint pulses spreading through the mist like distant lightning. Count the pulses, Mara said. What? Each sweep is about 10 seconds. I realized what she meant. Navigation. If we could track the lighthouse beam and the horn from Tomas's ferry, we might triangulate where we were drifting. 10 seconds. Flash. 10 seconds. Flash. Another horn blast rolled across the water, but something else moved in the fog ahead. A shape. Low and dark. Boat, Mara said quietly. This time it wasn't a buoy. It was a small aluminum fishing boat, tilted hard to one side, wedged against the reef rocks. One corner of the hull scraped against stone every few seconds as the tide shifted it. Scrape, scrape. The sound made my teeth itch. A man was slumped in the stern, alive. I could tell because he lifted his head when he heard the skiff engine cord snap. Over here, he croaked. His voice cracked with exhaustion. We drifted closer, close enough to see details. The boat's propeller had sheared off completely. The fuel tank lay sideways in the hull, and the man's right leg was twisted wrong. Broken. Help, he said again. Mara maneuvered the skiff alongside the wreck using the oar. Don't move, she told him. I can't. His face was pale, lips nearly blue, hypothermia. How long you been here? I asked. Since afternoon, I think. He shivered violently. The fog muffled everything around us. Even the surf sounded distant now, like it belonged to another place. What's your name? Mara asked. Caleb, last name, Rourke. He swallowed hard. I tried to follow the lighthouse, but the fog. I hit something, the reef. He must have been the engine Tomas heard earlier. Can you transfer him? I asked Mara quietly. She looked at the broken leg. It's going to hurt. Caleb laughed weakly. Already does. The current rocked both boats. Mara moved fast. Okay, she said. We're getting you into the skiff. Caleb grabbed the gunwale with shaking hands. The moment he shifted his weight, the broken leg moved. The sound he made was raw and animal. Easy, Mara said. I reached across and grabbed his shoulders. On 3, 1, she said. 2, 3, we hauled him across. Caleb collapsed into the bottom of the skiff, gasping. The fishing boat shifted behind us. Then it slid off the rock and disappeared into the fog. Great, I muttered. Now we had no marker for where the reef ended. Focus, Mara said. She checked Caleb's pulse. Still strong. Good. Another lighthouse beam pulse flashed faintly through the fog. 10 seconds, flash. The current dragged us farther. Moss, Mara shouted. The horn answered, closer now. But still somewhere we couldn't see. Caleb stirred. Someone else, he whispered. Mara froze. What? He tried to sit up but collapsed again. I heard someone yelling earlier near the lighthouse. My stomach tightened. The voice, I said. Caleb nodded weakly. I thought they were calling me. Mara and I exchanged a glance. The same voice we'd heard. But Caleb had never reached the lighthouse, which meant the person calling for help was someone else. And they were still on the island. Another horn blast echoed, but it sounded wrong now. Higher, tighter. Tomas is moving, Mara said. Why? Then I saw it. A dark wall forming in the fog behind us. Not land, water. A swell building over the reef. The tide had shifted. Hold on, Mara said. The wave hit. The skiff lifted violently. Caleb screamed as his leg jolted. The boat slammed down again. Water splashed over the side. "Bail," Mara shouted. I grabbed the plastic scoop and started throwing water out. Another swell rolled under us. The skiff creaked. The broken motor rattled against the mount. And suddenly the lighthouse beam appeared, not faint, clear, which meant we had drifted into the arc of visibility. "There," I shouted. The tower stood maybe 50 yards away. Too close, because the rocks near the base of the cliff were the worst part of the reef. "Paddle," Mara yelled. We both grabbed oars. The current fought us. Another swell lifted the skiff, then slammed it sideways. The hull cracked against a submerged rock. A sharp pop echoed through the fog. Water surged into the bottom of the boat. "Hole," I said. "I know." The skiff was sinking, slowly, but fast enough that we wouldn't reach the lighthouse before it filled. Caleb stared up at us. "You should go," he said weakly. "Shut up," Mara snapped. I looked toward the lighthouse base. A narrow maintenance ladder ran down the cliff wall near the generator outflow pipe, maybe 15 feet above the water. "If we could reach it, we'd jump," I said. "With him," Mara said, "we don't have a choice." Another wave crashed against the rocks. The skiff slammed sideways again. Water filled halfway to Caleb's waist. "Okay," Mara said. Her voice had changed. Not scared, focused. "We do it together." We maneuvered the sinking skiff toward the cliff. The ladder loomed above us through the fog, just out of reach. "Closer," Mara said. Another swell pushed us forward. Hull scraped hard against rock. The skiff tipped violently. "Now," Mara shouted. I grabbed Caleb under the arms. Mara grabbed his broken leg. We hauled him upright. "Climb," she shouted. He grabbed the ladder with shaking hands. The skiff rolled under our feet. Caleb pulled himself up one rung, then another. I climbed behind him, Mara last. The skiff slipped free of the rock and drifted away into the fog. Empty. The ladder rattled under our combined weight. Caleb groaned with every movement. The lighthouse beam rotated above us, illuminating the fog like a giant halo. Halfway up, my arms started shaking. Not from the climb, from everything. The cold, the adrenaline, the realization that we were alive by about 30 seconds. We reached the top of the ladder and collapsed onto the wet rocks near the lighthouse base. For a long moment, nobody spoke. Then Tomas's fairy horn blasted again. Much closer. "Over here," Mara shouted. The fog parted briefly. The ferry appeared like a ghost beside the dock. Tomas leaned out the wheelhouse window. "What the hell did you two do?" "Long story," Mara said. We dragged Caleb toward the path. The lighthouse beam rotated above us again. 10 seconds, flash. 10 seconds, flash. And for just a moment, as we reached the rear yard, I thought I heard a voice from the house. "Hello," I turned. The rear door stood closed. The fog curled quietly around the frame. No one there, just the lighthouse humming overhead, and the logbook rule echoing in my mind. "Do not reopen the door for voices unless you see who's there." The fog stayed through the night. Not thick the whole time. Sometimes it thinned enough that you could see the lighthouse beam sweeping across the water in pale arcs. But it never lifted completely. The island stayed wrapped in that gray softness that turned distances into guesses and made every sound arrive half a second late. By the time we got Caleb Rourke onto Tomas's ferry, the adrenaline had started wearing off. That's when the pain hit. Not a dramatic moment, just a slow catalog of things my body had decided to ignore earlier. My shoulders trembled from hauling Caleb up the ladder. My palms were split open where the metal rungs had dug into them. My left knee throbbed where it had slammed into the skiff hull during the last wave. Mara looked worse. Her jacket was soaked through, hair plastered against her temples, one sleeve torn halfway up the forearm. She didn't complain about any of it. She moved with that same quiet efficiency she did all day, helping Tomas lift Caleb onto the narrow bench inside the cabin. Tomas shut the door behind us and fired up the heater. Warm air filled the space, thick with diesel fumes and wet wool. Caleb lay half-conscious on the bench seat. His leg had swollen badly. The fabric of his pants stretched tight around the break. Mara had splinted it with 2 pieces of skiff seat slat and duct tape from the emergency kit. "Hospital'll handle the rest," Tomas muttered. He pulled a blanket from a storage locker and draped it over Caleb's shoulders. "Coast Guard S on the way," he added. "Told them we had 1 injured." Mara nodded. "Good." She sank into the opposite bench. For the first time since I'd met her that morning, she looked tired. Not the casual kind of tired people mention after a long day. The deeper version that sits in the bones. Tomas glanced at me. "You're bleeding." I looked down. My hands had left streaks of dark red across my jacket sleeves. "Oh," he tossed me a rag. "Wrap 'em." I did. For a while nobody spoke. The ferry engine hummed steadily beneath the deck. Outside, the fog drifted past the cabin windows in slow, ghostly sheets. Then Caleb stirred. His eyes opened halfway. "Did we make it?" he murmured. "Yeah," Mara said quietly. He blinked at the ceiling. "I thought I heard someone calling." Mara and I exchanged a glance. Caleb frowned weakly. "Before you got there," he said, "someone yelling near the lighthouse." "You mentioned that," Mara said. "Was it one of you?" "No," Caleb stared at her. "Then who? Sound carries strangely in fog," Tomas said from the helm. He didn't turn around when he said it, but the tone in his voice suggested the conversation was finished. Caleb didn't argue. He closed his eyes again. The heater hummed louder. The ferry drifted slowly away from the dock. The Coast Guard cutter arrived about 40 minutes later. By then, the fog had thinned enough that you could see shapes again, dark water, the silhouette of the lighthouse tower, the faint outline of the mainland miles away. They transferred Caleb onto a stretcher. A medic checked his leg and started an IV. The Coast Guard officer, a young lieutenant named Erica Nolan, 31, female, asked us questions while her crew worked. Where we found him, what happened to the skiff, whether anyone else was missing. Mara answered everything calmly. I mostly stood there and tried not to think about how close we'd come to losing Caleb or ourselves. At one point, Nolan asked about the voice. "Witness says he heard someone calling near the lighthouse," she said, reading from her notebook. Mara shrugged slightly. "Fog does odd things to sound." Nolan nodded. "I've heard that." She closed the notebook. "No reports of anyone else on the island today." "Good," Mara said. The cutter left with Caleb just after midnight. The ferry stayed. Tomas leaned against the rail, watching the Coast Guard lights fade into the fog. "You two planning to stay the night?" he asked. Mara looked toward the lighthouse. The beam rotated slowly, steady as ever. "Yes," she said. "You sure? We still have a station to run." Tomas grunted. "Suit yourselves." He didn't offer to argue. The island felt different after the rescue. Quieter. Or maybe we were just listening harder. The fog had thinned enough that we could see the path again. Lighthouse Tower rose above us, its stone walls dark with moisture. We walked back up the gravel path together, No talking, just boots crunching on wet stones. When we reached the yard, Mara stopped. The rear door of the house stood exactly where we'd left it. Closed, locked. No fog slipping under the seal this time. She tested the handle. Solid. Good, she said. Inside, the house felt warmer than before. The kitchen light still burned over the table. The logbook remained open to the page with the warning. If fog reaches the windows of the lower hall before sunset, I closed the book carefully. Mara poured 2 mugs of coffee from a dented thermos she'd left earlier. The coffee tasted burnt and perfect. We sat at the table. Neither of us spoke for a long time. Finally, she said, "You almost drowned tonight." "So did you." "That wasn't my first time. Still counts." She smiled faintly. "You're not wrong." I rubbed my hands again. The cuts stung now that they were warm. "What happens tomorrow?" I asked. "Coast Guard files a report. Insurance companies get involved. Caleb heals up. Life continues. And the skiff, gone," she shrugged. "Station will requisition another." That was the practical answer. But it didn't address the other thing, the voice. I watched the steam rise from my mug. "Do you believe it?" I asked quietly. "Believe what?" "That someone was calling." Mara leaned back in the chair. Fog drifted past the kitchen window again, thinner now, but still present. "I believe sound behaves unpredictably over water," she said. "That's not what I asked." "No," she agreed. She studied me for a moment. "You want a cleaner explanation than that?" "Yeah," she nodded slowly. "So did the keeper 3 seasons ago. The one who wrote the rule?" "Yes." "What did he think it was?" Mara looked toward the logbook. "He thought people were wandering up the path in fog and losing their bearings." "That makes sense." "It does. But every time he checked afterward, there were no footprints." The lighthouse mechanism clanked overhead. The sound echoed down through the tower walls. Mara stood and stretched. "You should sleep," she said. "You too." She paused in the doorway. "You're staying?" she asked. I considered that. The ferry would leave at dawn. I could get on it, go back to the mainland, find another job, avoid another situation that got too complicated. That was my usual pattern. But I looked around the kitchen, the logbook, the hum of the lighthouse above us, the fog drifting outside the window. And I remembered Caleb clinging to that ladder, half frozen, trusting that we'd help him. "I'll stay," I said. Mara nodded. "Good." She headed toward the guest room down the corridor. I stayed at the table a few minutes longer, listening. The house creaked softly as it settled. Wind brushed against the outer walls, and somewhere outside, the buoy moaned again across the water. Eventually, I stood and turned off the kitchen light. The corridor felt dim without it. The lighthouse beam flashed through the window every 10 seconds. Flash, dark, flash. I checked the rear door one last time before heading to bed. Still locked, still quiet. I started down the hall. Then a faint sound, 3 dull knocks. Thunk, thunk, thunk. I froze. The sound had come from the front door, not loud, just patient. I walked slowly back through the hallway. The lighthouse beam flashed again through the window beside the door. Flash, dark, flash. I stood there listening. No more knocks, just wind and distant surf. Finally, I leaned forward and looked through the small square window in the door. Fog drifted across the porch. Nothing else. No footprints, no shapes, no voice. I stood there another minute. Then I slid the bolt closed a little tighter and went to bed. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing Lena noticed was the smell. Not rot, not exactly. Just something old and sweet under the coffee and damp wool and radiator heat of the archive reading room, like dried roses kept too long in a drawer. It drifted in when the outer door opened and stayed after the man came through, as if the air around him had lagged a few seconds behind the rest of the world. She looked up because everyone looked up when the door groaned. The room was that kind of quiet. Not library quiet exactly. More fragile than that. The quiet of people handling expensive paper with dry hands and trying not to breathe on history. The man paused just inside the doorway. He was tall, though that wasn't the first thing you noticed either. It was the stillness. Most people entered public places carrying motion with them, shaking umbrellas, shrugging off bags, checking phones, blinking themselves into the new light. This man stepped in and seemed already arranged. Dark coat buttoned high, black gloves in one hand, no umbrella, though outside it had been raining steadily since noon, the kind of thin November rain that silvered the windows and made London look rubbed with graphite. He stood there while the old brass closer hissed the door shut behind him, and for a second Lena had the unreasonable thought that he was listening to something no one else could hear. Then he moved, normal enough. He crossed to the front desk with a folded letter in his hand. So explainable. Lena lowered her eyes to the legal pad in front of her, but she didn't resume typing. Across from her, Priya made a tiny click with her tongue, which in their shared language meant, well, that's someone. Lena kept her face neutral. "You are literally 32, she murmured without looking up. "I can still appreciate a dramatic entrance. Please don't flirt with patrons in the municipal archive." Priya's mouth twitched. "You say patrons. I say possible cult leader." That made Lena glance again. The man was speaking to Arthur at the desk. Arthur had been working at the St. Bartholomew Borough Archive since before Lena was born, and seemed physically incapable of being impressed by anyone under any circumstances, including minor royalty, who had once turned up asking about a property deed. But now even Arthur had straightened a little, not alarmed, just attentive. The reading room was long and narrow, housed in what had once been part of a church administration building. You could still feel its age in the proportions. High ceiling with dark beams, tall windows glazed with rippled old glass, green shaded lamps on the tables, rows of acid-free boxes on steel carts. The radiators ticked and knocked without ever fully warming the room. Every sound traveled, pens scratching, chair legs nudging stone floor, a cough swallowed halfway through. At the far table, a local historian in a tweed cap was photographing parish registers one page at a time. Beside the microfilm reader, an American doctoral student had been asleep on and off for 20 minutes, forehead nearly touching a notebook full of crabbed handwriting. On the wall, the clock gave a dry little mechanical shiver as the minute hand moved. Lena worked Tuesdays and Thursdays while pretending her freelance journalism career was still in a strategic lull. And not, at least currently, A slow, humiliating collapse. Archive paid very little, but it paid regularly, and sometimes people brought in odd things. Letters in biscuit tins, diaries found behind walls, family photos with names penciled on the back that led nowhere. Most of it was administrative dust and local memory. Some of it felt like standing close to a live wire. She had told herself, when she took the job 6 months ago, that the arrangement was temporary. She would stabilize. She would finish the feature she kept outlining and failing to write. She would stop accepting commissions for listicles she hated. She would stop waking at 4 in the morning convinced she had wasted the last 10 years mistaking curiosity for talent. Temporary had a way of spreading. Arthur waved her over. She put down her pen. That's never good. It's only good if he's brought pastries, Priya said. Lena stood, smoothing her cardigan automatically, and crossed the room. Up close, the smell was clearer, floral, but faded, and beneath it something mineral, like wet stone. Lena, Arthur said, this gentleman says he has an appointment. The man turned his head toward her. His eyes were a very ordinary gray, which somehow made the rest of his face less easy to place. He could have been 40 or 50, well kept in a way that concealed rather than advertised money. His skin had the pallor of someone who lived indoors, but not the theatrical sort, more the professional sort. Scholar, lawyer, certain kinds of fraud. Lena Morno, he said. His voice was low and careful, every consonant finished. Not posh exactly. Educated in several places, maybe, or practiced. She hated that he knew her name. That depends who's asking. A flicker at the corner of his mouth. Not quite a smile. My name is Adrian Vale. I sent an email yesterday regarding a collection I wish to place on temporary deposit. I was told you might be interested in the accompanying oral history. I didn't see that email. I sent it to the general address. Arthur made a sound in his throat that translated to then God knows. Arthur's relationship with email was medieval in both senses. Lena said, "What kind of collection?" Mr. Vale placed the folded letter on the desk and opened it with long, precise fingers. Inside was not a letter, but a sheet of heavy cream paper, and tucked into it, a photograph. Not printed, developed. It showed a man seated in a high-backed chair. The image was black and white, slightly blurred at the edges. Late 19th century, Lena guessed, from the collar and the photographic style. The seated man had a narrow face and dark clothes, and an expression so composed it almost read as contempt. One hand rested on the chair arm. The fingers were unusually long. Something about the pose snagged at her. Not recognition. Echo. This is from a private series, Vale said. There are diaries as well, correspondence, a ledger, some newspaper clippings. The materials concern a single family history extending, in a rather eccentric form, back to the early 17th century. Whose family? Mine, he said. Arthur, who distrusted drama on principle, folded his arms. And the oral history, Vale looked at Lena, not Arthur. An interview, recorded, if you like, though I would prefer notes. About your family archive. About a man who claimed to have lived 400 years. Priya, somewhere behind Lena, stopped pretending not to listen. Lena heard the words, and the first thing she felt was not fear or intrigue. It was irritation. Clean and immediate. Because this was exactly the kind of thing that ate a day and yielded nothing. Because there were always men, usually men, with private myths they wanted, handled reverently by underpaid women in cardigans. because she had once, disastrously, built half a career on being the person willing to sit through impossible stories until she found the human engine inside them, and it had left her with a reputation for oddity and a rent problem. Arthur said flatly, "We are not a museum of folklore." "No," Vale said. "You're a borough archive with a documented interest in local ephemera, contested histories, and unclassified personal collections." Miss Morneau, in particular, wrote a piece 3 years ago on false saints' relics sold in provincial Catholic markets in Spain. Before that, one on grief communities built around missing person conspiracy theories. Lena went still. There was nothing threatening in his tone. That made it worse. "You've done your homework," she said. "You're good at hearing people who are dismissed too early." That landed harder than she wanted it to, because it was praise, because it was almost true, because the private flaw she hated most was how quickly she leaned toward any locked door once someone suggested there might be a person behind it. She called it curiosity in public. In private, on the bad nights, she called it hunger. It had carried her into strangers' kitchens, into message boards full of delusion, into one lawsuit she had very nearly lost, and into a year-long relationship with a married photographer who had mistaken her attention for absolution. She had gotten better, or more tired. Sometimes those looked identical. "What exactly are you asking for?" she said. "A conversation this evening. Off the record unless you decide otherwise afterward. I will show you the collection first. You may inspect it, reject it, laugh at me, or leave." Arthur said, "Where? At my residence?" "No," Arthur said at once. Priya had drifted closer with a stack of folders held uselessly against her chest. "Absolutely not," she said, which was bold given she technically outranked nobody. Vale accepted the resistance with unnerving calm. "Then, at a location of Miss Morneau's choosing, provided privacy can be maintained." Lena looked at the photograph again. The seated man's face was out of perfect focus, but there was enough there to suggest an odd confidence before the camera. Most people in old photographs either braced or vanished. This man seemed to be indulging the apparatus. On the lower border, in faded ink, was written, AV 1891. "You said diaries," she said. "Yes." "How old?" "The earliest copy dates to 1713. It refers to earlier material no longer extant. Copy, a later transcription, convenient. I haven't asked you to believe me." That, annoyingly, was the right answer. Rain tapped the windows harder now. Somewhere in the building, plumbing thudded. The sleepy doctoral student lifted his head, blinked at nothing, and bent back over his notes. Outside the reading room, someone rolled a cart down the corridor. Little wheels rattled over uneven stone. Lena became aware that the room was waiting on her. She should have said no. Sensible women with overdue gas bills and a long history of making fascinating mistakes said no all the time. She had been trying lately to become one of them. Instead, she said, "Why me specifically?" For the first time, Adrian Vale hesitated. Not long enough. "Because," he said, "if I went to a tabloid, they'd make it ridiculous. I went to an academic, they'd make it theoretical. If I went to the police, I would be wasting everyone's time. You, I thought, might keep it human." The room seemed to contract a little around that word, human. Priya broke in. "You realize that makes you sound more suspicious, not less." At that, Vale finally smiled properly. It changed him less than a smile ought to. "I'm told I often have that effect." Arthur slid the paper and photograph back toward him with one finger. We close at 6. I'm aware, Lena said. Leave the email address and a number. I'll have a look at whatever background I can find. If I'm interested, I'll contact you. I was hoping for something less delayed. That's what you're getting. He studied her face as if adjusting to a new version of the conversation. Then he nodded once, reached into his coat, and produced a card. No logo, no flourish. Just the name Adrian Vale, a London mobile number, and an address in Clerkenwell embossed so faintly it was visible only when he tilted it under the lamp. Lena took it. His fingers were cold when they brushed hers. Not corpse cold, nothing melodramatic, just cold enough to register despite the heated room. Again, explainable, poor circulation. Outside rain, stone building, a man without gloves. Still, she tucked the card into her notebook instead of her pocket. 6:30, he said. If you decide to come, the gate will be unlocked until 7. Arthur gave a disapproving sniff that belonged in a 19th century novel. Vale inclined his head to all three of them, retrieved the photograph, and turned for the door. His coat made almost no sound when he moved. When the door opened, the smell of wet street and old roses stirred again. Then he was gone. The reading room exhaled. Priya waited exactly 2 seconds. No. Lena let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. That's helpful, thank you. I mean it. Absolutely not. That's how women end up as cautionary podcasts. Arthur looked at her over his bifocals. You will not be going to a stranger's house alone. I haven't said I'm going. You're thinking about it in that very particular way you think about regrettable things. That is not a measurable facial expression. It is on you, Priya said. Lena went back to her desk, sat, and opened her laptop. Her hands were steady. That annoyed her too. She would have preferred a little honest shaking, something bodily and clear. Instead, there was only the familiar brightening in her head, the click of pieces trying to assemble, the photograph, the research on her work, the insistence on privacy, the phrase, keep it human. She searched the name first. Too many Adrian Vales, a tax consultant in Kent, a deceased architect in Chicago, a violinist with an aggressive jawline and no resemblance at all. She refined by address. Nothing obvious. Ownership records behind paywalls. A property forum thread from 6 years ago complaining about a disputed renovation permit in Clerkenwell. No photographs. No business registration. No social media footprint she could verify. That alone was strange enough to prickle. Next, she searched the address separately. Georgian townhouse. Grade II listed. Sold through an estate agency in 2004 to a holding company. Before that, partial commercial use. Before that, private residence. Before that, older still. The lot had been rebuilt after wartime damage, but retained some original lower-level masonry. One grainy image from the estate listing showed tall windows, black railings, a narrow courtyard, and a basement entrance half below street level like a mouth. Still no, Priya said from behind her. Lena startled. Do you teleport? I worry efficiently. Priya leaned on the back of the chair. She smelled like hand cream and copier toner. What's the verdict? He exists in property records, which is more than most weird men. Not comforting. No, Priya was the kind of person who appeared soft until you noticed how deliberate she was. 32, British Indian, 5 feet nothing, curly hair always in some stage of escape from a clip, and eyes that missed less than they admitted. She cataloged maps for the borough and ran ultramarathons on weekends, which Lena found suspicious, in a deeper philosophical sense. Priya trusted systems more than Lena did, but people less. You haven't asked the obvious question, Priya said, which is, why now? Lena swiveled slightly in her chair. Maybe because he's old, Priya stared. Lena smiled despite herself. Sorry, no, keep joking. I'm trying not to say the thing where this is clearly either performance art, a sex crime, or both. Arthur passed with a ledger box and muttered, or inheritance fraud. See, Priya said. Arthur contains multitudes. The rest of the shift dragged and sprinted by turns. A woman came in asking about a 1970s planning permission dispute and left with photocopies and visible disappointment. The doctoral student finally woke enough to apologize for drooling on his sleeve. Someone's phone buzzed in a bag with the trapped insect insistence of a bad conscience. Outside, dusk came early and dirty, the windows flattening to black mirrors with rain stitched across them. At 5:48, Lena found herself opening her notebook to the card again. Adrian Vale. The address looked more substantial in writing than it had spoken aloud. Clerkenwell was close enough to feel safe and old enough to feel unhelpful after dark. All narrow streets and expensive conversions pressed against churches older than some countries. She knew the area moderately well. A magazine editor she used to sleep with had once rented a studio there, and for half a second the memory arrived complete with the smell of paint thinner and coffee before she shoved it away. Her phone buzzed. A text from her younger brother, Matteo. Did you ever call Ma back? She says you ignored 3 messages and is escalating emotionally. Lena smiled despite herself and typed, at work, still alive. Tell her I'll call tonight. Matteo replied instantly. You saying still alive is not reassuring in the genre of family we come from. She put the phone down. Her private fear, one of them anyway, was not dying. It was becoming the sort of person whose life could be narrowed into anecdotes other people told at the table after she left. Lena with her odd jobs. Lena chasing strangers' stories. Lena almost making it. Lena not quite. She hated that fear because it was vain and childish, and yet it drove half her decisions like an engine hidden under the floorboards. At 6, the archive closed. Chairs were pushed in. Lamps clicked off table by table. The historian in tweed packed up. Arthur locked the cabinet room. Rain had weakened to mist. Priya stood in the lobby, zipping her coat. I'm going to say this one last time. I know. If you go, send me the address. Share your location. Set a check in time. Photograph the front of the building. And do not let him separate you from your phone. That sounds like several last times. I contain multitudes too. Arthur, knotting a scarf around his throat, said, take a cab there and back, not the underground. Now you both sound like my parents. No, Priya said. Your parents probably assume basic self-preservation. The 3 of them stepped outside. The air felt scrubbed and metallic after the archive's paper dust warmth. Streetlights shone in puddles. A bus sighed at the corner. Somewhere farther down the lane, a bottle went over in a crate with a hollow clank. London at that hour was all surfaces breathing. Wet stone, diesel, fryer grease, the yeasty draft from a pub opening its door. Lena pulled her coat tighter and looked east toward Clerkenwell, though she couldn't see that far. She could go home, reheat soup, call her mother, pretend the card in her notebook weighed nothing, or she could take the short ride across town and walk through an unlocked gate before 7 into a stranger's house, toward a story that was almost certainly a lie and might still be dangerous precisely because it was human. Priya touched her elbow. Lena, I know. You don't have to prove anything to every locked door. That hit close enough to sting. A black cab rolled by with its light on. Lena raised a hand without fully deciding to. The cab slowed. She turned to Priya and Arthur, one foot already off the curb, and felt the evening split open around a choice she could still call small if she lied correctly. Do I go, she said, half to them and half to herself, and treat this like a story? The cab idled at the pavement, waiting. The cab ride across town took 14 minutes, which was just long enough for Lena to change her mind 3 times. Clerkenwell at night had that polished, dark-look London neighborhoods developed after money moved in and the scaffolding left. Georgian facades, narrow streets with names that sounded like occupations: Hatton, Cowcross, St. John. The rain had thinned to a mist that hung under the streetlights like breath. The driver dropped her 2 blocks from the address. You want me to wait? He asked, eyeing the quiet street. No, Lena said. It's fine. It was. But it was close enough to the archive that pretending helped. As the cab pulled away, she sent a quick message. To Priya, Clerkenwell address. Check in 7:30. If I'm late, call me, then the police. Priya replied immediately. If you die, I will haunt you with spreadsheets. Lena smiled, slipped the phone back into her coat pocket, and walked. The house was exactly what the estate listing had suggested. Narrow Georgian frontage, tall windows, iron railings, the stone steps descending to a basement level that sat half below the pavement like a second mouth. The gate was unlocked. She hesitated there longer than she wanted to admit. Street noise carried faintly from the corner, a passing bus, laughter from a pub, the slap of wet tires. Ordinary sounds, evidence of a city still moving. That mattered. She pushed the gate open. The courtyard smelled faintly of damp brick and something floral that reminded her unpleasantly of the archive reading room earlier. The basement door stood ajar, spilling a stripe of warm light across the stone. He'd expected her. That realization made her skin prickle in a way she couldn't quite categorize. Lena knocked anyway. Footsteps approached immediately. The door opened. Adrian Vale stood in the frame, sleeves rolled neatly to the forearm, as if he'd been interrupted mid-task. The interior light behind him was yellow and steady. I'm glad you came, he said. You sounded confident. I suspected curiosity would win. She stepped inside before she could argue with that. The room was not what she expected. Not a Gothic library. Not velvet curtains and candles. Instead, it looked like a careful workspace carved into a very old building. Stone walls partly exposed. Bookshelves installed between them. A long table with a laptop, 2 lamps, and several acid-free archival boxes stacked in precise rows. It smelled like paper and dust, and that faint rose note again. Tea, he asked. No. Water? Also no. He inclined his head as if this was a perfectly reasonable answer and gestured toward the table. Please. Lena took the chair opposite him. She placed her phone on the table deliberately where both of them could see it. Adrian noticed. Wise, he said. I assume that means you noticed the location sharing. I assume it means someone expects you to return home tonight. The quiet confidence of the statement made her stomach tighten. Let's start with the archive, she said. He nodded and opened the first box. Inside were journals, not pristine, The leather had cracked along the spines. Several had been rebound, their stitching visible and uneven. Others looked like later notebooks, 19th century maybe, thick with cramped handwriting. Lena leaned forward despite herself. 17th and 18th centuries were recopied, Adrian said, touching one carefully. The originals deteriorated. The copyist attempted to preserve both spelling and structure. You're saying this is a transcription? Yes. By whom? A descendant. Which one? Adrian hesitated. That's one of the complications. That's not an answer. No, he said calmly. It's an accurate preview. She opened one of the later journals. The writing was tight but legible. Slanted ink script, margins crowded with small corrections. Dates ran along the top of each page. The entries were not dramatic. Weather notes, observations about trade shipments, small details about a city changing around the writer. It read like a long, patient diary. But every few pages the same line appeared. Year 212. Or later, year 223. Lena looked up. What is that supposed to mean? The author's personal calendar, Adrian said, counting from when? From the year he believed his life began. That's vague even for delusion. Yes, she flipped further. More entries, same handwriting, and the numbers kept rising. Year 239, year 240. You're telling me someone kept a diary for decades while pretending they were hundreds of years old? Yes, people do that. Yes, but you think they weren't pretending? Adrian met her eyes. I think the truth is stranger and far less theatrical. Lena sat back. Explain. Before I do, he said, I should tell you about the problem. There it was. She had been waiting for the moment the story stopped being eccentric and started becoming inconvenient. What problem? Adrian folded his hands on the table. 3 weeks ago, the final volume went missing. Lena blinked. You invited a journalist to look at incomplete evidence. I invited someone capable of understanding why the missing piece matters, which is, the last journal contains the only first-person description of the man's disappearance. That shifted the air in the room. Disappearance, Lena repeated. Yes. When? Adrian slid a thin folder across the table. Inside was a photocopy of a police report. London Metropolitan Police. Filed October 1892. The language was clipped and clinical. Missing male, unidentified. Last seen leaving residence in Clerkenwell. Witnesses reported the subject had lived at the address under multiple names over several decades. Lena read the paragraph twice. This was real. It was investigated, Adrian said. Investigated and dismissed, apparently. Yes. And you think the missing journal explains what happened? I believe it documents the final days before he vanished. Lena closed the folder slowly. Why does that matter now? Adrian leaned back in his chair. Because someone else thinks it matters too. The words landed quietly. Someone stole it, she said. Yes. From here? No. Where then? A storage facility in Islington. Climate controlled, private. The collection had been temporarily moved while structural repairs were made to this basement. You reported the theft. Yes, and police recorded it as an isolated burglary. But you disagree. Yes. Lena rubbed the bridge of her nose. You understand how this sounds? I do. You're telling me someone broke into a storage facility, ignored everything valuable, and took a single journal connected to a man who believed he was 400 years old. Yes. And now you want me to what? Investigate? No. Then why am I here? Adrian's gaze drifted briefly toward the journals on the table. Because the theft created a time constraint. Her pulse ticked up slightly. What kind of constraint? The storage facility owner called me yesterday, and they are closing permanently in 48 hours. That's not unusual, no, but the police will transfer the remaining property to a municipal holding warehouse. Also normal. Yes, but during the transfer process, items are often separated from their documentation. Lena stared at him. You're worried the remaining journals will disappear. I'm certain someone intends them to. Silence settled between them. Upstairs, faint footsteps crossed the floor above. Pipes creaked somewhere inside the building. Why would anyone care about a diary from the 1700s? Lena asked. That, Adrian said quietly, is the question. Her phone buzzed on the table. Priya. 7:20 check-in. Lena typed quickly. Alive. Talking to eccentric archivist man. Might leave soon. She hit send. Across from her, Adrian watched the screen without appearing to read it. May I ask something? He said. Depends. Why you came? You already answered that. Curiosity. Yes, but curiosity usually hides another motive. She exhaled slowly. My career stalled, she said. I chase weird stories because sometimes one of them turns out to be real enough to write about. Real enough? Yes, and if this one is, then I wasted a cab fare. Adrian studied her for a moment longer. You're afraid of becoming irrelevant, he said. The accuracy stung more than she expected. You invited me to talk about a diary, not psychoanalyze me. He inclined his head again. Fair. He reached into another box and removed a smaller object, a photograph, not the same one as earlier. This one was clearer. A man standing beside a riverbank. Early 20th century, judging by the clothing. Dark coat. Hat held loosely in one hand. The face was unmistakable, or rather the structure was. Same narrow jaw, same long fingers, but the photo was labeled A Vale 1910. Lena looked up sharply. You said the disappearance was 1892. Yes. So how is there a photograph from 1910? That, Adrian said softly, is the part the missing journal explains. A dull thud echoed somewhere above them. Both of them looked toward the ceiling. Another sound followed, not footsteps, something heavier. Dragging, Lena felt the back of her neck tight. You have neighbors upstairs, she asked. No, you live alone. Yes, the dragging sound came again. This time unmistakable. Something being moved across wooden floorboards. Adrian stood slowly. That shouldn't be happening. Lena's first instinct was practical. Maybe the building manager. There isn't one. Another scrape. Then a soft, metallic clink. Her pulse quickened. Did the police return the rest of your collection yet? She asked. No, so nothing valuable should be here. Correct. They both understood the implication at the same moment. Someone else thought otherwise. Adrian crossed the room and turned off one of the lamps. The basement dimmed slightly. Stay here, he said. Not a chance. The scraping upstairs stopped. Silence filled the space like water rising. Then a footstep creaked directly above them. Slow, careful. Lena grabbed her phone from the table. Call the police, she whispered. Adrian shook his head. By the time they arrive, the basement door handle rattled. Both of them froze. The door was locked, but the handle turned again. Harder. Someone on the other side testing it. Lena's heart hammered now. You said the gate was unlocked, she whispered. Yes, brilliant. The handle jerked again, then stopped. Footsteps retreated up the basement stairs. Lena let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Okay, she said. Now we call the police. Adrian didn't answer. He was staring at the journals. The journals, he said quietly. What about them? If someone came here tonight, he looked toward the ceiling again. They weren't looking for the missing volume. A heavy crash exploded upstairs, wood splintering, glass shattering. Lena flinched. Adrian moved instantly, grabbing the box of journals and sliding it toward her. "Take those," he said. "Why?" "Because whoever is up there knows exactly what they're looking for." Another crash. This one closer to the basement stairs. Adrian grabbed a flashlight from the shelf. "The back exit," he said. "You have a back exit?" "Yes." "Then why didn't we start with that?" "Because until 10 seconds ago, I hoped we wouldn't need it." Upstairs, footsteps began descending toward the basement. Slow, deliberate, and there was more than one set. Lena clutched the journal box against her chest. "Adrian," she whispered. "Yes, you realize this is exactly the kind of night where people die in documentaries." He gave a tight, humorless smile. "Yes." The basement stair creaked above them. The first step, then the second. Adrian turned toward the narrow corridor leading deeper into the building. "Run," he said, and this time Lena didn't argue. Adrian didn't run the way people usually ran. No flailing arms, no panicked stumbles, just long, fast strides through the narrow corridor behind the basement workspace, as if he'd memorized every inch of the building years ago. Lena followed, clutching the archive box against her chest. Behind them, the basement stairs creaked again. Slow, deliberate steps descending. More than one person. The corridor was barely shoulder wide. Bare stone walls, low ceiling pipes, a strip of LED lights fixed along the baseboard, casting a dim blue glow. The floor sloped slightly downward toward the rear of the house. "Where does this go?" Lena whispered. "Old service exit," Adrian said without slowing. "Originally coal delivery. Please tell me it opens onto a street, an alley, close enough." Another sound echoed behind them, the basement door opening. A flashlight beam swept briefly across the stone wall at the corridor entrance. Someone had reached the workspace. Lena's pulse surged. "Faster," she whispered. They reached a sharp turn in the corridor. Adrian flicked off the LED strip with a switch on the wall, plunging them into near darkness, except for the faint light from the room behind. He handed her the flashlight. "Point it down," he said. "Why? So it doesn't silhouette us." Her nerves were beginning to buzz now, the kind of electric alertness that made everything feel slightly unreal. Behind them came muffled voices. Low, male, controlled. "Check the boxes. Search everything." The accent sounded local, professional even. Not drunk burglars, not opportunists, people who had come prepared. Adrian pushed open a narrow metal door at the end of the corridor. Cold night air spilled inside. The alley outside was barely wider than a delivery van. Brick walls on both sides, trash bins, a fire escape ladder clinging to the building across from them. The rain had stopped completely now. Lena stepped out, inhaling deeply. Street noise reached them faintly from two directions. Traffic somewhere beyond the alley mouth. "Okay," she said under her breath. "Now we call the police." Adrian closed the door behind them, but didn't lock it. "They'll be gone before police arrive. So we just let them take your house apart. They're looking for something specific, which we happen to be carrying," Lena said, tightening her grip on the box. Adrian nodded once. "That gives us leverage." Lena stared at him. "That is an extremely optimistic way to describe running from burglars with the thing they want." "They weren't burglars." "Then what were they?" "I don't know," Adrian said, "but they knew where to go." The implications settled uneasily between them. Someone had told them or watched. Lena glanced toward the alley entrance. Let's move. They walked quickly toward the street. Halfway down the alley, a metal gate blocked the exit. Locked. Lena tried the handle anyway. It rattled loudly. Great, she muttered. Perfect. Adrian stepped forward and examined the chain. New, he said. You're telling me that wasn't here earlier? No. Behind them, the basement door creaked open again. Light spilled into the alley. Lena felt a sudden spike of adrenaline. They're coming out. Adrian grabbed the chain and twisted hard. The metal groaned but held. No time, he said. He grabbed a trash bin and dragged it beneath the fire escape ladder. Seriously, Lena whispered. It leads to the roof. And then another building, possibly another stairwell. She hesitated half a second. Behind them, the door clicked open fully. Voices again. Closer now. Check outside. Lena shoved the archive box into Adrian's arms. Hold this. She climbed onto the bin and jumped for the ladder. Her fingers caught the lowest rung. Cold metal bit into her palms as she hauled herself upward. Years ago, she'd done rock climbing with a boyfriend who believed hobbies should involve mild danger. Her shoulders still remembered the motion. She reached the first landing and looked down. Your turn. Adrian passed the journal box up first. Then he climbed. The alley door slammed below. A flashlight beam swept across the ground. Someone's out here, a voice said. Lena froze against the brick wall. Adrian reached the landing beside her, breathing slightly harder now. They climbed again. Second landing, third. The roof was flat, tarred, and cluttered with vents. From up there, the alley looked like a narrow trench between buildings. Two men stood below. Both wore dark jackets and gloves. One of them kicked the locked gate. Blocked, he said. Check above. The second man angled his flashlight upward. Lena ducked instinctively. The beam skimmed the underside of the fire escape, but didn't quite reach them. They stayed perfectly still. After a moment, the men moved farther down the alley. Lena exhaled slowly. Okay, she whispered. Now what? Adrian pointed toward the adjacent building. The rooftops were separated by a gap of maybe 4 feet, not wide, but the drop between them fell 2 stories into the alley. You've done this before, Lena whispered. Once. Comforting, he stepped back a few paces and jumped. His coat flared behind him as he cleared the gap easily. He landed hard but steady. Your turn, he said quietly. Lena looked down. Bad idea. The alley spun slightly beneath her. Fantastic, she muttered. She backed up. Ran, jumped. Her foot slipped on the landing edge as she landed. Her knee slammed against the tarred roof. Pain shot up her leg. She hissed through clenched teeth. You okay? Adrian asked. Define okay. He helped her stand. She tested her leg. It hurt, but it held. Not broken, she said. They moved across the roof quickly. A metal stairwell door sat at the far corner. Adrian tried the handle. Locked. Second attempt, Lena said breathlessly. Also failing. Adrian scanned the roof, then spotted something near the ventilation duct. A small plastic crate filled with discarded renovation tools. He grabbed a screwdriver and wedged it into the door latch. The metal bent slowly. Come on, Lena whispered. Below them, voices echoed again. The men had entered the alley between buildings. Flashlight beams began scanning the rooftops. The latch snapped. Adrian pulled the door open. They slipped inside. The stairwell smelled like damp concrete and cleaning fluid. Lena leaned against the wall, breathing hard. Her knee throbbed. Okay, she said. Temporary victory. Adrian looked down at the journal box. We need somewhere secure. The police station, Lena said immediately. Yes, but first we call them. She pulled out her phone. No signal. Seriously, she whispered. Adrian checked his own. Basement stairwell, he said. Signal often fails. They descended 2 flights. A door opened onto a dim hallway lined with storage units. Concrete floor. Fluorescent lights flickering overhead. The smell of motor oil. A parking garage. Good, Lena said. Signal should work here. She checked again. Still nothing. Okay, that's weird. Adrian walked toward the garage entrance. As they reached the opening, Lena noticed something that made her stop. A black van parked near the ramp. Engine idling. Windows tinted. She grabbed Adrian's sleeve. Wait, what? That van. He followed her gaze. Do you recognize it? She whispered. No, the engine cut off. Driver door opened. A man stepped out. Same dark jacket, same gloves. One of the alley intruders. He hadn't followed them. He'd already been here. Lena's stomach dropped. They expected us to run. Adrian nodded grimly. The man turned toward them slowly. He didn't look surprised, just mildly annoyed. You should have stayed in the house, he said. His voice echoed through the garage. 2 more doors opened behind the van. 2 additional men stepped out, 3 total, blocking the exit ramp. Adrian tightened his grip on the journal box. Who sent you? He asked calmly. The man shrugged. You're asking the wrong question. Which is? Where's the last book? Lena's pulse hammered. They think we have it, she whispered. Adrian's expression remained neutral. We don't, he said. The man studied them for a moment, then smiled faintly. You will. He reached into his coat. Lena braced instinctively, but instead of a weapon, he pulled out a photograph. He tossed it onto the concrete. It slid to Lena's feet. She looked down. It was the same man from the earlier photographs. Same narrow face, same long fingers, but this image was modern, color, clear. The timestamp in the corner read, 2019. Lena stared. That's impossible, she whispered. The man watched her reaction carefully. That's why we need the journal. Adrian's voice was quiet now. Where did you get that? From someone who understands what you're hiding. Behind them, the stairwell door slammed open. Footsteps, more voices. The intruders from the house had found the roof route. Lena turned. 2 men appeared at the stairwell entrance. Now 5 of them, blocking every direction. Her chest tightened. No police, she whispered. No signal. Adrian looked around the garage once, calculating. Lena followed his gaze. Concrete pillars, the van, the ramp, but nowhere to run. This is the part, she said quietly, where we admit we're trapped. Adrian nodded. Yes, one of the men stepped closer. Hand over the journals. Adrian didn't move. You're wasting time, the man added. We already know where the missing one is. Lena blinked. What? The man looked at her. The storage facility transfer starts tonight. Her stomach dropped. The journals in that box, he continued calmly, are just copies. Adrian's face hardened. The man smiled. The real problem, he said, is that you're about to help us retrieve the original. He gestured toward the van. Get in. Lena felt the ground shift under her. If they refused, things would get violent. If they agreed, they would be delivering the archive directly to whoever was hunting it. She looked at Adrian, his jaw tightened. No, he said quietly. The man sighed. Wrong answer. 2 of the intruders stepped forward. Lena's injured knee throbbed. Her lungs burned. Adrian suddenly shoved the journal box into her arms. Run for the ramp, he said. What? Now? She hesitated. Just a heartbeat. But it was enough. One of the men grabbed her coat sleeve, and the trap finally snapped shut. The man's hand closed on Lena's coat sleeve just above the elbow. Not a wild grab, a practiced one. Fingers hooking fabric, twisting to control her balance. She dropped the journal box on instinct and drove her free elbow back. It connected with something hard, chest, maybe shoulder. Not enough to stop him, but enough to loosen the grip. Her coat tore at the seam with a sound like paper ripping. She lurched sideways, pain flashing through the knee she'd slammed on the roof. Across the garage, Adrian moved. Fast. Not supernatural fast. Just fast the way some people get when panic strips away everything decorative and leaves only decision. He snatched the plastic tool crate from the floor near the stairwell wall and hurled it at the nearest man's legs. The crate exploded on impact. Screwdrivers, bolts, a rusted wrench skittering across concrete. One of the intruders stumbled and swore. "Ramp," Adrian shouted. Lena bent for the box. That was the mistake. The half second where she chose paper over speed. The first man recovered and shoved her hard between the shoulder blades. She hit the concrete on both palms. White pain shot up her arms. The archive box slid away, spilling 2 journals and the photocopied police report across the garage floor. Boots pounded around her. One of the intruders lunged for the journals. Adrian got there first. He drove his shoulder into the man's side with enough force to slam both of them into a concrete pillar. The sound was sickeningly solid bone, breath, stone. Adrian staggered, but stayed upright. The other man folded, gasping. Lena scrambled up on one knee, grabbed the nearest journal, then the folder, then the second journal. Not the box. Too bulky, too slow. A hand caught in her hair. She made a noise she didn't recognize as her own and twisted, blindly swinging the heavy journal like a brick. It connected with a cheekbone or temple. The man cursed and let go. She ran. Her knee nearly buckled on the first step, then held just enough. She clutched the journals to her chest and limped for the ramp. The black van stood angled across the exit lane, nose toward the street, blocking half the width. Behind her, the garage erupted into overlapping sounds, boots, shouting, Adrian hitting something metallic, a grunt cut short. At the ramp, a second man stepped into her path. He was shorter than the others, broad through the shoulders, dark jacket zipped to the throat. No mask, mid-30s, calm face. He held up one hand as if stopping someone in traffic. "Don't," he said. Lena stopped because momentum died in front of certainty like that. He glanced at the journals in her arms. Set them down. She kept backing up instead, limping now, trying to widen the distance. "I said set them down." From behind her, Adrian shouted, "Lena." She looked past the man for a split second. Adrian had one intruder bent awkwardly over the bonnet of the van, forearm jammed across the man's neck. Another was coming up behind him. A third was on the ground near the spilled tools, trying to stand. Adrian's neat shirt sleeves were dark at one elbow. Blood, maybe. Dust. Hard to tell. The man in front of Lena advanced one slow step. "We're not here for you," he said. That can still be true. It would have sounded reasonable if not for the men behind him, if not for the chase over roofs, if not for the way his eyes kept flicking to the journals like they were the only real bodies in the room. Lena heard herself say, "Then move." He almost smiled. "No," the short lull snapped. Adrian slammed his heel backward into the knee of the man behind him. The man yelled and fell. Adrian spun, grabbed the van driver's door, and yanked it open so hard it rebounded off the hinge. Then he shouted to Lena, voice sharper than before, The keys, she understood a beat late. They were still in the van. The broad man understood too. He turned toward the driver's side at the same time Lena did. Lena ran crookedly across the front of the van, knee screaming. The man cut around the bonnet to intercept. Adrian saw it and let go of the man he'd pinned. He lunged between them, caught the broad man around the waist, and both of them crashed against the side panel with a thunderous bang. The van rocked. Lena reached the open driver's door, keys in the ignition, engine off but ready. She grabbed them. One of the intruders seized the back of her coat just as she tore them free. The metal ring cut her fingers. She twisted away and, without thinking, threw the keys. Not away, not at anyone under the van. They skittered across concrete into the dark beneath the chassis. Everybody froze for one stupid, stunned second. Then the swearing started. "You idiot," one of the intruders barked, not at Lena, but at the man who'd grabbed her. That gave her enough room to slam the driver's door with all her weight. It caught another man in the shin. He shouted and hopped back. Adrian shouted again. Stairwell. Because the ramp was blocked. Because the van was now useless to everyone. Because improvisation was just a dignified word for turning left when right had failed. Lena ran for the stairwell with the journals. Adrian followed, half backward, shoving at anyone close enough to grab. One man caught his coat. Adrian slipped out of it entirely, leaving the coat in the man's hands like shed skin, and reached the stairwell door first. He shoved Lena through. The door slammed behind them. This one had no lock. Adrian jammed the bent screwdriver through the pull handles from the inside, twisted the metal until it wedged. The door shuddered immediately under the first impact from the other side. Not secure, just slower. Up or down, Lena gasped. Adrian leaned against the wall, breathing hard now for the first time she'd seen. Down. Why down? Because the basement level connects to the older storage tunnels. She stared at him. You have tunnels. It's Clerkenwell. Everyone has tunnels. A second hit slammed the door inward an inch. The screwdriver screeched but held. Wonderful, she said. They went down. The stairwell spiraled one level below the garage to a service corridor that smelled of wet concrete and old electricity. Emergency lights burned low and orange along the floor. Pipes ran overhead, wrapped in silver insulation. The corridor branched left and right. Which way? Left, Adrian said. Then a locked grill, then another corridor to the original wine vaults. You say that like I should have a mental map. I'm working on the assumption you don't. Behind them, the stairwell door banged again. Metal groaned. Voices echoed down the concrete shaft. Lena kept moving. Left turn. Narrow hall. A row of numbered storage cages behind mesh. A leaking pipe dripping steadily into a plastic bucket. The sound was so regular it felt deliberate. At the far end, just as Adrian had said, a steel grill gate blocked the passage. Locked with a modern padlock. Excellent, Lena said, already breathless. Love continuity. Adrian patted his pockets. Shirt, trousers, empty. His coat was upstairs with the men. He swore softly in a language Lena didn't know. No key, she said. In the coat, of course. The stairwell noise was closer now. They had maybe seconds. Lena looked at the gate, then at the journals in her arms, then at the bent screwdriver still in Adrian's hand. Too small for the padlock. Too slow. Beside the storage cage nearest them sat a red fire extinguisher in a wall bracket. Take these. She shoved the journals at Adrian, yanked the extinguisher free, and swung it by the neck. The first strike glanced badly, jarring her whole shoulder. The second hit the padlock square. Metal rang through the corridor. The third made her knee buckle. She caught herself against the mesh, teeth clenched. Footsteps burst from the stairwell behind them. Again, Adrian said. She swung. This time the lock snapped loose, hanging crooked from the hasp. Adrian ripped the gate open. They squeezed through and dragged it shut behind them just as two intruders hit the other side. Their hands shot through the mesh, fingers snatching air inches from Lena's sleeve. Then Adrian did something that would have looked theatrical anywhere else, and in that corridor felt simply practical. He discharged the fire extinguisher full into their faces through the gate. A white blast filled the passage. The men reeled back coughing, swearing, clawing at their eyes. "Go," Adrian said. They ran again. The older corridor beyond was different. Brick instead of concrete, arched ceiling, uneven flagstone underfoot slick with condensation. It curved gently beneath the neighboring buildings, branching occasionally into bricked-up alcoves or rusted metal doors. The air was colder here, earthier, a smell of old stone and standing water. Lena could suddenly place the mineral note she'd noticed around Adrian and the journals all evening. It wasn't him, not entirely. It was this underground damp that had seeped into the paper and the leather over years. At the next junction, Adrian stopped so abruptly she nearly collided with him. A figure stood at the far end of the passage, tall, motionless, narrow face. For one blinding instant, Lena's exhausted brain made the leap it had been resisting all night. All the old photographs crashed together in her head. The 19th century portrait, the 1910 riverbank image, the impossible 2019 print tossed onto the garage floor. The same bones, the same outline. The thing in the tunnel lifted one arm. Lena actually felt cold move through her body. Then the figure swung sideways with a squeal of wheels and slammed into the wall. A coat rack, a standing rack loaded with dry cleaning bags and old costumes, abandoned in the tunnel outside some basement prop storage room, stirred by the draft of their approach. Plastic crackled, hangers clicked together. Lena laughed once, a raw, ugly sound on the edge of panic. Adrian looked back at her. "That wasn't funny," she said. "No, but the terror had somewhere to go now. Into embarrassment, into anger, into motion." They pushed on. At the end of the tunnel, a metal security door opened into the back service corridor of the storage facility. Lena stopped dead. Bright fluorescent light, white painted cinder block, pallet jack parked against the wall, clipboards, stacks of sealed archive crates shrink-wrapped on wheeled dollies. On a sign taped to the wall, "Transfer holding night collections. The transfer starts tonight," she said. "Yes," Adrian said. "Not later, not tomorrow, now." The point of all this had been here from the start. From somewhere out front came the whine of a reversing truck and the hollow thump of loading bay doors. Men speaking, the beep, beep, beep of machinery, normal sounds, working night sounds, the kind that could swallow anything. Lena turned on him. "You knew. I suspected. You suspected and didn't tell me that your mysterious men were driving us straight toward an active transfer. I told you they would force us to retrieve the original." "That is not the same thing." The argument sharpened them both, gave shape to panic. Adrian held her gaze. "If I'd said the journal was likely already being moved tonight, would you have come?" "No, yes, That silenced her because infuriatingly he was right. A crash echoed back down the brick tunnel. The men had broken through the grill. Later, Adrian said, he moved into the service corridor. Lena followed because there was no version of retreat left. Behind them, armed, organized men. Ahead, a live transfer swallowing evidence. Somewhere inside this fluorescent maze was the original journal everyone had been chasing. They turned right into a long aisle between stacked crates. Labels flashed past: legal records, parish deposits, private estates, municipal deeds. The geography resolved itself quickly under pressure. To their left, through wire glass windows, the loading bay glowed sodium yellow. Straight ahead, the corridor ended at a security desk and 2 freight lifts. To the right, another aisle cut toward climate storage rooms. A forklift reversed out of a side bay, driver wearing ear defenders, not looking at them. He hauled a wrapped pallet toward the loading dock. On top of the pallet, under layers of plastic, sat 3 archival boxes almost identical to Adrian's. "How do we find one journal in this?" Lena said. Adrian scanned the paperwork clipped to each pallet as they passed. "By the estate code." "What code?" "My family deposit registered under Vale Holdings, but the original papers were cataloged under the previous owner's probate name." "Which is?" He looked at her once. "Aubrey Vane." She stopped. "AV, yes." The initials hit with sick clarity. Not proof, not anything close to proof, but enough to make the old labels, the photographs, the repeated names feel less random and more engineered across time. At the end of the aisle, Adrian found it. A pallet backed against the wall, waiting for lift transfer. 4 gray crates. 1 clipboard, typed manifest. Probate holding Vane, A/private papers, restricted. He pulled the top sheet free. A line item halfway down, 1 bound volume leather, water damaged, unverified provenance. "The journal," he said. "Which crate?" He scanned the crate tags. 3. Behind them, voices entered the service corridor. Not the facility workers, the men from the tunnel. Lena looked up and saw them reflected dimly in the wire glass at the loading bay door, dark jackets moving fast. Adrian. He was already at crate 3. No tools, just industrial plastic straps and metal clips. He jammed the screwdriver under the first strap and levered, the plastic bit deep into his palm. He hissed and pulled harder. It snapped back and sliced across the heel of his hand. Blood welled instantly. "Damn it," he said. Lena seized the pallet jack handle and slammed its metal edge down on the second strap. Once, twice, it split. Adrian tore the loosened lid free. Inside, bundled documents wrapped in tissue, a tin box, 2 ledgers, and at the bottom, dark with water stain and warped along one edge, a leather-bound journal. From the far end of the corridor, one of the intruders shouted, "There!" Workers turned their heads now, confused, but not yet alarmed enough. Too much machinery. Too many moving parts. The wrong kind of chaos. Adrian grabbed the journal. The nearest intruder broke into a run. "So now what?" Lena said. Adrian looked toward the loading bay, then the lifts, then the workers. No good options, only costs. He shoved the journal into Lena's hands. "You take it." "What?" "They know my face. They know mine too, less than mine." He turned, seized the top gray crate, and heaved it sideways off the pallet. It crashed onto the floor in a burst of papers and cardboard, directly in the intruder's path. One man went over it hard. Another stumbled into the pallet jack. A facility worker shouted. Someone blew a whistle. At last, real alarm. Loading bay, Adrian snapped. They ran. The loading dock was a cavern of yellow light, diesel fumes, and noise. 2 trucks backed into separate bays. Rain had started again outside, visible beyond the open shutters as silver lines in the night. Men in high-vis jackets shouted over engines. A supervisor reached for a radio, face pinched in confusion. "Stop them," one of the intruders shouted, but now he sounded like just another angry contractor in a place full of them. Lena cut between a moving pallet and the dock edge. Her bad knee finally gave in a sharp, hot fold. She almost went down, caught herself on the truck's metal side rail, and nearly dropped the journal into a puddle of black runoff water below. Adrian grabbed her by the elbow and hauled her upright. "Keep moving." They made it to the narrow personnel exit beside Bay 2. Alarm bar on the door. He slammed it. Cold rain and street air hit them both. Then the broad man from the garage was there. He had come around the front. Of course he had. He stood in the service lane between the trucks and the street gate, rain darkening his hair, chest rising and falling steadily as if all this were merely tedious. His eyes went straight to the journal in Lena's arms. "No more running," he said. Behind them, the loading bay door banged open. More men, workers shouting. Too many bodies, too little space. Adrian stepped slightly in front of Lena. The broad man reached inside his jacket. This time he did bring out a weapon, not a gun. Worse, in a way. A telescoping baton, compact and plausible, the kind carried by men who expected to use it up close. Rain tapped on metal. Diesel idled. Somewhere, a reversing alarm kept beeping pointlessly into the dark. "Nobody needs to die for a book," the man said. Adrian's bleeding hand flexed once at his side. "You first." The man sighed and came forward. What followed happened too fast to feel like choreography, and too slow not to remember in pieces forever. The baton cracked out and caught Adrian high across the forearm as he lifted it to block. A flat, brutal sound. Adrian grunted, but stayed on his feet. He drove in close before the man could swing again, because close makes long weapons stupid. They slammed into the side of the truck hard enough to rattle the mirror. Lena backed away, journal clutched to her ribs, then saw one of the other intruders pushing through the service door behind them. 30 feet away. Closing. No more room, no more route. She looked down at the journal. Warped leather. Water damage. 4 centuries of obsession or fraud or both. The thing everyone had chased, lied for, bled for. Then she looked at the rainwater sluicing along the service lane toward the grated storm drain. Cost. No plot armor. No clever saving of everything. She made the choice in one violent motion. She ripped the journal open at the swollen spine. The leather fought, then tore. Pages spilled loose in the rain. The broad man saw it and made a strangled sound that was almost grief. He shoved Adrian away with desperate strength and lunged for her. Too late. Lena tore again, handfuls of pages coming free, then dropped them straight into the black rushing water at the curb. Ink bled instantly. Paper flattened, slid, vanished into the drain one clotted sheet at a time. "Stop," the man shouted, and this was the first honest thing he had said all night. He hit her before she could throw the last section. The baton swung sideways, catching her in the ribs with a meaty crack that emptied her lungs. She went down on one knee, then both. The remaining half of the journal skidded from her hands into the oily puddle. Adrian reached them a second later and drove the broad man backward with everything left in him. They both went down against the gatepost. The baton clattered away. Workers were screaming now. One had a phone out. Another was shouting for security. Not saviors, just witnesses finally forced into clarity. Lena crawled for the sodden journal half. Her knee refused. Her ribs screamed with every breath. She got one hand on the leather and dragged it toward herself through gritty rainwater. Most of the pages were gone. The ones that remained were stuck together in a ruined block. Behind her, boots pounded. Someone grabbed Adrian off the broad man. Someone else pinned the intruder face down. Security, maybe. Workers. It blurred. All Lena knew was that nobody was running anymore. Stayed on the wet concrete, one arm around her ribs, the other over the mutilated journal, breathing in tiny hateful sips because any deeper hurt too much. Rain soaked her hair, her torn coat, the knees of her trousers. Blood from Adrian's hand diluted pink along the gutter and disappeared. When Adrian knelt beside her at last, his face looked older, not transformed, just stripped, pale with shock, a bruise already rising along his cheek. His left forearm hung wrong, not grotesquely, but he looked at the ruined journal, then at her. "You destroyed it," he said, not accusing, not exactly, just a fact too large to place anywhere gentle. Lena coughed, winced, and managed. They were going to kill us for it. He closed his eyes once. "Yes," he said. Security had the broad man on his knees near the truck, hands zip-tied behind him. Two of the other intruders had fled. One lay on the loading dock floor, holding his ankle. Workers clustered under the shutter, faces lit by phone screens and sodium lights, all of them unwilling and now inescapable witnesses. Sirens were coming at last from somewhere beyond the rain, too late to prevent anything, right on time to document it. Adrian reached for the journal remains, then stopped, perhaps because Lena was still holding them too tightly, perhaps because he understood that the object had changed category now. Evidence, not relic. Wreckage, not answer. Can it still be read? She whispered. He looked at the swollen block of pages, the ink bleeding out in blue-gray threads. "Some of it," he said after a moment. Maybe, it wasn't victory. It wasn't loss clean enough to mourn properly either. The men hadn't gotten what they wanted. Neither had she. Neither had Adrian. The central threat had broken on them and left its pieces everywhere. A paramedic knelt in front of her a few minutes later, asking about dizziness, pain, allergies, while another cut Adrian's sleeve to splint the arm. Questions, lights, procedures, human voices pressing events back into official language. When they tried to take the journal remains, Lena did let go, eventually. Her fingers had cramped around the leather. As they lifted her onto the stretcher, she turned her head and saw the storm drain at the edge of the service lane. One torn page had snagged there instead of washing through. Rain plastered it flat against the grate. Most of the ink was gone, just a pale wash, a few surviving lines. But one phrase remained dark enough to catch under the yard light before a paramedic's body blocked her view. "I am not the first man to wear this face." Then the page slid loose and vanished into the dark. The worst part later was how administrative everything became. Not in a cruel way, just in the way real disasters eventually pass through clipboards and forms and fluorescent light until they start to resemble ordinary inconvenience. The body gets strapped down, scanned, iced, wrapped, discharged. Someone asks for your date of birth 3 different times. Someone else asks whether you feel safe going home. A police constable with rain still drying on his shoulders asks you to repeat slowly the sequence of events beginning with, when exactly did you enter the property? By 2 in the morning, Lena was sitting in a curtained treatment bay at St. Bartholomew's Hospital with an elastic bandage around her ribs, a brace on her right knee, and dried rust, brown rainwater on the cuff of her torn coat. Her palms had been cleaned and dressed, tiny stones taken out. Her hair still smelled faintly of concrete dust and cold diesel. Nothing displaced, the doctor had said, after pressing her side until she nearly bit through her lip. Likely bruised or cracked, but not enough to warrant anything dramatic. You'll hate the next 2 weeks, then less. He had said it with the bored kindness of someone whose shift had already included worse. Across the corridor, through a gap in the curtain, she could occasionally see Adrian sitting upright in another bay, while an orthopedic registrar immobilized his forearm. Not broken all the way through, apparently. A hairline fracture in the ulna and severe bruising. Stitches in his palm where the plastic strapping had cut deep when they opened the crate. Bruising across his face, now darkening from gray to plum. He held himself very still whenever anyone touched the arm. He had not once asked how he looked. Priya arrived at 2:17 a.m. in yesterday's eyeliner and a raincoat thrown over pajamas, carrying a tote bag and the expression of a woman who had exhausted fear and moved into fury. She took one look at Lena and said, "I am not saying I told you so because that would be unsupportive." "You are absolutely saying it," Lena said. "I'm saying it with love." Then Priya started crying. Not elegantly, not dramatically either. Just a few furious tears she wiped away with the heel of her hand as if offended by them. Lena's own throat tightened at that more than anything that had happened in the garage or the tunnels or the loading bay. Because violence had its own logic while it was happening. Afterwards, being looked at by someone who cared was harder. Priya set the tote on the bed. Phone charger, water, crackers. Your mother called me twice because apparently Mateo escalated to family alert level amber. Oh God, I told him you were alive and stupid. Fair. Priya glanced through the curtain gap toward Adrian. Is that him? Yes. He looks like a man who irons pillowcases. Lena laughed once and winced immediately, hand going to her ribs. Don't make me laugh, she said. Then stopped nearly getting murdered by men with heritage storage issues. That was the first time Lena let herself imagine how the story sounded from outside. A stranger claiming a centuries-old secret, a missing journal, organized men breaking into a townhouse, and then chasing them through service tunnels into a transfer facility. It sounded insane. It sounded like exactly the thing police learned to simplify until it fit the paperwork. 3:05 a.m. Detective Sergeant Nina Hollies introduced herself, asked whether Lena could tolerate another interview, and sat on the visitor chair with a notebook balanced neatly on one knee. She was in her 40s, broad-faced, tired-eyed, and had the particular quiet of someone who spent a great deal of time listening to people at the worst points of their week. No theatrics, no condescension. Her plain navy suit was damp at the hem. We've got 3 men in custody, Holly said. One with a fractured ankle, one with facial injuries, one with a rather memorable quantity of fire extinguisher dust in his eyes. Security footage places them at the residence, the garage, And the loading bay. That part is straightforward. Lena almost laughed at the word. Straightforward. What part is? She asked. The motive. Hollis flipped a page. Your Mr. Vale says these men were after a private archival item. The men, so far, say they were hired for a recovery job and refuse to identify the client. The facility's paperwork is a mess because the transfer started ahead of schedule due to a plumbing failure in one of the climate units. She glanced up. That explains why the item was moving tonight. Explainable, again. A leak in a storage system. That was what had dragged everything into motion. Not fate. Not ancient curses. A leak and a rushed transfer order, and a gap in police urgency, big enough for violent people to climb through. What about the journal? Lena asked. Hollis's expression didn't change, but something in it flattened. What remained of it is with evidence handling. Water damage is severe. Forensics will attempt preservation and imaging. A beat. You understand there's a non-zero chance it's simply gone. Yes, Lena said. Hollis watched her face for a moment, maybe measuring guilt, maybe damage. You tore it up. Yes, to keep it from them. Yes, Hollis nodded once, as if that fit comfortably within the moral math she did for a living. Reasonable under the circumstances. When she left, Lena let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Reasonable under the circumstances. An absolution so modest it almost hurt. She was discharged just before dawn, with instructions she only half absorbed. And a packet of painkillers Priya immediately confiscated into the tote. So you don't accidentally take 6 because you're dramatic. Adrian was discharged 20 minutes later with his arm in a rigid splint and a paper sling. They ended up at the same automatic doors, both looking briefly startled to find the other there in the washed-out blue light of early morning. London had that peculiar after-night look, streets emptied by rain and fatigue into something cleaner than day. Ambulances idled at the curb. Delivery vans hissed at red lights. A gull screamed somewhere above Smithfield and made the city feel coastal for one disorienting second. Priya stood between them like a border authority. I am taking Lena home, she said. Adrian nodded. Of course. There was a pause. He looked worse in daylight. Older, not because of anything mystical or dramatic, just because injury scrapes polish off people. His hair was damp and flattened at the temples, purple spreading under one eye. Stubble he probably usually kept under control. Miss Morno, he said. Lena, she said, because the formal version suddenly felt absurd after the night they'd had. He inclined his head. Lena, I owe you an apology. Priya made a small, approving noise. Inviting you into something I did not fully disclose, Adrian continued, and for being correct that you might come anyway. You do owe me that, Lena said. His mouth moved at one corner, the ghost of the smile he'd worn in the archive. Yes, she looked at his sling. Do you owe me anything else? He understood. I don't know yet. That, at least, was honest. They did not exchange promises. No dramatic vow to uncover the truth. No sentimental alliance forged in blood and rainwater. Real people after a bad night usually want hot drinks, legal representation, and several closed doors between themselves and the nearest stranger. Still, before he got into the cab waiting for him, Adrian reached awkwardly into his coat pocket one-handed and produced a folded card from a hospital envelope. This was in the remains, he said, or rather with them. The evidence officer allowed me to view it before bagging. He held it out. Priya said, "Absolutely not." Lena took it anyway. The card was thick, cream-colored, and badly damp. The ink had bled at one edge, but the typing in the center remained legible. AUBREY Vane Estate Interview Notes. 12 June 1974 Subject, refused recording. Requested mirror be covered before speaking. Below that, in different handwriting, one sentence in blue ink. He says the face is the easy part. Lena looked up. "Why did the officer let you keep this?" "He didn't. I'm telling you what I saw. That card is mine." Adrian slid it gently back from her fingers before Priya could object further. "But I thought you should know it existed." Then he got into the cab and left. Priya stared after him. "I hate him." Lena leaned on the hospital rail and watched the taillights disappear into wet morning traffic. "I don't," she said, and that bothered her. The next week passed in fragments. Sleep came badly. Her ribs made turning in bed a strategic event. Her knee swelled each afternoon and sulked all evening. Twice, she woke to the sensation of someone catching her hair at the roots, only to find the room empty except for the watery shape of streetlight through curtains. Explainable. Nerve memory. Bad sleep. The body repeating a terror until it got bored of it. She gave 2 more statements, one at home to Detective Sergeant Hollies, and one at the station after identifying photographs. Priya came both times with a notebook and the air of a hostile solicitor. The men in custody turned out to have records for contract violence, warehouse theft, and debt collection. Nothing glamorous, nothing cultic. One had worked private security before losing the license. Another had a cousin employed by the storage company, which likely explained how they'd learned about the transfer. Human systems again. Leaks everywhere. No client name surfaced. The broad man, the one with the baton, refused to speak except through a solicitor. On the one question Hollies cared most about, he said only, it wasn't about the book. It was about who'd get to read it first. That line lodged in Lena harder than it should have. At the archive, Arthur reacted to the whole affair by bringing her tea without comment for 3 consecutive shifts, and then saying, while reshelving council maps, a decent filing system prevents most tragedies. Priya snorted so hard tea came out her nose. The damaged journal remained with forensic imaging. A conservator's preliminary summary reached Hollies 10 days later, and through channels too boring to narrate, eventually Lena. Most pages were unsalvageable. Rainwater, oil runoff, tearing, street grit. But not all. Multispectral scans pulled fragments from 23 pages. Dates, repeated initials, lists of addresses, 3 different names attached to what appeared to be the same handwriting over decades. Aubrey Vane, Adrian Vale, Anton Vall. Not proof of longevity. Proof, at minimum, of deliberate inheritance or impersonation. A pattern of identity transferred, curated, maintained. And one longer surviving passage, though incomplete. Not blood, but practice. Not immortality, but continuation. He chose me because I resembled him enough in poor light, and because a city remembers a face less clearly than a name. The journals are less confession than instruction. The rest was gone. Lena read that fragment 3 times in Hollies' office, then sat back and felt something in the center of the whole story shift. Not vanish, shift. A 400-year-old vampire, not as fact, not as creature, as role, as mechanism. A manufactured continuity built from grooming, resemblance, private wealth, vanished originals, and a city willing to let eccentric men age in dim houses without asking too many questions so long as the taxes got paid. A lineage wearing one face as long as it could, then handing it off to the next plausible body. Grounded, human, somehow uglier for that. What do you think? Hollis asked. That your violent men were hired by someone who wanted the instructions, Lena said. Hollis nodded. That's my view. And Adrian. He may be victim, participant, heir, or some combination I haven't yet categorized. She closed the file. People inherit strange things from families, money, houses, habits, scripts. Scripts. That felt right too. Lena did not call Adrian immediately. Pride, caution, painkillers, and common sense formed a short-lived coalition. But 2 weeks after the attack, when the bruising along her ribs had faded yellow and her knee had graduated from brace to elastic support, she did go to Clerkenwell in daylight. Not inside. Not again. The townhouse frontage looked ordinary enough to offend her. Freshly repaired basement door. New lock on the gate. A florist's van unloading 3 doors down. Schoolchildren in navy uniforms passing with overstuffed backpacks, and no interest at all in legacy fraud or ruined manuscripts. She stood across the street with a coffee cooling in her hand and looked at the windows. 2nd floor, basement grating, black railings drying after morning rain. At length, the door opened. Adrian stepped out wearing a dark coat and the splint gone, though his left hand was still taped at the palm. Her immediately, which suggested he had already known she was there or had gotten used to checking. He crossed the street. You didn't call, he said. Neither did you. I assumed you were deciding whether to hand me over to the police as architect of the whole thing. Are you? He considered the question long enough to take it seriously. Not architect. That's not a no. No, he agreed. It is. Traffic moved past behind him in slow, wet bursts. The city kept making its indifferent noises. Delivery breaks, crosswalk beeps, a man laughing into a headset. Lena said, "Was it your father?" He looked at her, and in that pause she knew she had landed close. My predecessor, he said. Same thing, close enough to ruin a life. There was no flourish in the answer, no delicious revelation, just fatigue. She thought of the fragment from the journal. He chose me because I resembled him enough in poor light. The phrase had more cruelty in it than any supernatural explanation could have managed. Long did you know, she asked, that the story was false, he exhaled. Since I was 17, that it was constructed in layers over generations. Since my 30s, that other people might kill for the method. Much more recently, and the photographs. Some are genuine, some are staged. That's rather the point. Once enough of them exist, the distinction stops mattering to believers. He said believers with such clear disdain that she almost trusted him. Almost. What happens now? She asked. He looked back at the house. Police, probate review, financial inquiries, journal fragments, questions from people I'd hoped were dead or merely retired, then quieter. And after that, perhaps nothing dramatic, which would be nice. They stood in silence for a moment. A bus passed between them and the opposite pavement, briefly reflecting their 2 figures in its dark windows. Lena in her borrowed steadiness, Adrian in his careful coat, both thinner somehow than they had been a month ago. I'm not writing it, she said. That surprised him. No names, no feature, no grand expose, not now. She shrugged, then regretted it because of the ribs. Maybe someday there's an essay in the mechanics of invented monsters. But not this. Too many holes. too many people who'd enjoy it for the wrong reasons. He nodded slowly. That may be wise. I'm not doing it for wisdom, she said. I'm doing it because I don't want strangers deciding your family's scam is romantic. Brought the closest thing to genuine warmth she had yet seen in his face. Sad, but real. Thank you, he said. She nearly told him about the dreams, about waking with her scalp aching where no hand was, about the way mirrors had become briefly, stupidly charged after seeing the note about the covered one in 1974. Instead, she said, if the police find the client name, tell Holly's before you tell me. I will. And if there are more journals, there aren't, he said. She believed him. Mostly, they parted without touching. By early December, life had resumed enough to become insulting again. Bills still arrived. Priya still corrected Lena's spreadsheet habits with the severity of a disappointed nun. Arthur still distrusted cloud storage. Mateo still texted memes during inappropriate moments. The body continued its rude, competent work of healing. Reality returned, not triumphant, but persistent. One evening, closing up at the archive, Lena found herself alone in the reading room as rain stitched lightly at the dark windows. Green lamps glowed over empty tables. The radiators knocked. The old building settled around her in small wooden sighs. On her desk lay a plain envelope with no stamp. Inside was a single sheet of modern printer paper. No signature, no note, just a photograph, color, crisp, taken from street level in daylight. It showed the front of the archive, and in the reflection of the reading room glass, faint but clear if you knew where to look, was Lena herself at her desk, head bent over paperwork. Across the street, half obscured by a bus stop advertisement, stood a tall man in a dark coat. The face was turned too much to identify. On the back of the photo, in blue ink, someone had written, "You were right to destroy the instructions." No threat, no promise, nothing else. Priya would later say it was probably the client panicking, or Adrian warning her badly, or some ghoul from the storage company trying to feel important. Arthur would say, "Take it to Holly's." Holly's would bag it for Prince and tell her not to walk home alone for a while. All of that would be sensible. Still, before she put the photo back into its envelope, Lena looked once more at the glass in the image and thought about faces, cities, and the ease with which a life could be copied if enough people preferred the myth to the mechanism. Then she switched off the reading room lamps one by one and stood for a moment in the near dark, listening to the building breathe. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going.